Chapter 5:12. Little White dove into the sea like a flying fish and landed 1 kilometer in front of the fleet. Under the sunlight, the water droplets reflected a brilliant light. "Quick, set up the net." Without needing the captain's reminder, the first mate immediately shouted at the sailors. After the Bravos incident, the Alliance army had done a lot of drills to deal with the diving megalosaurus. At this moment, the sailors did not panic. They quickly cut the ropes and the fishing nets tied to the side of the ship fell into the sea. It was as if they had put on a knee-length fishing net skirt for the ship. There were also many sailors holding a stack of fishing nets and guarding the side of the ship. They opened their eyes wide and stared at the rippling waves on the sea. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is attacking." In the middle of the port side, an observer suddenly shouted. At the same time, he threw the fishing net in his hand at the black shadow. Yes, on a clear morning, the crew on the ship could see Little White swimming under the sea. This was because the dragon flames only had a range of 7 to 8 meters underwater. During World War I and World War II, there were even special observers who used their eyes to look for torpedoes. In the sea a few meters deep, even torpedoes could be seen. Little White's body was so big that it could be seen swimming 5 to 6 meters under the sea. Slash, the sharp blades on Little White's wings rubbed against the fishing net fiercely as if it was tearing a piece of cloth. Danny, who was in her second-level dragon spirit state, knew that although Little White easily broke free from the fishing net, there were still a lot of net lines around its neck and chest. There were even a few steel wires. Little White's movements were a little sluggish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crossbows and archers on the side of the ship shot at the black shadow together. However, the arrows lost a lot of kinetic energy after entering the water. No matter how sharp the arrows were, they could not pierce through Little White's scales. Boom! After breaking through 2 layers of fishing nets, Little White drilled into the bottom of the ship and leaned back. The dragon flames shot out and the sea water boiled. The wooden boards at the bottom of the ship were as brittle as biscuits. Boom boom boom, the flagship exploded into 2 under the dragon flames that were like the fire god's sword. Wood pieces flew everywhere, the crew shouted, smoke billowed, and waves surged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, even though the flagship was burned in half by the dragon flames, the other 3 warships in the diamond formation were not scared silly. They did not stop casting fishing nets into the sea. Then, under the layers of fishing nets, Little White was actually entangled. Awkward. "Deep dive, I'll help you," Danny told Little White. At the same time, half of the 6 pterosaurs flew above the 3 warships and began to dive down to throw great bombs filled with kerosene. Because they had to use the fishing net to catch Little White, the warship's speed was reduced to almost 0. Boom, 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 orange-red fire trees with black smoke were planted on the deck, on the bridge, on the crossbows, and even on the sailors. SSSS, Whitey was like a beggar wrapped in 10 tattered bedsheets as it leaped out of the ship from a kilometer away. Danchinzi's sword wings seemed to have failed. Boom, the great black dragon flame spewed out, and under Danny's control, it turned into a light red cloud of fire, enveloping Little White within. Beep, beep, beep. The fishing net hanging on its body quickly burned and fell off. SSS. Little White, who was relaxed, raised its head and let out a long howl. There was an indescribable carefree and anger in its howl. "I want to burn them to death." In the dragon spirit state, Little White sent a mental wave to Danny. "Wait for the second bird to take the lead." Danny comforted it, and once again combined with Blackie to become the Holy Megalosaurus. It circled above the 4 burning ships and roared angrily at the ships below. "This is the result of resisting the true dragon. Your captain is dead, surrender immediately." Woo woo, in the fleet, a ship called Sea Wolf sounded the horn again, and there was also flag language, "Calm down, don't panic, Sea Wolf is the new flagship. There was also a crew member who shouted, "The pterosaurs can't spit fire, and they are no longer lethal after throwing kerosene bombs." Danny couldn't keep her face straight. Little White sensed its mother's emotions and immediately. "Wait!" Danny called Little White to stop with a serious expression. This was because the Sea Wolf was not the head of the fleet, nor was it the tail of the fleet. Other than the other 3 ships in the rhombus formation, there were many other rhombus formations around it, and the small rhombus formations combined to form a large rhombus. In other words, after Little White swooped down, it was no longer facing the fishing nets of the 4 ships. The large rhombus formation and the dozen or so ships nearby all covered the new flagship. This was a trap. Or rather, this was the plan that the Alliance had discussed long ago. "Of course, I have to nibble from the side bit by bit," Danny sneered. Little White swooped down again, but its target was not the Sea Wolf, but the ship at the edge of the front. Moreover, this time, there were no pterosaurs throwing bombs. Little White broke through 2 or 3 layers of fishing nets, and after burning the ship, it immediately fled far away. It jumped out of the sea and let Danny help it clean the fishing net wrapped around its body. Then, it attacked the rhombus formation that had lost a corner and bit off the second corner. This time, there were fewer fishing nets on its body. However, Little White did not have the chance to burn the remaining 2 ships. From the time it fell into the water to returning to Danny's side and burning the fishing net on its body, it took a quarter of an hour. It was enough for the remaining 2 ships to get close to the other rhombus formation. Thus, Little White could only look for its next target. Boom crack, balls of smoke rose, and ships broke in the dragon flames. Some sank to the bottom of the sea, while others became torches floating on the surface of the sea. A few smokers seemed to have thrown more than a dozen cigarette butts on the exquisite tablecloth that was inlaid with tulip ribbons. Woo-woo, from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., after losing 15 ships in more than 4 hours, the new flagship, the Sea Wolf, sounded the horn again. Formation. The remaining 85 ships did not give up the rhombus formation of 4 ships, but the small rhombus formations were close together and connected into a grid. The previous rhombus formation was very scattered, but now it was as compact as a net. When Little White attacked any ship at the edge, it would face the attacks of at least 5 or 6 ships. However, although the defensive effect of this formation was good, it also greatly reduced the speed, which was equivalent to hovering on the surface of the sea. Danny smiled coldly. Big Black, Little Green, Little Gold, and the other 3 pterodactyls scattered the grapeshot. Boom 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 boom. Another 10 ships caught fire. 3 of them were on fire and could not be saved. The rest were covered in black smoke, and a large part of the deck collapsed. There was even a ship whose mast was burned off, and it completely lost the chance to return to the New Guy's port. What should we do now? Captain Elios, who was hiding on an ordinary warship, stared at the black dragon in the sky with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with hesitation and fear. He had never thought that a mere white dragon could force the most elite First Fleet of the Alliance into a dead end. The fishing net tactic could effectively defend against the mouth-stealing dragon in the sea. The Dragon Slayer crossbow prevented the Megalosaurus from diving down and spitting fire. The moving ships had a high chance of avoiding the kerosene bombs falling from the sky. Logically speaking, the fleet should not be in danger since the sea and air were defended. However, the above 3 defenses could not be combined into one. If they wanted to fire the kerosene bombs, they had to accelerate. However, if they accelerated, they would not be able to form a tight formation. Without a tight formation, the Dragon Slayer crossbow, which was difficult to turn and slow to reload, would be much weaker. If a ship did not have the protection of other ships, the Megalosaurus could even stare at the crossbow on the deck and dodge the arrows like how Neo dodged bullets. However, stopping on the surface of the sea and forming a tight formation was not enough. Helios was 100% sure that Dragon Queen's fleet was quickly approaching. With the kerosene bombs transported by the fleet, the 6 pterosaurs could casually lay grape eggs. If they were to engage in a boarding battle with Dragon Queen's fleet, their sailors would be fighting for their lives while the other megalosaurus would be able to dive to the bottom of the sea and burn the ships without any danger. Sigh, if only there was a fleet lying in ambush outside the megalosaurus vision. Helios sighed. Actually, it was not that the Alliance did not foresee this awkward situation. They even came up with a solution. The 2 fleets would be 50 kilometers apart and move side by side. Fleet A was targeted by Dragon Queen and immediately used a messenger crow to inform Fleet B. Fleet A would take the brunt of the attack while Fleet B would insert itself between Fleet A and the Mother of Dragon's fleet or set up an ambush. While Fleet A was holding back the Megalosaurus, Fleet B would use a proper naval battle to forcefully devour the Dragon Queen's navy. The First Fleet had retreated from Tauros to carry out this plan. When Dragon Queen attacked New JAS port, the First Fleet, which was floating in the open sea, would attack the Queen's fleet. This way, even if they could not kill the Megalosaurus, they would be able to seize control of the sea. The Alliance was strong and had a loss ratio of 2-1 or even 3-1. Even if it was a loss ratio of 10-1, the Alliance could still tolerate it. But now, because Tauros had fallen, the Alliance naturally thought, as expected, we were tricked again. Dragon Queen created a diversion to lure out the First Fleet and easily took over Tauros, which had lost its naval power. War God Yuan Kai's language. Hence, the First Fleet, which was hiding in the west of the Bay of Sorrows, gave up on the ambush plan and returned to New JIS immediately. In the end, they met the Dragon Queen at their doorstep, New JIS, a conference room converted from an ordinary house. The leaders of the Alliance sat around a round table and passed a letter to each other. After reading it, some were dejected, some were anxious, some were terrified, some were gritting their teeth. This was a letter from the First Fleet. The moment he saw the dragons, the captain, Helios, sent a messenger crow to New JS. After a long while, War God Yuan Kai said, I have said many times, don't play tricks with the Dragon Queen. Building a solid base and fighting a stupid battle is the way to go. At this moment, even the most radical Prince Rhys Treg, was somewhat convinced by the war god. He looked at the war god respectfully and asked, what do we do now? Should we save the First Fleet? Before Grazdan could reply, Zero yelled, 300 kilometers. How do we save them? Zero was the commander of the Third Fleet. He cared more about this than Cavalry Commander Grazdan because if they were to save the First Fleet, he would be the one to attack the Mother of Dragons. Grazdan thought for a moment and said, tell Helios to act according to the situation. If they meet Danny Alice's fleet before nightfall, they will engage in a chaotic battle. Don't worry about losses. Try to kill as many enemies as possible. If the enemy ships still don't appear after nightfall, break up the formation and use the cover of the night to break out of the encirclement. At this point, War God let out a low chuckle. Actually, this is also an opportunity. The Dragon Queen's fleet traveled more than 1,000 kilometers for the First Fleet, right? You're saying that she's going to attack New JS. Then, should we retreat? Without the First Fleet, we won't be able to defend the port. The representative of Ko Chang Island said in shock. No, we have to teach the Dragon Queen a lesson in blood. We have to let her know that she can't be too greedy. The war god smiled confidently. Chapter 5:13. I've always advocated the strategy of building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle, but that doesn't mean that we don't need brains, and it doesn't mean that we don't fight back. My core idea is to defend and counterattack wisely, Grazdan said firmly. All the big shots' attention was attracted, and they cast curious and expectant gazes toward the war god who had suddenly shown off his abilities. Tyroxidai looked at the war god with admiration. He asked softly, "How do we defend and counterattack?" Dragon Queen's fleet is 300 kilometers away. Without a doubt, after taking down Tauros and burning Illyria, she's ambitious and wants to attack New Guise. Since that's the case, we'll continue with our previous plan. Send a fleet to ambush Dragon Queen's fleet. She came here in a hurry, so she definitely didn't bring too many warships. At the same time, send a letter to Materis and ask them to cooperate with us. While Dragon Queen is pinned down near New Guise, arrange for pterosaurs to attack Astapor's factory, Kaiyuan's wheat fields, and Mirine's labor camp. Burn down the factories and wheat fields, liberate the hundreds of thousands of Gai's heroes in the labor camp. I want the demon mother of Dragon's backyard to be on fire. I want her years of hard work to go to waste. The war god's expression was fanatical. He was dancing with joy. He didn't look cold and lifeless at all when he was talking about building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle. Chui Gu slapped his thigh and said, "Right, I almost forgot. The survivors of Valeglia still have pterosaurs. Damn it, subduing pterosaurs is such a big thing. Why didn't they inform us?" If Materis is willing to cooperate with us, General Grazidan's plan might work, Zero said happily. If we succeed, Danny Rise will probably go crazy, the representative of Ko Chang Island said excitedly. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. If we want to destroy her, we must make her crazy first. Grazidan laughed. Everyone agreed on the plan and immediately sent a letter to the First Fleet and Materis. After the letter was sent, the meeting didn't end. However, when the pterosaurs were mentioned, everyone's expression changed. After a while, Chuego asked the question that everyone wanted to ask, "Can you ask Materis to share a few pterosaurs with us?" That's right. Materis is also a member of the Alliance. Taming a dragon behind our backs is too much. Zero immediately nodded in agreement. The representative of Ko Chang Island said resentfully, "Did those Valeglia survivors forget who supplied them with food?" There were dozens of city-states in the Jade Sea, countless islands in the Summer Sea, Queers, New Gis, Reese. More than 100 countries contributed their own food and transported it to Materis through Tauros. Since they had joined the big family of the Alliance Army, they should share the benefits and responsibilities. We, Ko Chang Island, have provided you with money, soldiers and food. Is it too much to ask for a few pterosaurs? Pterosaurs aren't megalosaurus. You can have as many as you want in the Sosros rainforest. Grazidan turned to the pirate king of the Snake Lizard Archipelago and asked, "Can you go to the rainforest and find a nest of pterosaurs?" The Serpentine Isles were on the edge of the Sosros continent. We wouldn't dare to enter the rainforest. A muscular black man with colorful braids had a look of fear in his eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even the islands are full of miasma and plagues every year. Wouldn't it be suicide to enter the rainforest of the continent?" Grazidan sighed when he thought of Azin, who was one of the 2 heroes of Yuan Kai. He changed the topic and asked, "What did the venerable dragon say?" It's been almost a year. There are more than 500 people in 7 or 8 families. Why haven't they hatched the dragon eggs? The governor of New Gis replied, "The venerable dragon thinks their bloodlines aren't pure enough. The Dragon Queen's 5th dragon has already hatched, but we haven't even seen a single scale. Why? Is that venerable dragon really not a liar?" Zero asked doubtfully. The golden dragon that originally belonged to Great Sage Mourinho can almost carry people. You still doubt the venerable Dragon Queen? Zanetti said unhappily. Zanetti was the one who had provided Mourinho with the dragon eggs. He was also the venerable Dragon Queen's sponsor and guarantor. After that, he was also the one who suggested that the venerable dragon queen stay and hatch the dragons for New JS. He was in charge of the entire project, so he naturally couldn't deny the venerable dragon queen. Disregarding everything else, just the debt of the 500 people who were burned to death, who would pay for it? In that case, tell us, which relative of Danny Lilith sacrificed for the 5th red dragon? In fact, not only did she not lose any relatives, she even gained a great-grandfather and a great-nephew. Zero questioned loudly. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say and felt uncomfortable. Because she sacrificed someone else's relative. It's like how the venerable dragon sacrificed Mourinho's relative and not her own. The demon mother of dragons knows magic, everyone knows that. She must have sacrificed hundreds of noble people in Volantis and Lizzie just like the venerable dragon queen. Zanetti didn't hesitate to tell them the explanation the venerable dragon queen had given him. It didn't matter if others believed it or not, he had to believe it. The war god's eyes flashed and he said eerily, speaking of Ymont and Aegon, what do you think? Without any hesitation, as if they had discussed it beforehand, almost everyone had the same ferocious expression and said hatefully at the same time, we should give her a bloody retribution. He. The war god laughed in a low voice. Thank the gods, the wise, mighty, and invincible dragon queen has finally shown a flaw. An old sage who escaped from Yuan-Kai licked his lips and said with a cold smile, yes, we desire revenge, but she has always been alone. Sometimes I think how good it would be if her second brother, her son, didn't die. If her son didn't die, we would have sent the regretful guests to Slaver's Bay. Zero sighed. How could it be your regretful guests? Our Bloodthorn Alliance in the southern part of the Jade Sea doesn't know how to disguise themselves, but their assassination skills are even better than the Faceless. Many of our assassins are even proficient in witchcraft. If she dares to free the slaves, countless slave hunters will pay the Bloodthorn to kill her, son. The representative of Ko Chang Island said bluntly. Assassination is risky. Our Reese's poison is world famous. It's too easy to kill a child. Prince Reese's Chuegu said. If her son didn't die, I would disguise myself as a merchant and sneak into Astapor. I would kidnap the boy while she was riding a dragon and roaming the Westeros. Why would I need to use assassins and poison? Asking assassins to assassinate is not as satisfying as taking revenge with your own hands. The Pirate King grinned. There are so many unsullied in Astapor. You want to kidnap her son? Dream on, even a blue-lipped wizard is more reliable than you. Zero said sarcastically. Hey, stop arguing. If her son didn't die, Bravosi would have sent the Faceless to kill him. The representative of Tarosai sneered. Those Bravosi hypocrites, using the name of the regretful guests to fool us. If the Mother of Dragons didn't tell us, we would still be in the dark. If you oppose her, why don't you join our alliance? Cowering and hiding, you'll only make the heroes of the world laugh at you. Zero said disdainfully. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a son. Fortunately, her nephew didn't die. Don't worry about that Ymont. He's too old, and the difference in seniority is too great. She won't feel much if he dies. Aegon is her brother's only son. Taking his life will take away half of her life. War God said coldly. Then should we send someone to infiltrate, or hire an assassin? Bloodthorn, regretful guests, sorcerers, poison masters, or faceless? Zanetti asked. War God thought carefully for a moment and suggested, let's pool our money. Pay as much as you hate that woman. We'll hire as many people as we can. With that, he waved his hand and heroically said, I can't wait to eat her flesh and her blood, but her swordsmanship is brilliant, her magic is super strong, even Faceless One can't do anything to her. So, I'll use half of my fortune to buy her nephew's life. As long as I can make her suffer, it's worth 3 million gold coins. I represent queers. 4 million. Zero said with a twisted face. 1 million. 2 million from Ko Chang. In the end, a navy commander from Toros said with a ferocious face, my family was destroyed, and I only have 500,000. Take it all out. No, I still need to borrow 5 million from the Iron Treasury. I want her dead. It's hard. I can only vent my anger on her nephew. His name was Perlo Valoris, and he was the younger brother of the winged dragon knight, Piero. Dragon Queen had always been cruel to her enemies. That day, when she predicted the winged dragon's attack, she and her people went into hiding. Instead, she left the Valoris and Terilise families in the mayor's mansion. In the end, under the leadership of Piero himself, the first wave of fire oil attack by 30 winged dragons fell on the mayor's mansion and destroyed his family and his father-in-law's family. So, Perlo's hatred for Aegon was bone deep. Hate the house and its crow. After calculating, everyone was surprised and relieved to find that the amount of money they had was too much. It was more than 20 million gold coins, enough to order from all the famous assassin organizations in the world. Send out invitations, use up all the money, and swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Grazdin decided. Swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Everyone answered in unison. In this hidden meeting room, such a scene appeared as if Aegon was a demon with ambitions to dominate the martial arts world. The heroes of the martial arts world could only hide in the dark, behead chickens, burn incense, drink blood wine, smash porcelain bowls, and swear to the heavens that they would get rid of evil for the people and seek justice for the countless heroes who died tragically. Achoo, achoo, the night wind was slightly cold. Aegon pulled his collar and rubbed his nose tiredly. He sighed. Big Black, you are intelligent and understand the human language. After telling you so much, you should understand my situation, right? The Battle of the Bay of Sorrows had ended. At around 5 in the afternoon, Garth's paddling boat finally arrived at the battlefield. The ship transporting the kerosene tanks was maintained 2 kilometers away from the First Fleet. Little Gold, Little Green, and the 6 pterosaurs led by Tyrion took the kerosene bombs from the ship. If an enemy ship dared to leave the main group and attack the tanker, Little White would immediately dive to the bottom of the sea and destroy it. Helpless, the First Fleet's captain announced that they would give up on the formation. They still formed a group of 4 warships and charged toward the 30 ships at Slave Bay. It was a super-huge naval battle, a huge chaotic battle. After the sun set, the dark surface of the sea was covered with a layer of burning wooden wreckage that was as dense as stars. Dany was naturally victorious. She had lost 2 ships and destroyed 60 of the enemy's ships. She had captured 21 ships, and only about 4 ships had managed to escape under the cover of the night. Just the captives from the sea alone were more than 8,000 people. Among them was the fleet commander, the governor of Volantis, Elios. Leaving White Knight to reorganize the fleet, Dany rode her dragon back to Astapor at 3 or 4 in the morning. Then, Aegon began his daily dragon taming work, talk to Big Black. Chapter 5:14. Compared to Aunt Dany, my charisma is much weaker. Grey Iron, Garth, Erisidiga, my godfather John Clinton, Duckf, and even my cousin Quentin worship her and are willing to die for her cause and ideals. But I can't even gain their trust. Tyrion asked me to rope in Dwayne, but he still has doubts about my identity. Aunt Dany is very good to me and even planned to arrange for me to be the sheriff of Meereen to train my military and civil skills. I also want to try, but there are no dragons in Meereen, no you. Even Tyrion has Tessa. My godfather is also praying in the Holy Church. After a few days, he will complete his baptism and be anointed with holy oil again and become the second holy knight. They all have dragons and pterosaurs, but I... Big Black, are you asleep? Alright, I should go to sleep too. Aegon talked endlessly, treating Big Black as the trash can of his soul. The troubles of growing up as a teenager, the fear and anticipation of the uncertain future, the dejection caused by the shadow of the grayscale disease in front of women, the trouble in dealing with interpersonal relationships. He told Big Black everything in the dead of night. After hearing about his misfortune, even Dany had some sympathy for him. Hiss, in the south, the pterosaur's cry came from the distant horizon. Aegon, who was about to stand up and return to his room to sleep, stopped in his tracks and looked up. The night sky seemed to be filled with lead ingots, and a deep black cloud drilled out. The black cloud hovered in the sky, fanning out gusts of crackling wind. Big Black opened its blood-like eyes, with a human-like indifferent expression, looked at the sky, then closed its eyes and went back to sleep, the nine-colored vortex spinning in its mind. Whoosh, whoosh. The black cloud in the sky seemed to have received some kind of authorization, slowly landing on the wall opposite Big Black. Its movements were light, without a cry or intense flapping of its wings. It gave Aegon a feeling that it was very cautious and careful. He knew that it was not an illusion, the pterosaur was afraid of Big Black. "Oh, you're finally back." Tyrion's tired voice came from behind the pterosaur. "Is it very tiring to ride a dragon?" Aegon's mouth tasted sour. "Ah." Tyrion, who was unbuckling the buckle of the dragon's saddle, was startled. He did not expect someone to still be awake at this late hour. But after a moment, he recognized the owner of the voice and immediately understood, Aegon is here to train the dragon again. Well, he had seen similar scenes many times. Almost everyone knew that he was diligently taming the dragon every night. At first, she thought his behavior was strange, but after seeing more of him, she slowly got used to it. "Your Highness, it's already so late. Why haven't you slept yet?" Tyrion slid down Tessa's wide wings like he was on a slide until he reached the grass in the garden. After a casual greeting, he explained, "It's not tiring to ride a dragon, but I've been flying for too long today. I set off at 2 in the morning and caught up with the first fleet at 10 in the morning. I fought until the sky turned dark, around 7, and then I flew back until now. For the whole day today, I ate, drank, peed, pooped, and slept on Tessa's back. I can only say that war is tiring." "My aunt came back a long time ago," Aegon said. Tyrion took off his flying helmet, shrugged, and said matter-of-factly, "The pterosaur's speed is between 120 and 180 kilometers per hour. The megalosaurus speed is generally above 300 kilometers per hour. There's no comparison." Then, the dwarf walked under the pterosaur and waved his hand. The pterosaur obediently stretched its head over. The dwarf rubbed his face affectionately on the pterosaur's head a few times and said, Go to the arena behind and get a cow. You've been flying for a whole day and must be hungry." Hiss, the pterosaur let out a low cry, turned around, and jumped into the darkness. "It's so obedient," Aegon said enviously. "Yes, Tessa is very obedient." Tyrion's smiling face was 1% tired and 9% satisfied. Aegon turned his head and secretly glanced at Big Black, who had never given him any response. He sighed in his heart. When could he be so intimate with Big Black? "How was the battle today?" he asked. Tyrion also glanced at Big Black with a solemn expression. "This dragon could control Tessa without words or roars. The Queen didn't tell you?" he asked. "I didn't have time to ask." Tyrion sighed and said, "We won, a great victory. The Allied army was very tenacious, but we had more than one dragon. To be honest, the Allied army's first fleet was stronger than the Royal Navy during Robert's time. In the end, they couldn't even last a day in front of the Megalosaurus. As the two talked, they came to the public living room on the top second floor. They called an unsullied trainee who was on night duty and waited for him to bring food and wine. The two sat opposite each other, eating and talking. After listening to Tyrion's narration of the entire battle, Aegon asked enviously, "How does it feel to burn a ship while riding a dragon? Is it exciting?" "It's very satisfying. Although Tessa can't breathe fire, she's very strong. With a swing of her tail, she can split a 30-meter-long warship into two." Wood chips flew everywhere, and the enemy flew into the air with a miserable howl. "It's so exciting," Tyrion said proudly. Sigh. Aegon suddenly sighed dejectedly and said with a dejected expression, "Hearing you say that, even I want to contract a pterosaur. Big Black is still ignoring you." Tyrion frowned and said, "Your Highness, I'll tell you the truth. Don't be unhappy." "Say it," Aegon said gloomily. "Even if it's a Targaryen, not everyone can subdue a Megalosaurus. You know this, right?" Aegon's face was full of anger, but he quickly suppressed it. His purple eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "I'm different from them. Dragons have 3 heads. This is a prophecy. Language is like the wind." Tyrion sighed. "Think about it yourself. Can your aunt take down the Westeros alone? Do you want 3 heads to be idle when one person can do it?" "I'm not idle," Aegon said coldly. "You're about the same as an idol now," the dwarf complained in his heart. He bit a drumstick and said vaguely, "Do as you wish. There aren't enough pterosaurs anyway." Aegon was inexplicably anxious and asked eagerly, "Why aren't there enough? Aren't there 4 more? Garth is the Queen's White Knight. He wanted one, and the Queen agreed. Jorah Mormont, who has been with Her Majesty for so many years, should have one, right? Then there's Ser Barristan, Aerys Sitiga, Quentyn Martell, John Bolton of Meereen, and... I almost forgot about the Queen's Blood Riders. Oh, the blood of my blood, can we not share one?" This. Aegon was dumbfounded. "There aren't enough," he said anxiously. "Yes, there aren't enough. That's why the Queen arranged for me to go to the old dragon knows the way. I'm afraid of death. Let's wait for Sir Clinton to complete the baptism. To be honest, I don't think he can succeed. Sosros is purgatory. And I need a pterosaur as a guarantee." Early the next morning, Dany had just walked out of her bedchamber with her sword in hand when Aegon hurried over to her and said so. "How are you going to guarantee it?" Dany frowned. "Of course I want a true dragon, but logically speaking, not all Targaryens can tame a dragon. I have to have a backup plan," Aegon said seriously. "I don't have time to raise a backup plan for you. I urgently need combat power. Why don't you continue to communicate with Blackie and wait for Tyrion to go to the rainforest to find a pterosaur nest?" Dany suggested. "He's afraid of death and doesn't want to go." Can he not die if he's afraid of death?" Dany sneered. "If he dares not go, I'll take back his Tessa. Why don't I give his Tessa to you?" This. Aegon remembered the story of Tessa that Tyrion told him that night. He hesitated and shook his head. "You can't do that. Tessa has a special meaning to him." "Then what do you want?" "There are only 6 dragons. Aerys, Quentyn, Clinton, Garth, and Barristan have already been distributed. There's Quentyn and Aerys, but there's no Sir Mormont." Aegon was surprised. Not everyone can be a paladin. You have to have a devout belief in the 7 gods. Big Bear believed in the old gods before and hasn't had time to change his faith. Wait a little longer. Dany had already received the news that the Great Sparrow was really fooled by Holy Mother Dany. At this time, he was gathering craftsmen to add stone dragon mounts to the 7 god statues. Even the content of the 7 Stars Bible was revised again. The Great Protector was promoted from red-flowered double rod to Kingsguard. Compared to the 7 gods' hand that Danny expected, it was still a little short. But it was enough. The Kingsguard could represent the king and exercise the king's rights. This bit of authority was enough for Blackie to usurp part of the 7 gods' priesthood. With the priesthood of the 7 gods and the power of faith of the 7 gods, Blackie could be considered to have succeeded in usurping the throne. He was the 7 gods. Clinton, Garth, and Barristan were all devout believers of the 7 gods, so they were also believers of Blackie. Through the line of faith, the seal of contract could be given to the 3 people. It was similar to the evil god giving back to the cult members who sacrificed themselves. Is Tyrion very devout? I've never seen him go to the great cathedral to pray. Aegon doubted. His devoutness is not lower than yours. Impossible. Aegon firmly refused to believe it. Danny shrugged. It's okay if you don't believe it. Aegon and Tyrion were not devout. The former was 0. 4 and the latter was 0. 5, they were a long way from the 1. 0 of ordinary people. Naturally, they couldn't get the seal of contract with faith. But they, Quentyn and Aerys all had the blood of the true dragon. Whether they were devout or not was not so important. Danny didn't have time to argue with Aegon. After breakfast, she immediately rode on Blackie and took Little White and Little Green to the Old Guys 700 kilometers away in the south. Old Guys was the capital of the Giscali Empire 5,000 years ago. It was separated from Guys Island, the main island of Guys, by a strait more than 200 kilometers wide. After Valeglia destroyed the Giscali Empire, they sprinkled salt and sulfur on every inch of the capital. Since then, the prosperous Old Guys had become desolate and silent. At this time, Old Guys was still as desolate as the Gobi Desert, but the war against New Guys had brought vitality to this place. The 300-meter-tall Great Pyramid had collapsed in the dragon flames back then. In the past 5,000 years, there were only weathered boulders, weeds, and vines left between the cracks. When Danny arrived, Aerys was instructing the captives to move boulders from the ruins of the pyramid. The captives would use the boulders taken from the ruins of the Great Pyramid to build a new castle. It didn't need to be big. It was enough to deal with this war. From Old Guys to New Guys, it was only 500 kilometers away. Old Guys was to New Guys, just like Nan and Town was to Tolos. They were both strategic bridgeheads. That afternoon, Blackie took his 2 younger brothers and 6 younger brothers to throw 9 bunches of grape bombs at the port of New Guys. Danny used more than a ton of kerosene to announce to the world that from today onwards, East-West sea trade would stop. Chapter 5:15. If Queers was the gate between the East and the West, then New Gith was the front yard between the West and the East. In terms of geographical location, New Gith was inferior to Queers, but as a strategic location that blocked the trade between the East and the West, there was not much difference between the two. When New Gith and its nearby waters fell into the flames of war, the trade between the East and the West was no longer safe. Due to the rise of Dragon Queen, the sea trade was once again hit hard. In desperation, countless sea merchants in the city-states of Ursus began to save themselves. Just like how kindergartens turned into barbecue shops during the epidemic, the sea merchants in this world turned into grain merchants, craftsmen turned into farmers, and cash crops such as cotton, oil, sugar, tobacco, and herbs in the fields turned into grain crops such as wheat, soybeans, and corn. In fact, this change began to happen long ago, even before Dragon Queen came up with the food treasure. Because the slave trade was an extremely important part of the great maritime trade, now that the largest slave trade market collapsed, the sea trade would of course suffer a heavy blow. Moreover, Queers, New Gith, Volantis, and other city-states were also the most important part of the sea trade, but now they were all at war with the slave bay. Oh, I digress. The impact of the Battle of New Gith on the sea trade continued to spread, and the war had just begun. On the second day, Garth's fleet led the captives into Old Gith, and on the same day, Dragon Queen attacked New Gith. New Gith was attacked for the first time. The loss was not great, but the impact was far-reaching. The world sea merchants were frightened and did not dare to approach New Gith port. On the third day, the Old Gith port was roughly rebuilt. On the same day, Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire accompanied Green Dragon, White Dragon, and Gold Dragon to attack New Gith. Within a day, there were 2 waves of kerosene bombs, and the people of New Gith were frightened. On the fourth day, the fleet from New York Village at the southern end of Liberty Island arrived in Old Gith, bringing food and production materials. On the same day, Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire, Green Dragon, White Dragon, and Gold Dragon attacked New Gith. It was still twice a day. New Gith gave up on rebuilding the port, and the people of New Gith began to flee to the neighboring Jean Island. On the fifth day, the first bungalow built with the stone and wood of the Great Pyramid was completed. Dragon Queen moved in, and General Wildfire accompanied the Green, White, and Gold Dragons to attack New Guise. On the sixth day, Dragon Queen went on as usual. She even began to organize people to reclaim the wasteland covered by green plants. At this time, the Allied spies finally passed through the Strait of Giscari and took a detour from the east, secretly sneaking into the bushes 5 kilometers away from Old Giscari. Yes, from afar, secretly observing with binoculars. Just like that, another 3 days passed, and the Alliance gradually discovered a pattern. Dragon Queen did not participate in the bombardment of Zingis, and her Black Dragon was sleeping on a small hill. After that, Warlord Yuan Kai personally wrote a letter to Two-Headed King Benny of Mataris. The Dragon Queen is very smart. Her goal is not to take over New Gith, but to destroy the Alliance's resource center. Just like how she took down Tolos but did not occupy Tolos. She knew that no matter how many city-states she conquered, it would only disperse her strength. Only by causing the Alliance to lose a good supply chain will we have a chance to win this war. So, we can't go at her pace, we have to disrupt her rhythm. Either we ask Prince Benny to lead the winged dragons to guard New Gith, protect it, and ambush the Megalosaurus. Or we can take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Queen is out to ambush the cities in Slaver's Bay, causing her to be unable to attack New Gith. Yes, Benny was the Prince of Mataris, and people gave him the nickname Two-Headed Demon King. Actually, the Two-Headed Demon had been tempted when he first received the suggestion of taking revenge on the Dragon Queen and stealing her home from New Gith. But the loss in Tolos was too great. 30 winged dragons, except for himself, were all wiped out. Thinking about it, if Mataris still had ready-made winged dragon knights, why did they not go to Tolos together? Why did they hold back when they ambushed the Dragon Queen? What a joke! To put it bluntly, Grazidon's suggestion was very good, and Benny and Jenny agreed, but Mataris did not have any dragons. Yes, there were no dragons for the time being. Like New Gith, Danny did not know that Mataris did not have any winged dragons. New Gith thought that Benny had a dragon because Jenny wanted to appease them and deceive them. Danny thought that Benny had a dragon because none of the captives could withstand the interrogation of the Whip of Solitude. Their confessions were very consistent. There were about 100 trainees in the same batch who participated in the Dragon Knight training. After the training, they were divided into groups of 10 and entered the dragon training bases in the Sea of Sighs. Because of this separate training, the captives did not know that they had dragons, and the remaining 70% of their companions were not assigned any winged dragons. This led to Danny's misjudgment. She thought that there were 7 other training bases, but they did not complete the training, so they did not come together last time. In a way, her guess was not wrong. Benny did not directly reject Nougat that day. He only replied, "Wait a little longer. Maybe Danny and Rise are playing tricks. Their target is not Nougat at all, but the remaining winged dragons." Then, when Zingy sent spies to figure out the Dragon Queen's movements and make preparations for the subsequent sneak attack, Benny once again took the dragon horn named Dragon Slayer and headed to the rainforest of the Sosrath continent, where he once again controlled 40 pterosaurs. The Dragon Slayer surpassed the Dragon Binder and was Valeglia's most powerful dragon's horn, but even it could not control the Megalosaurus indefinitely. Benny's strength was limited, the distance was too far, and the power that Jenny could transfer to him was limited. 30 winged dragons last time was the upper limit. This time, he could control 40 winged dragons not because Benny's strength had increased, nor because the dragon's horn had upgraded. The main reason was that the 40 winged dragons this time were younger and smaller than last time. The second time he received the Kayuan Wargod's request for help, Benny immediately replied, "Keep a close eye on the black dragons." On the 10th day after the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Big Sparrow sent a letter to Dragonstone Island. "The new statues of the 7 gods have been completed. I hope that Dragon Queen will consider using the new statues and teachings in Slave Bay." The 7 gods, each of the 7 gods had an additional black dragon mount. The Great Guardian of Light was the guardian of the 7 gods, equivalent to the King's Kingsguard in the mortal world. On the 11th day, Big Sparrow held a grand mass ceremony. More than 200,000 believers gathered in and out of King's Landing. Standing in the lecture hall, Big Sparrow announced, "The long night is coming." The prophecy of the 7 gods, the one that Danny Taylor made for Big Sparrow, will come true. At this time, the Great Guardian of Light has to take on more important responsibilities. He is the guardian of the 7 gods, my good helper. He and I, and all the other lambs of the 7 gods, under the guidance of the 7 gods, will eliminate the deviants and end the long night. On this day, Blackie evolved again. On this day, Danny was wild with joy, but also extremely conflicted. She was happy because her goal was achieved. Things were as she had guessed before. Under the conferment of Big Sparrow, the Holy Sun, Blackie successfully usurped the authority of the 7 gods. However, Blackie's talent was limited. He was given the title, but he did not deserve it. He could not swallow the 7 priesthoods of the 7 gods in one gulp. With his current ability, he could only choose one at most. Therefore, Danny was conflicted. Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, girl, blacksmith, warrior, stranger, old woman. Who should she choose? Who should she choose to be? If there was no steel statue of Godot, Danny would hesitate between warrior and stranger. But now, she seemed to have 7 choices, but in fact, she could only bet on the blacksmith. It was also on this day that Blackie became the blacksmith. In an instant, countless lines of faith crossed the pool of faith and directly connected to him. All the believers of the 7 gods were believers of Blackie. 1/7 of the successful usurpation. It could be said that from this day onwards, Blackie, Balerion, the Black Goat, the Goddess of Lust, and many other veteran demigods and evil gods became existences in the same realm, perhaps with different powers. Then, on the 12th day after the Battle of the Gulf of Sorrow, a pterosaur circled around the Valeglia Peninsula to avoid the sight of the Dragon Queen, sneaked into Jean Island, and under the cover of the night, went north to Old Guy's. 30 kilometers east of Old Guy's city, the pterosaur landed, leaving behind a pure-blooded pterosaur knight who believed in Balerion and had a noble 14-fire peak. The pterosaur knight met up with the spies of New Guys and snuck 2 kilometers away from Old Guy's. He hid in the bushes and used binoculars to observe the town in the distance. On the morning of the 13th day, the pterosaur knight prayed to Balerion and recited the scriptures very devoutly. A strong thought repeated in his mind countless times: the black dragon was lying on the ruins of the Great Pyramid, basking in the sun and sleeping. 1,500 kilometers away, Balerion used a secret technique to receive the voice of his believers. He could not hear anything. Unless there was a blood sacrifice, or the praying was the Holy Son with the highest level of faith, such as the Great Sparrow. Otherwise, the believers would not be able to contact the gods from more than 1,000 kilometers away. Not to mention Balerion, even the King of Light Lalo was the same. This world suppression of extraordinary power was so strong. Even though Big Black had become one of the 7 gods, it could only listen to the prayers of the devout through the statues of the blacksmith and Great Guardian in the Great Cathedral. It had to be devout enough, or else it would not be able to touch the line of faith connected to Big Black. It also consumed a lot of faith power and was not worth it. Other demigods would not do that at all. Last time in Tolos, the pterosaur knight was able to communicate with Benny in real time, because he was very close to Benny. And like Jenny, Benny had also become a part of Balerion's future. Being close to Benny was equivalent to being by Balerion's side. Yes, the future. Benny's bloodline was noble. After death, his soul would be integrated into the big family of Balerion. However, this did not mean that the pterosaur knight's prayers were useless. Balerion could not hear the hearts of the believers, but he could sense part of their emotions. Happiness meant that the black dragon was in old guise. Worry meant that the black dragon was not there. Yes, last time in Tolos, the ambush had failed and they had been tricked to the point that they were almost completely wiped out. Jenny and Benny had also begun to lean towards the war god Yuan Kai, constantly worried that they would fall into the trap of the cunning dragon queen again. Now, Benny was sure that the black dragon and the dragon queen were in old guise. Slave Bay was unguarded. They could boldly steal the dragon queen's home and give her a bloody retribution. Benny waved his hand and roared fanatically to the dragons behind him, "Let's go to Myrene, take down the labor camp, liberate 100,000 people of Guise, and overthrow the rule of the demon mother of dragons in Myrene." His 40 pterosaurs flapped their wings and leaped from the waist-high grassland, flying towards Myrene City in the south. Chapter 5:16. Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, was a filial son. To avenge his father, he ran out of Dragon Queen's control range in half a day with the perseverance of running a marathon. He saw the mercenaries from Materis. Despite his exhaustion, he borrowed a horse and continued to run for 200 kilometers. Finally, he saw Two-Headed Benny before sunset. After listening to his military report, Benny immediately decided to give the Dragon Queen retribution. Jack was relieved. After receiving Benny's reply, he fainted with a smile on his face. He was so tired that he collapsed. Personally, Jack admired and even worshipped the Dragon Queen. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Personally, Danny admired and was even touched by Jack's father-son relationship. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Jack ran desperately to Materis to seek reinforcements to avenge his father. Danny coldly used Jack as a chess piece to lure the enemy's reinforcements into the ambush. She could almost imagine Jack's ending. Well, Jack became a spy for the Dragon Queen and was bitten into two by Benny's pterosaur and eaten alive. Benny thought that the ambush last time was all because Jack betrayed the allies. This time, he was fully prepared and firmly believed that he would not repeat the same mistake. The black dragon was in old guise. The green dragon and white dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guise. There was no force in Slave Bay that could deal with them. In order to hide their whereabouts, they did not take the right path. This sneak attack would definitely catch the enemy off guard. 40 demon-like shadow pterosaurs with black scales and black wings followed a mottled green swamp dragon and set off at night. They first flew north into the mountains, then east through the Dothraki Sea. Finally, they hid in the vast sea of grass in the north of Meereen, waiting for news from Old Guys. After confirming that the black dragon was in Old Guys, the white dragon and green dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guys. They immediately soared under the blue sky and white clouds, heading straight for Meereen. On the distant land, a sparkling river gradually appeared. At the end, it was connected to a deep blue sea. That was the Scar River, which was also the Black River that Dragon Queen had ordered. The matchbox-like city of Meereen was on the other side of the river. Suddenly, Benny's expression changed. 500 meters ahead, at a position higher than him and the others, there was a nearly 30-meter-long dragon cruising in the air. Where did this dragon come from? Through the binoculars, Benny could see the obvious beak and mouth, and he was relieved. It was a pterosaur. Moreover, the green scales on the pterosaur's excrement reminded him that this was once a pterosaur in his team. That day, 20 pterosaurs followed him to attack the black dragon, 5 surrounded the green dragon, and 5 pursued the white dragon. This pterosaur with mottled green scales was one of the pterosaurs that were chasing after the white dragon. Benny even remembered its owner, the city lord of Tolos, Piero Valoris. Benny was surprised to see the pterosaur in Meereen, but he did not panic. He even heaved a sigh of relief. He had received news from Zingis that during the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Dragon Queen had appeared with 6 pterosaurs. And these days, the only pterosaur that participated in the bombing of Zingis was General Wildfire. They had been wondering, where did the other 5 dragons go? Now, Benny was relieved. It turned out that Dragon Queen had placed the other pterosaurs in Slaver's Bay to act as patrols. Damn it, there's actually a Dragon Knight. Not only can Dany Rise remove the restrictions set by Her Majesty Jenny, she even seems to have learned the seal of contract. Her talent is so terrifying, to be able to grasp the secret technique of Great Magus Valeglia just by imitating. Seeing that there was a white knight in white armor and a white cloak on the back of the pterosaur, Benny was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear, and his murderous intent burned even more. SSSS, the pterosaur in front had also noticed the overwhelming number of pterosaurs behind it. The white knight on the dragon's saddle hurriedly pulled the reins, turned around, and fled in the direction of Meereen City. Even though Dragon Queen did not need a rein or a dragon's saddle to ride a dragon, in fact, pterosaur knights, dragon riders of the Targaryen family, and even the Dragon King of Valeglia needed a full set of saddles to control a pterosaur or megalosaurus. Megalosaurus and pterosaurs might be able to understand the words of a dragon knight, but in the sky, flying at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, even if you shouted yourself hoarse, the megalosaurus would not be able to hear you. Don't let him escape. That's a swamp dragon, it's not as fast as your shadow dragons. Wakanda, take your team and chase after him. Killing a white knight is equivalent to killing a seventh of that woman's life, ha ha ha. Benny waved his hand, and 5 black-scaled pterosaurs immediately separated from the team and sped away. Yes, there was more than one type of pterosaur in Sosros rainforest. During the dragon battle in Tolos, Benny's side was full of swamp dragons. Swamp dragons could be as long as 50 meters. They were strong, but they were slow, with an average speed of around 150 kilometers per hour. This time, Benny controlled a group of shadow dragons. The shadow dragons were only 20 to 30 meters long, but their speed was close to 250 kilometers per hour. They were also very fierce, had extremely strong night vision, and were very good at hunting in the dark. In general, swamp dragons were big, strong, and good at heavy bombardments, shadow dragons were good at night attacks, biting, and fighting in the air. Beside his ears, the wind howled angrily. On his face, wisps of cold mist brushed past. In his eyes, a bloodthirsty smile flashed. The tip of his nose seemed to smell the scent of blood. In his mouth, Wakanda shouted loudly. "Kill, kill, kill. Balerion, charge forward and tear it apart." Yes, Balerion was the name of the shadow dragon he was riding. There were 40 dragons in the team, and at least 5 knights had named their dragons this name. The swamp dragons were indeed not as fast as the shadow dragons. Due to the delay in turning around, it only took a minute or two for the pterosaur team to get close to the White Knight. Woo-woo, the White Knight blew the small horn hanging on his waist. It was hurried, high-pitched, and overflowed with urgency and fear. Ha ha ha. Wakanda was even more excited. He raised his hand and made a tactical gesture. The other 4 dragons in the team surrounded the White Knight from 4 directions, one from the left and one from the right. "He's dead." Benny looked at the green dung pterosaur that was 2 kilometers away, trying to increase its altitude to avoid the attack. He sentenced the White Knight to death in his heart. The shadow dragon was not that big, but its movements were agile, and its reaction was fast. Its combat ability under high-speed ascension was far superior to the stiff and rigid swamp dragons. If the White Knight was smart enough, he should reduce his speed and altitude, get into position, and face the shadow dragon head-on. Perhaps, in the first wave of attack, the White Knight might be taken away by the shadow dragon just like an eagle taking away the chick behind a hen. However, the green dung pterosaur might cause a lot of damage to the shadow dragon in the following hand-to-hand combat. Not everyone can become a dragon knight just because they ride a dragon. Benny retracted his mocking gaze and turned his attention below. With the reminder of the horn, 4 black dots flew out from the table-sized marine city below. 4 pterosaurs. However, the 4 dragons did not rush towards the group of pterosaurs in the sky. Instead, they split into 4 and went to meet the White Knight from 4 directions. You want to save the White Knight?" Benny was not surprised by the appearance of the 4 dragons. After all, he already knew that the Dragon Queen had captured 6 pterosaurs. One was in old guise, and the other 5 were here. It was normal. With the Dragon Queen's intelligence, it was impossible that she was not prepared for the surprise attack of the Allied forces. The appearance of 5 pterosaurs here was in line with the expectations. Benny was also not surprised that the 4 dragons did not rush up. Any knight in his right mind would not take the initiative to fight 35 with 4. It was just that the other party's choice made him feel awkward. At this time, the group of pterosaurs was 1,500 meters in the sky, 4 kilometers away from Myrene. In their claws were a string of kerosene bombs similar to the one used by the Dragon Queen. Originally, they would first throw half of the kerosene bombs in Myrene City, and the other half at the militia station in the labor camp outside the city. The fire in Myrene would attract the attention of the guards, unsullied, so that they would not have the energy and time to care about the changes in the labor camp. Then, Benny and the others could try to take down the labor camp and liberate the 100,000 adult males and guys. Maybe they could not overthrow the rule of the Dragon Queen, but they could definitely corrupt Myrene and create favorable conditions for the coming war. But now, we have to stop the 4 pterosaurs. Otherwise, when they meet up, it will be 5 against 5. Wakanda's team may be wiped out. In one-on-one hand-to-hand combat, the huge swamp dragon had the upper hand. Therefore, when Benny went to the rainforest for the first time to subdue the pterosaurs, the swamp dragon was his first choice. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision: divide into 4 groups of 20 shadow dragons, throw down the incendiary bombs, and kill the opponent's pterosaurs first. As for burning the city, after killing the opponent's air force, he could choose the target to bomb leisurely. Perhaps, he could try the olive forest or wheat field. The 20 dragons were divided into 4 groups and separated from the square formation. The pterosaur team was suddenly half empty. Hiss, a sorrowful cry came from the sky. Benny tilted his head and looked up. He saw the poop-green pterosaur swing its tail and send a shadow dragon flying, but its left wing was pierced by another shadow dragon's claw. Like a pair of scissors piercing into a leather jacket, it pulled hard. Rip-crack. The flesh wings broke, and even the wing bones seemed to be broken. The poop-green pterosaur wailed and flapped its wings hard, but like a hen with broken wings, it fell from the sky uncontrollably. Coincidentally, it was heading toward the pterosaur group at the bottom left. Its neck was bent, and its back was facing down. One wing was flapping hard, and the other was unfolded awkwardly. It was like a swan that had its neck pierced by an arrow. Hee, everyone get out of the way. Don't get hit. Benny smiled and waved his hand. The pterosaurs around him immediately dispersed. This white knight is also unlucky. He was lucky enough to escape the sharp jaws of the shadow dragon, but he's going to be crushed into a pile of meat by his own dragon. It was the pterosaur that fell down. The knight's legs on the dragon's saddle were fixed, and his body hung upside down, waving his arms wildly. It looked hilarious. Suddenly, a drop of dragon blood floated down from the sky. It splashed out from the poop-green pterosaur's torn wings and landed on Wakanda's face. The high temperature stung him, making him grimace. It's so hot. He cursed, then touched his face and saw the blood on his hand. Wakanda was stunned for a moment. Then, his pupils contracted to the size of pinholes, and he shouted as if he had seen a ghost, "Benny, be careful. Dragon blood is boiling hot." What? Benny was confused. That's not a pterosaur, it's a megalosaurus. Only megalosaurus's blood is boiling hot. In his consciousness, Jenny was jolted awake. In that instant, her sense of danger fluctuated intensely like a tsunami. Quick, 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 dodge. This is a trap. The target is you. Jenny shouted crazily. She even started to control the pterosaur under Benny to dodge to the side. But out of the 41 dragons that came over, only Benny was riding a swamp dragon that was inconvenient. At that moment, the poop-green pterosaur also changed its movements. Its originally bent neck suddenly straightened, and its twisted and weak wings flapped hard. His two-headed demon, die. The demonic dragon roar, the second stage of the true dragon roar and divine power burn, the strongest soul-suppressing strike was activated. Chapter 5:17. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb was detonated in Benny's mind. His clear sea of consciousness instantly turned chaotic. This enhanced version of a blacksmith's hammer even made Jenny's divinity in the depths of her soul tremble in a trance. In this trance, the poop-green pterosaur was as agile as a monkey. It flipped over and dived towards Benny. The two were originally very close, only 300 to 400 meters. With Blackie's speed, and the speed of its dive from above, when Benny stabilized his mind with Jenny's help, the beak was only 30 meters away from him. No! Divine Dragon. That's a black dragon. He evolved again and became a real divine dragon. What is Danny Rise doing? She's not even a demigod. Why did she let the dragon spirit Megalosaurus become a divine dragon first? Jenny's spiritual power let out a series of incredulous and incomprehensible shouts. If she asked Danny face to face, Danny might be confused. What's wrong with letting the Megalosaurus become a demigod first? No, spiritual waves could transmit a lot of information in an instant. But to Benny, he could only open his eyes wide and shout one word in horror. Boom, boom, boom. The beak was twisted, deformed, and fell off in the dragon flames, revealing a blunt mouth with black and red scales. Blackie's mouth. The poop-green pterosaur was actually Blackie in disguise. The dark red scales were dyed poop-green by paint. It wore the beak of a pterosaur. Even its wings were sewn with a pterosaur's wings. In Tauros, Danny obtained more than 20 pterosaur corpses. The dragon's skin and wings were removed. After the corpses were burned, the remaining dragon bones and beak-shaped dragon mouths were also found in the ashes. There were many pterosaurs that were bigger than Blackie. Putting their beak-shaped dragon mouths on Blackie's mouth was as simple as putting a horse's bit on a horse. Then, from the 6 pterosaurs, she chose one that was similar in size to Blackie. She painted its poop-green scales black and added a thin layer of dark red. In the case of preconceived notions, as long as it lay on the ground and slept, anyone would think that it was Dahe. The substitute, Dahe, was left in the old guise, which made the spies feel at ease. The real Big Black transformed into a pterosaur and hid in ambush to steal from the Dragon Queen's house. Compared to the other party's 70 pterosaurs, Zingi's was not important to Danny. Anyway, she only wanted to destroy Zingi's, not take it as a treasure. Danny really thought that Materis had 70 dragons. After torturing the captured Dragon Knights, they said that there were 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. Without 100 dragons, what was the point of having 100 Dragon Knights? Of the 100 Dragon Knights, 30 had been dealt with last time. Now, there were 70 Dragon Knights and 71 dragons left. 71 dragons. How could the Dragon Queen not be scheming? Oh, this beautiful misunderstanding had to continue. This time, there were 40 messages, and Materis still had 30 messages left. Alright, I digress. The white knight on Dahe's back was also fake. The Dragon Queen made a white knight suit. At this time, Dahe was the blacksmith of the 7 gods. The dragon flame changed from the platinum of the Great Guardian to the current glazed red. It was almost the brightest red in the world. The dragon flame seemed to have solidified into a liquid. Looking at it from different angles, it even reflected the sunlight. It was like Dahe had spat out a spiral crystal. It was a crystal spear. This was the blacksmith's fire, the divine fire that gave the forging attribute. Benny's eyes emitted a bright light. His blue pupils flashed with countless overlapping blue and purple pupils. It was as if there were 10,000 people, 10,000 3D virtual images of 10,000 eyeballs stacked together. At this moment, Benny was not fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of Valeglia. Beleriand, Miracis, Vargas, and other existences were possessed by his soul at this moment. Separate. Benny spat out a word. In Valeglia's witchcraft language, countless male and female voices overlapped. Not only did Danny understand, but she also knew that he was using the same witchcraft as her fire control spell. She felt that the dragon flame was withstanding a strange force that was forcefully distorting its shape and direction. It was like a giant kneading a lump of dough. Perhaps the giant was rough and couldn't knead the dough into the shape he wanted, but he could make it change its shape greatly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the crystal-like glazed red dragon flame was 3 feet in front of Benny, it was like a river meeting a reef. It couldn't help but split into 2 sides. Benny's current demeanor was 90% noble and 1% arrogant. Danny's pupils contracted, and her expression became extremely serious. The energy level of that power was very high. It immediately made her think of the Song of Wind. Perhaps Benny used the power of the law. This guess made her even more shocked. Could the Song of Fire really be in Beleriand's hands? But to master the Song of Law, one would be a true god. He was obviously not a true god. The problem was that only the god of fire who chanted the song of fire could take away the control of the god of blacksmiths over the dragon flame. At this moment, Blackie wasn't fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of the Targaryen family. Whitey and Dany's souls were possessing him at this moment. It was very contradictory. Dany was bewildered. It was a long story, but in fact, Blackie was diving at Benny at high speed. The distance of 30 meters was really only a moment. Dany had originally planned to burn Benny to death, but Blackie had swept past the old green dragon. But now, she changed her mind. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into a cloud of glazed red dragon flame that had been scattered by Benny, and directly hit Benny, who was on the dragon's back with Iron Head technique. Bang roar! Blackie was a blacksmith. Like a hammer, it smashed into a lump of bloody mud and hit the old pterosaur's back. The old green swamp dragon lost its speed and howled in pain, but Blackie's movements were swift. In just an instant, like a child fighting, he twisted his body and rode on the old dragon's back. His sharp claws hooked the old dragon's wings and his mouth bit the old dragon's neck. The two dragons, like Jack from I Can Fly, hugged the tendrils from behind and accelerated their descent to the ground. At the same time, Benny, who had been smashed into bloody mud, turned into dragon worms as expected. They were as thick as chopsticks and as long as an arm. They were stained with sticky pink blood and were as dense as a large pot of noodles. The noodles wriggled like tentacles, wrapping around Blackie's neck and quickly spreading towards Dragon Queen, who was on his back. Apart from the ghastly dragon worms, the scene at this moment had a hint of the Dance of the Divine Eye Lake, P.S. However, Blackie was a demigod blacksmith. Its might and strength far exceeded Coraxius's. The old swamp dragon was only a pterosaur, which was inferior to the Megalosaurus vagor. Therefore, Blackie could crush the old swamp dragon and even suppress the swamp dragon's soul with the might of the dragon god. It could only take a beating like a puppet while its body was stiff and unable to resist. Well, Dany arranged it this way on purpose. Because Benny was in the center of the group of pterosaurs, there were still 15 shadow dragons eyeing him covetously. Blackie quickly descended with the swamp dragon and avoided the siege of the shadow dragons. "You're at your wit's end." Dany snorted coldly. The soul attack in the second-level dragon spirit state exploded again. Like a bolt of lightning, it made the dragon worms swarming towards her tremble in unison. Hiss. Boom. In the dragon spirit state, their minds were connected. The moment she launched the soul attack, Blackie spewed out dragon flames. It was still the blacksmith's glazed red crystal flames. The dragon flames spewed out from Blackie's mouth, but it didn't burn the old dragon's neck in front of it. The dragon flames actually rolled back and put an extremely bright red scarf around Blackie's neck. Crackle. Pop. Pop. The dragon worms that fell into the dragon flames were like worms that had been thrown into a pot of oil. They swelled, their skin exploded, and red and white liquids splashed everywhere. But while they were splashing, they started burning like kerosene. It had to be known that back in Orlos, Blackie and Little White's dragon flames couldn't hurt the dragon worms at all. They could only stop them from forming into a human form. No! Every dragon worm let out a hair-raising wail before turning into ashes. Men, women, old, and young, their wails were all different, but each of them was soul-piercing. Evil creature, die. Dany sent out another soul attack. This time, it was only Little White's first-level dragon spirit. Because it was about to fall, Blackie had to control its flight at all times. It couldn't fall into stiffness. When its soul instantly entered and exited Dany's mind, its body would be temporarily stiff. You can't kill me. Benny is just one of my millions of bodies. I'll still return. Roar. Dany wouldn't argue with it. After the soul attack, she immediately began to endow it with a spirit. She let the flames shatter the soul and pretend to become an ownerless spirit. Whoosh! The nine-colored spirit fell into Danny's sea of consciousness like a waterfall. She thought that her soul was saturated and couldn't absorb the spirit. However, the nine-colored vortex shook violently. Like a giant coin swallowing water, an even more illusory and larger colorful vortex formed by spirit appeared above the nine-colored vortex. This was the nine-colored vortex crazily absorbing the spirit. It came from Balerion, and it had the divinity of Song of Fire. Danny's nine-colored vortex became clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a landscape painting suddenly becoming a real natural scenery. It was the kind that had just been washed by Chunyu and bathed in the brilliant morning glow for the first time. Danny felt numb from the soles of her feet to the ends of her hair. It was so comfortable that she almost moaned. She had a feeling that her thirst for a long time had finally been satisfied. Not only did the quality of her wizard powers sublimate, but it also had a trace of Song of Fire attributes. Even the total volume had more than doubled. It was at least equivalent to 10 years of Danny's hard work. But Balerion was in trouble. "Ah, my divinity, my soul, is disappearing. How is this possible? What did you do? What sorcery? Could it be that this is the talent above the dragon spirit roar, leaving behind the last trace of consciousness? Balerion's spirit in Benny's sea of consciousness didn't manage to escape in time. It turned into spirit and became a great tonic for the Dragon Queen. It was really very nutritious. Only a trace of the divided soul left in Benny's body was close to the undying person they met in Queers. No wonder the great wizard was so disdainful when he talked about the undying person. No wonder Blackie, who had become a demigod, found it so difficult to kill a divided soul like Balerion. But Blackie was only a few months old, and it had already dealt with the undying person. Ha 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 ha. Danny stood with her hands on her hips and laughed wildly on Blackie's back. So, Balerion wasn't my calamity, but my opportunity to achieve Tao. Balerion also said that Benny was just one of the 10 million divided souls. But just him alone was enough to increase her power by 10 years. If she swallowed 10 million of them together, an ancestor in the Qi refinement stage of 100,000 years? Hiss, Blackie roared, reminding its mother that there was something more important. Bite it to death, or let it fall. Chapter 5:18. Dahe was still riding on the old swamp dragon's back. Its sharp claws clamped onto the old swamp dragon's wing bones and flapped its wings hard. She didn't know what Benny had done, but the old pterosaur would rather fall into a pile of meat than flap its wings to fly. But Dahe couldn't lift it. The two dragons stacked on top of each other slid down to the ground uncontrollably like a passenger plane that had lost its momentum. At this moment, they were only 400 meters away from the lush green corn field below. There was no time for Danny to show off. Well, her magic power had skyrocketed, so she decided to show off again. Danny's footsteps were light like a wind elf. She jumped from Dahe's neck to the old swamp dragon's back. Then, she ran along its neck like a qigong in wuxia. She lowered her body and pressed her hand between the pterosaur's eyebrows. True Dragon Roar was activated. Her second soul merged with Little White and rushed into the old swamp dragon spirit sea. She skillfully found the seal of contract left by Balerion and shattered it. Something was wrong. But she didn't have time to think carefully. She immediately extracted a trace of Dahe's spirit power and combined it with her Green Prophet's second soul. They formed a new seal and imprinted it in the old pterosaur's mind. It was now hers. Dahe loosened its claws and left the old swamp dragon's back. Hiss, the old dragon roared and began to flap its meaty wings vigorously. It glided 50 meters above the ground and whizzed past the cornfield. The corn stalks and the wide green leaves swayed with a rustling sound. Danny squatted on the old swamp dragon's neck, creating waves in the green sea below. She could even smell the sweetness of the corn. Damn it! Balerion is so cruel. Closing her eyes to analyze Balerion's broken runes, Danny was shocked and angry. He actually modified the seal of contract. Unlike her, he didn't make the runes carry the indestructible attribute of the Green Prophet's soul. Instead, he set up a time bomb. No matter if it was a wound on the soul or the body, after losing the ability to fly, the pterosaur gave up struggling and directly died on the ground. Just like the old pterosaur just now, it couldn't break free from Dahei's shackles, so it would rather die than live an ignoble life, which gave Danny a chance to capture it. To put it bluntly, after Danny's no guns, no cannons, the enemy will make them for us. In Tauros, Balerion added a self-destruct program to the pterosaur fighter. Hiss! Dahei roared. Boom! Dragon flames lit up the sky, and the pterosaur's wails resounded through a radius of 5 kilometers. Then, there was the sound of limbs colliding, sharp teeth tearing, and Dahei's roars. Danny looked up and saw that the other party's group of winged dragons had already caught up. Or rather, it was the beginning of the mutation. The shadow-winged dragon knights were stunned for a moment, but after all, they had participated in a few months of trainee training. These elite warriors quickly reacted, and according to the tactics taught by the instructor, they began to besiege Blackie. Above her head, 800 meters above the cornfield, a dozen shadow dragons surrounded her from all directions like a pack of wolves surrounding a tiger. Dahei was really as ferocious as a tiger. If the shadow dragon was replaced by a strong swamp dragon, Dahei would use guerrilla warfare and kite with speed, but the shadow dragon's size, strength, and claws were not as good as his. Facing the group of dragons that surrounded him, he directly accelerated and faced the 3 dragons that rushed up from below. First, he spat out a mouthful of dragon flames and burned the dragon on the opposite side into a dripping turkey. Then, he used his tail to break the neck of the pterosaur that was biting his wing from the side. Like a sharp axe, he really cut off the neck. The knights wailed, dragon scales flew, and blood splattered across the sky. At this moment, the other pterosaur bit Dahei's left wing. Its sharp teeth were like daggers, and 3 arm-length wounds were drawn on the bulging fleshy wings. Hot dragon blood splattered, and the hot pterosaur opened its mouth, crack. Dahei was extremely valiant. Its left wing was bitten, but it did not care. It even did not make a sound. It turned its head and bit the other party's neck. It was like biting a ham sausage. Slash! Dragon blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, dyeing Dahei's head and half of its body red. Then, it spread its wings and rushed out of the encirclement. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the 3 pterosaurs that came from below were killed by Dahei. Even though there were several wounds on its wings, its movements were still swift and its flight was still stable. From below, Dahei circled in a semicircle. With a pterosaur dragon head in its mouth, it faced the group of pterosaurs again. Boom! In front of more than a dozen pterosaurs that flew over, it calmly spat out a ball of glazed red dragon flames and burned the head of the pterosaur beside its mouth. Crack, crack. It was like eating a crunchy biscuit, chewing in big mouthfuls. A few pterosaur knights felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but pull on the reins, and the pterosaurs under them slowed down. Dahei did not roar again. It just narrowed its eyes, exerted force on its wings, and increased its speed. It was like a light cavalry bypassing a phalanx of spears, leaving only a rain of arrows and the enemy's wails. Dahei drew a beautiful arc in front of the group of pterosaurs that pounced on it, leaving behind a 30-meter-long pillar of dragon flames. A few kilometers away, the citizens of Myrene saw that the whole sky was dyed red. It was a bright red, like the blood of the sky. Another pterosaur, along with the rider on its back, melted into meat juice and fell to the ground. Slash! A bloody hole the size of a cup was pecked on Dahei's neck. Boiling hot demigod dragon blood spurted out, almost burning the pterosaur blood on its scales. The dragon flames delayed its movements. The group of pterosaurs was not without a horse. Another pterosaur swooped down diagonally from above, pouncing on Dahei's back. Its beak-like sharp beak pierced through the megalosaurus dragon scales. Ow! Dahei cried out in pain. It retracted its wings and shot toward the ground like a missile. The pterosaur's movements were unstable. Before it could expand its attack, it was flung away from Dahei's neck. Idiot, I'll teach you how to be reckless. Mother Long rode the old pterosaur to meet it. The moment the pterosaur flew over Dahei's back, she jumped. It was easier and lighter than Brother Crow jumping out of the car window. Let's go. Let Mom avenge you. Danny leaned on Dahei's back, using the leather buckle on the dragon's saddle to secure her calves. Hiss! The old swamp dragon was the first to meet the group of pterosaurs. Bang! It first knocked a pterosaur away, then bit the wing of another pterosaur with its mouth. It was very fierce. No, not fierce, but fearless. Its behavior angered the shadow pterosaurs. Like vultures pecking at a rotten corpse, the pterosaurs with black scales and black wings almost covered the mottled green old pterosaur. But Danny would not let her brother die on purpose. In the next moment, Dahei arrived. Boom! In the blue sky, a circle of milky white air waves exploded. Red rain fell all over the sky. The corn stalks on the ground swayed wildly, the green leaves were dyed light red. It was as if a basin of blood had been poured between heaven and earth. Everywhere was red. Red fire mist. 7 or 8 pterosaurs fell like ignited turkeys, whining. The rest were like hit baseballs, flying in all directions. From the moment Danny sat on the dragon's saddle on Dahei's back, Dahei began to prepare a big move. A dragon fireball condensed and expanded in his mouth. When the swamp dragon was beaten up and Dahei flew to the black pterosaurs in the sky, the fireball had expanded to the size of a water tank. Danny's Grand Wizard meditation technique had just been upgraded, and her magic power had doubled. Dahei was now a blacksmith. The power of the dragon fireball after they combined was imaginable. Not to mention the lighter shadow pterosaur, even the old swamp dragon that fired at me with a body of nearly 50 meters fell diagonally downward like a ball soaked in blood. Well, it had been informed in advance by the Dragon Queen, so it curled its body into a ball. The shadow pterosaur's sharp teeth and claws scratched hundreds of wounds on the ball. Its dragon scales were broken, its red flesh was exposed, and blood flowed. It was very miserable. However, it did not glorify itself. After leaving the range of the fire cloud from the explosion of the dragon fireball, it spread its wings and wobbled toward Myrene. At this time, the black pterosaurs that had been divided into small groups to hunt down the 4 swamp dragons guarding their homes noticed the change and flew back. Danny did not think of 1v5. The 4 pterosaurs that took off from Myrene were mainly to disperse the enemy's forces. They did not fight with the enemy at all. They just flew as far as possible. Pull the monsters. 4 dragons pulled away 20 shadow dragons. That was why she and Dahei had the opportunity to assassinate Zhuanzhu and avoid the tragedy of being surrounded by Zhuanzhu's guards after the deed was done. In the face of the 20 pterosaurs that gathered and rushed toward them, as well as the 8 or 9 dragons that survived the explosion of the dragon fireball, Dahei rushed to find the scattered surviving pterosaurs before the dragons formed a circle and attacked them one by one. With Mother Long's assistance, the dragon fire was no longer a straight pillar of fire. Instead, it changed to the left and right, forward and backward, up and down. Dahe swept past the pterosaur that was 10 meters away from the left. It did not even need to slow down to turn its head to the left. A bowl-sized dragon fireball automatically whizzed over. The pterosaur knight exclaimed and pulled the reins, wanting to steer the dragon to avoid the bright red fireball. But suddenly, boom! The bowl-sized fireball exploded into 7 or 8 small fireballs the size of a child's fist. One of them landed on the pterosaur knight's face, igniting him into a heart-wrenching torch. The rest also landed on the pterosaur's head, wings, back, and other parts. The pterosaur plunged down like a plane that lost its momentum. Bang! A huge pit was created in the sweet vegetable field. The soil, leaves, blood, and minced meat were like a fountain, flying more than 10 meters high. Even if the pterosaurs merged into one and made Dahe lose the opportunity to attack them one by one, Danny could still kite them. A strange scene appeared in the sky. A megalosaurus that was mottled with red, black, and feces green flew in front, followed by a group of black pterosaurs. The distance between the two sides seemed to be getting closer and closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, unknowingly, they had passed through the green corn fields on the north shore of Heilongjiang, the green and red sweet vegetable fields, and entered the rippling bay west of Mirene. After going more than 10 kilometers into the bay, the pterosaurs were getting closer and closer to Dahe, and their flying altitude was getting lower and lower. Something's not right, what is she doing? Wakanda's heart was full of doubts, and his sense of crisis was getting stronger. At this time, he was in the lead and was almost at the black dragon's tail. Something's not right, leave here immediately. Just as he raised the crossbow at his waist and was about to shoot at the back of the white knight, a numb feeling in his scalp made his body tremble, and he subconsciously pulled the reins to change direction. Whoosh! The white knight lowered her head, and a bright red fireball flew over her back, smashing right into the face of the defenseless Wakanda. He howled as he melted, and the wings of the pterosaur he was riding on caught fire, and it fell uncontrollably into the sea. At this low altitude, it was impossible to kill himself by hitting his head on the ground. Danny had lured them here to deal with the suicide command that Balerion had set in the pterosaurs' minds. She wanted to capture this group of pterosaurs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wakanda and his dragon were just the beginning. The rain of fireballs that covered the sky became an eternal nightmare in the hearts of the surviving dragon knights. The scene was very similar to the arcade game, Thunder, that Danny played when she was young. The fighter picked up a shotgun and shot out shells that took up half the screen, destroying the weak soldiers in the first level. Chapter 5:19. The aerial battle in Mirene had ended in less than an hour, and Danny had captured a giant swamp dragon and 8 shadow dragons. There were also a number of dragon knights. Of course, she did not just shoot down 8 shadow dragons, but of the 14 dragons that fell into the sea, only 6 survived. Some were too injured and drowned in the sea, some were burned in the head, neck, and other vital parts by the dragon fireball, and died directly. Blackie and the pterosaurs were moving at high speed, and Danny had so many targets to attack. It was too difficult to aim at every dragon and avoid the vital parts. When the pterosaurs completely lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions, the Dragon Queen used the method of jumping on the plane to directly capture 2 more. Jumping off the plane was troublesome and too dangerous. After leaving the bay, Danny did not dare to do it again. If she made a mistake in the sea, she could still fall into the sea, but if she made a mistake in the air above the farmland, she could only turn into spring mud for the crops. Although the pterosaur knights had lost the faith communication system of Commander Benny and Balerion, they were not stupid enough to fight Danny to the death. After confirming that they could not kill the Dragon Queen, they were very alert and immediately scattered to escape. In the process of Danny's pursuit, she captured 2 dragons, killed one, and the remaining 10 or so successfully escaped. After all, the shadow pterosaur also had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. As long as they were out of Danny's sight for 5 minutes, beyond a range of 10 kilometers, no matter how sharp Blackie's eyes were, it would not be able to find them. After the war, smoke was everywhere outside Myrene. Unable to break into the sky above Myrene, and having to immediately participate in the aerial battle, the pterosaur knights could only leave the hundreds of kilograms of kerosene bombs in the farmland. Even the fighter jets would throw away the auxiliary fuel tanks before combat. As a result, dozens of fields, such as the corn forest, the sweet vegetable field, and the sweet potato seedlings, were all set on fire. This loss was not even enough to cover 10 acres of land, so the Dragon Queen did not feel any heartache at all. Blackie's wings rolled up the dust in the air and landed lightly on the yellow road beside the cornfield. Caw! Before Danny slid down from the dragon's back, a raven ignored the pressure of the Megalosaurus and landed on a crooked willow tree by the roadside. Call your majesty, good day. That's good. Danny relaxed. This was Morona's animal companion, and it was reporting Kai Yuan's situation to her. She had been worried that Martaris would create a diversion. For example, he could arrange for 40 pterosaurs to ambush Myrene, while the other 30 would ambush Astapor or Kaiyuan. I couldn't blame her for thinking too much. Honestly, I already knew that there would be 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. It would be far too careless of me not to prepare for 70 Dragon Knight trainees. Dragon Queen was still worried about the 30-winged dragon she had imagined. White Mask, Morona, Goat, Gisela, and Wild Boar, Polo. After the 3 transfigureheads were revived by Dragon Queen's spirit bestowment, their strength had indeed increased. Naturally, they looked for new animal companions again. This time, Danny didn't let them use up all their contract slots. Instead, each of them found a raven as their partner. The Great Wall Commander-in-Chief Mormont was not the only crow that could talk in this world. The slave owners of Slaver's Bay were extremely extravagant. What kind of rare birds did they not have? Finding 3 ravens that could only talk was too easy. One raven was in Myrene to pass on Kai Yuan's information to Dragon Queen while monitoring the nearby airspace. The other raven was raised by Tyrion and stayed in Old Gith. After that, it was a little magical. Gisela directly sent her raven to Matari's raven's nest. This idea was actually Tyrion's idea. Dragon Queen was worried about the remaining 70 pterosaurs. She asked the only pterosaur knight at the time to go to Mataris to scout the enemy situation. It would be best if he could monitor the movements of the 70 pterosaurs at all times to ensure that they couldn't suddenly attack Slaver's Bay. There was no doubt that this mission was very dangerous. There was the possibility of honorable sacrifice. How could it not be honorable to sacrifice for the liberation of the slaves? General Wildfire refused to be honorable. His desire to live was very strong. First, he used John Clinton to fill in the "Old Dragon Knows the Way" trap. This time, he used Gisela's raven to fill in the "Flying Reconnaissance" trap. He actually managed to avoid 2 of Dragon Queen's traps. Now that he had seen the speed of the Shadow Dragon, he was completely sure that if he really rode to Mataris to find the remaining 70 pterosaurs, there was a 90% chance that he would die honorably. Danny didn't know that pterosaurs were divided into swamp dragons and shadow dragons. She only thought that Tyrion's Tessa and the other 70 pterosaurs were about the same speed. As long as he was careful and didn't get surrounded, he should be able to escape even if he was discovered. Dragon Queen didn't really want to kill General Wildfire. It was just that she believed in one principle: everyone had their own value. If he took her things, he should fulfill his value for her. For example, Count Broken Shackles. For example, the little demon. She took him in, gave him a high position, gave him a noble identity, gave him good food, luxurious clothes, and gave him money to hold hands with the Red Saintess. Then he had to help her make wildfire. Tyrion was indeed a wildfire expert. He could only fulfill this value for the queen. Now, she gave him pterosaurs, accepted his loyalty, and made him Tessa's master. Then he should have the awareness of a dragon knight, bravely and fearlessly charge at the enemy. He should take on the responsibility of a dragon knight, to die for the dragon queen. Alright, Dany didn't deny it. Just like when she faced Jon Snow, she couldn't help but dig holes for him. After knowing the identity of the little demon's illegitimate son, she couldn't help but give him the same treatment. When she could dig holes, she would never fill them. However, the little demon was far smarter than Jon. Not only was he not reckless, he was also very steady. He told the Dragon Queen, Materys must have built a crow's nest to be able to receive letters from New Sith and Tolos. A crow's nest often had dozens or hundreds of crows. When the ravens went out to deliver letters, they would often kidnap one or two wild ravens' mates back to the nest. They would even lay a nest of eggs halfway and bring a dozen or so young ravens home the next year. The scholar who was in charge of the crow's nest had seen too many similar things. He definitely wouldn't suspect that the extra ravens were spies. Dany wasn't a scholar, nor did she go to the City of Knowledge to study raven studies. She didn't know if Tyrion was bluffing. Later, after asking old Ymont, she confirmed that Tyrion came up with a genius spy plan. Making the shape-shifting ravens pretend to be tamed by the enemy scholar, and then loyally to deliver letters for the enemy. Don't you think that's awesome? Later, just as Tyrion predicted, Gisella's raven successfully found a girlfriend in a small nest in the crow's nest in the mayor's mansion in Materys. He had a house and a girlfriend. Not only could the spy ravens monitor the airspace around Materys, but they could also openly eavesdrop and read the enemy's letters without arousing any suspicion. The crow's nest was the place where letters were sent and received. If a letter was opened or read in the crow's nest, the raven spy could read and listen. Of course, if Jenny or a mage with strong mental power happened to go to the crow's nest, and Gisella was also in the state of raven spirit, then the story of Melisandre killing the six forms people would be repeated. However, Gisella didn't have to worry about repeating the same mistake as the six forms people. Even if her soul was severely damaged, Dany would help her heal. Fortunately, the raven spy not only happened to see the letter from his old friend, Gracidon, but also witnessed 41 pterosaurs taking off. After the Battle of Toros, Materys no longer hid the pterosaurs. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers after the fall of Toros, Benny even arranged the dragon riders in the center of the camp outside the city. Your Majesty, found it. At noon, under the scorching sun, Grey Worm was sweating profusely as he pushed the straw aside and walked to the yellow road. Behind him, there was a row of 17 or 18 unsullied with flushed faces and hot bodies. Under the shade of the crooked willow tree, Dany, who was sitting on the roots to enjoy the cool air, stood up and looked up to see the horn in Grey Worm's hand. She was delighted and whispered to the raven, "Continue to keep an eye on the north. When you're free, go to the Dothraki Sea and pay special attention to the news of Khal Jacko." "Caw, yes, Your Majesty." Caw, the raven cawed for a while, flapped its wings and left the treetops, flying towards the sea of grass in the north. "Your Majesty, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Grey Worm walked to Dany's side and held a shiny black curved dragon horn with both hands. It was a bit like a goat horn, but it exuded a noble and dignified aura that even ordinary people could feel. There were circles of grooves on the surface, and in the grooves, fine runes were inlaid with steel and gold wires. The total length was only 30 centimeters, and when it stood upright on the table, it was only 20 centimeters tall. It was smaller than Dany had imagined. Small but delicate. Dany stroked the words on the horn and read with a playful expression, "I am the Dragon Slayer, the ruler of the Dragon King, punishing the sinful dragons and killing the rebellious dragons. Mortals have no right to make me make a sound. Fire in blood, blood in fire, I was born for Balerion. Very domineering. Today, let's see if I, a mortal, can make you sound. At her level, if she was still worried about the recoil from the horn, then she wouldn't even think about the wonderful thing of Jenny falling and Danny eating her fill. 2 years ago, when the 3 dragons were only half a year old, they had destroyed the dragon binder with her. Speaking of the dragon binder, now that she thought about it, it was a pity. Back then, she could only destroy the runes, but not the old dragon's soul. She could not absorb it through the spiritual bestowment, but now, perhaps, it was time to talk to Yuluin. I heard that he was about to get married with Cersei. Should I go and receive the gift? Blackie put on the blacksmith vest and Danny entered the Song of Wind state, operating the 9-colored vortex at full power. Level 2 Dragon Spirit, Blackie the blacksmith and Whitey the unemployed wanderer entered her consciousness. In her strongest state, Danny waved her hand and said to Grey Worm, "All of you stay away from me." At least 200 meters away. After Grey Worm left with the group of Unsullied, Danny raised her horn and opened her mouth. She frowned, suddenly remembering that this horn had been instigated by the 2-headed monster Benny countless times. It was a little disgusting. She used the fire manipulation spell to gather a ball of elemental flames and roasted the horn inside and out. After disinfecting it, she approached the scorching hot horn in a relaxed mood. Whoa! At first, the sound of the horn was low and muffled, like a broken flute. But slowly, as a large amount of magic power was sucked away, the runes on the horn spread from the mouth to the top. Circles of light lit up, emitting a white-gold blazing light. Under the noon sun, the sky was already blazing white, but Grey Worm in the distance felt that the Dragon Queen was hugging a small sun emitting endless white light. He was actually a little dazzling. However, other than being dazzling, there was no soul-shaking feeling. Although the sound was loud, it did not have any killing power. "Who are you? You can actually revive me completely?" The voice that sounded like the sky was exploding rang in Danny's ears. Chapter 520. Who are you? The old voice sounded as if it was a woman who had lived for 10,000 years but had yet to die. After blowing the horn and lighting up all the runes, Danny's consciousness gradually left the Weeping Willow Road at noon in the real world and ascended to a strange dark red space. Empty, cold, scorching, heavy, oppressive, vast. On the floor that was about the same size as the People's Square in front of the Forbidden City in Beijing, a 15-meter-long red dragon curled up and crawled on the ground. At that moment, she was looking at Danny with a strange gaze. It was a very human-like gaze. More importantly, she could communicate with Danny. She seemed to be more intelligent than Blackie. "Who are you?" Danny asked. "You can blow the horn. Don't you know who I am?" The red dragon sighed with the voice of an old woman. This was a female dragon. Her voice had the vicissitudes of an old woman who had seen through the world. "I know you're the dragon's soul and the Dragonslayer horn. I know you're the owner of the dragon horn that made this horn, but I don't know your identity in Voleglia. More accurately, I'm curious about your relationship with Balerion," Danny said. "I'm Balerion," the red dragon said. "Many Megalosaurus are called Balerion. My ancestor also had a black dragon called a Black Death God Balerion." Danny floated to the opposite side of the red dragon and carefully observed her form. She was not much different from a normal Megalosaurus, but she was especially old and had a deep sense of age. Her body size did not match her age. Other than that, Danny could vaguely sense a demigod aura from her. It was very faint, like pouring a cup of Coke into a bathtub. She could vaguely smell it, but it was difficult to taste it. I know what you mean, but I'm Balerion, the first Balerion. The ancestor god of Valeglia, Balerion, used my name, the red dragon said calmly. If you're called Balerion, what was Balerion's original name? Danny asked curiously. He's called a sheep egg. What? The solemn expression on Danny's face cracked. The red dragon said indifferently, he is called sheep egg, his second brother is called sheep horn, and his third brother is called sheep eye. The herdsmen of Valeglia who herded sheep for a living loved to name their children after the body parts of sheep. The sheep's egg was the sheep's whip, which represented glory and holiness in the tribe. Among the people of the sheep egg tribe, only the children of the tribe leader are qualified to be called a sheep egg, just like how many powerful megalosaurus were later named Balerion. Danny's body swayed. She felt as if her faith had been shattered. It turned out that the awesome Balerion was also Her Highness Chow Biluo after turning off the beauty mask. But on second thought, it seemed that the name sheep egg was very reasonable. Taizu of the Qing dynasty even called it wild boar skin. Later on, when he became the founder of the country, Nurhasai immediately changed from a wild boar skin to Holy Child of Light. His son also changed from the ordinary and unsophisticated Huang Taiji to the elegant and domineering Huang Taiji. Anyway, the Manchu language was created after the founding of the country, so whatever their descendants said was reasonable. What's your relationship with sheep egg? Danny asked again. The relationship between you and your dragon is the same as the relationship between him and me. The red dragon's tone was no longer calm. It was very complicated. There was sadness, nostalgia, longing, and also some resentment. You are his dragon, a dragon with a dragon spirit. Why is your body so small? I can sense that the soul projection here is similar to the physical form. You are only 15 meters tall. Even if Danny had already guessed it, when she heard the red dragon say it, she was still surprised. Under normal circumstances, the bigger the megalosaurus, the stronger they were. Could it be that as a creation of the first generation of blood magic, the red dragon's body was flawed? I said, my relationship with him is the same as yours and yours. You only have a dragon spirit relationship with the two of them. Hee, they are still your children, right? The red dragon's gaze had a kind of indifference as if it had seen through everything. There was also a kind of intimacy that made Danny very uncomfortable. Yes, she could feel that the red dragon was very friendly to her, so friendly that it was close. Could it be that my dragon mother attribute attracted it, and it wants me to be its mother? Danny thought absurdly. That's right, they are all my children. I hatched them from the stone egg. 5 dragons, the ones with my dragon spirit now are the eldest and the second. Big Black, Little White, come out and meet the guests. Whoosh! 2 beams of light, one black and one white, shot out from between Danny's eyebrows. In just an instant, they expanded into 2 megalosaurus. Big Black was 30 meters long, and Little White was more than 20 meters long. Compared to the skinny red dragon, both of them were greatly enlightened. Not only were they big, but the power and divine power they exuded, Big Black could not control every strand of power as precisely as Danny could. After separating from Danny's soul, it wantonly exuded the power of a demigod blacksmith, causing the entire black and red space to shake a few times. The red dragon's bright red eyes lit up and then dimmed. She said calmly, "You are indeed a demigod. I am also a demigod, but my body is not even as big as a 3-year-old dragon whelp. When I was 2 years old, the news of the megalosaurus reappearing in the world was known by the mages. Sigh, it was hard not to know about the surge of magic power. That time, Sheep Egg was in a life and death crisis. Dozens of mages from the eastern barbarian land wanted to snatch his dragon, which was me. I was trapped in a barbed wire net and could not break free. He was about to be killed. In extreme anxiety, I entered with him for the first time. It was a very strange state. My magic power foundation and soul were fused with him. You may not understand, I understand. I call it overclocking fusion, or super godly state. I never thought that Sheep Egg and I would have such a similar experience. I was also in danger. There were evil mages who wanted to snatch my dragon. It was Big Black who fused with me on his own accord, said Danny in surprise. She always thought that it was an original idea to let Big Black and Little White copy the 9-colored vortex in her mind. Big Black's magic power foundation fusion with her was also unique. She never thought that Sheep Egg could do it 6,000 years ago. Megalosaurus has always been feared and coveted by others. It is not surprising that you have a similar experience. The red dragon nodded slightly, then looked at Big Black with a puzzled expression. It asked, "Does your super godly state not have any side effects?" "The side effects are huge," said Danny with lingering fear. "The reason why my body is so small is because of that fusion. But your black dragon is full of vigor. It does not seem like you have experienced the decline of your vitality and spirit," said the red dragon in surprise. "So that's why." Danny was enlightened. No wonder the Dragon Slayer was the most powerful of the 3 dragon horns, but the dragon horn was much smaller than that of the dragon binder. "I have a special healing spell." She did not intend to reveal her secret. "Sigh, you are very lucky." The red dragon saw through her thoughts and did not ask for more details. "Hiss, yes, I am very lucky." Big Black approached Danny. Its voice rumbled like thunder, creating a huge echo in the space. Hiss, Little White also made a sound. Danny smiled gently at the two of them, then turned to the red dragon and asked, "Since you are a demigod, why were you sealed in the dragon horn and became the dragon horn?" Although she did not know if demigods could live forever, it should not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. For example, immortals, rat chefs, black goats. The red dragon sighed sadly and asked in return, "How much divine power do you feel in me?" "Almost none. Your soul gives me a feeling of emptiness, as if you have the soul of a demigod but no magic power. The divine power aura is so thin that I can barely feel it," said Danny in confusion. "Because I gave all my power to Sheep Egg." "How?" asked Danny in surprise. The red dragon looked deeply at Danny and said, "Just never remove the godlike state." "Ah!" This answer was too unexpected. Danny could not help but exclaim softly, "If you don't remove the godlike state, won't the Megalosaurus die?" The red dragon nodded slightly and sighed. "In the godlike state, my magic power, my soul, and my divine power were all poured into Sheep Egg's spiritual sea without leaving a drop behind, perfectly fusing with him. And my physical body lost its soul, divine power, and magic power, and naturally slowly entered death. In fact, only 3 days passed, and my body began to rot. So, I died, and the soul I left in his spiritual sea became a dead soul. My magic power, divine power, and even my understanding of fire all belonged to him. However, although I died, because I was in the dragon spirit state with him, the dead soul did not enter the world of death. Instead, it was in a strange state. Well, it's like what you see now. Sheep Egg kept my soul in the dragon horn and made it into the dragon's horn." Danny's face became extremely ugly, like an ordinary mother hearing another mother kill her own child. She said coldly, "What is Sheep Egg thinking? It's just magic power, how could he kill his own dragon so cruelly? You're his child." "Yes, I'm his child. He used blood magic to create me. I have his blood in my body, and he has my blood in his body. Our blood is truly intertwined. However, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is no worse than yours with your dragon. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for him, even my life. Danny was stunned. She looked at the red dragon in front of her, whose eyes were calm and tone was too calm. Then she turned her head and looked at Dahe, who happened to be looking over with his eyes wide open. She was silent. The red dragon's gaze swept back and forth between Danny and her two megalosaurus. After a while, it said meaningfully, "This world is very special. Mortals can't break through the last barrier through cultivation." 500 years after reaching the peak of demigod, Sheepegg almost couldn't go any further. He was very unwilling. His dream has always been to master the Song of Fire and become the god of fire. Since he was so eager to become a god, I had no reason not to help him. I'm also at the peak of demigod and have some understanding of the Song of Fire. Our meditation foundation comes from the same source, and the demigod magic core has no stagnation and is perfectly integrated. As we guessed before, after Sheepegg got everything from me, his strength went one step further. He surpassed demigod and is half a step into the threshold of true god. His strength is enough to break Lalo's restraints on the Song of Fire and begin to compose his own Song of Fire. Is it worth it? It's just the Song of Fire. Danny smiled bitterly. Moreover, Sheepegg was still a demigod, which meant that he had hit a bottleneck again. I think it's worth it. The red dragon didn't force it or hesitate at all. Sigh. Danny could only sigh. Chapter 521. The space was silent for a while. Danny stared at the red dragon with a complicated expression and asked, "How much more can you tell me about Sheepegg's secret?" Obviously, the red dragon, who had no regrets about sacrificing himself for Sheepegg, would never betray Sheepegg. The red dragon seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, she said emotionally, "I knew you were his enemy, so I didn't want to say anything. But when I saw you and the two little dragons, I couldn't help but think of us. Let's talk about one last thing." The red dragon sighed and continued, "Sheepegg and his brothers gave birth to the 13 fire peaks. Sheepegg's cousin gave birth to the Voleglia Dragon King clan. In other words, you and Sheepegg have the same ancestor. Back then, after Sheepegg became a demigod, he used blood magic to change the bloodline of all his clan members to the true dragon blood. So, the Voleglia Dragon King was born close to the Megalosaurus, and his blood naturally contained great power. Therefore, all of your achievements today are all thanks to young Dan." Danny understood the red dragon's meaning. But she would not respond to the other party's hint. The conflict between her and Sheepegg was irreconcilable. Sheepegg wanted to swallow her, but she was not the red dragon. She would not give up easily and even planned to swallow Sheepegg instead. "Sorry, even if he's my father, I'll still kill him." Danny shook her head with a determined expression. "Then, let's fight." The red dragon soared into the sky. It was no longer weak and amiable. Its eyes were like lightning, and its aura was strong. Chains of magic runes appeared out of nowhere and surrounded its body. The dark red space was like a nightclub with its lights turned on. The sky and earth were so hot that they were blazing red. Like a steel furnace, like a magma lake deep in the earth's core, it was filled with heat and blinding red and white light. This was the true form of the demigod Megalosaurus soul space. Even the rune chains started to flicker with sparks. In an instant, the rune chains grew rapidly like real chains, spreading and entangling Danny and the two dragons. Unlike the dragon slayers who fought with their souls, the dragon slayers could make use of the runic matrix in the horn flexibly. The attacking rune chains had the effect of sealing and trapping the enemy. Since the other party was so straightforward, Danny didn't dawdle either. The heat had no effect on her. In the face of the oncoming chain, she did not block it head-on. Instead, she summoned her second dragon spirit. Little White and Big Black turned into streams of light and merged with her soul. Soul strike. Tut. Visible milky white sound waves spread out from Danny's body. When the rune chains came into contact with the sound waves, they were like glass being hit by a hammer. Crash. The rune chain shattered into tadpole-sized magic characters. However, the runes seemed to be able to grow indefinitely. Wallala. Caw caw caw. As the runes in front of her shattered, more and more runes appeared behind her. Gradually, a sphere of golden-red runes formed 5 meters around Danny. Between the red dragon and Danny, the rune chains became denser and denser. The entire space was like a surging sea of rune chains. Without a doubt, the Dragon Slayer's fighting skills were much better than the Dragon Slayer's. She knew that her soul without god power could suppress other Megalosaurus and dozens of pterosaurs, but she stood no chance against the demigod Big Black. Therefore, the red dragon tried everything to use the horn's own power to wear down Danny and the two dragons' soul power. From the outside, the blinding runes on the horn and the Dragon Queen's hand were disappearing as quickly as they appeared. This attack is ingenious, but I've already gotten used to it. Now, you should use your trump card, or you won't have another chance. Danny opened her arms and pushed her palms forward. Her powerful soul power forcibly separated the sea of chains between her and the red dragon. At the same time, the second soul started to enter the wind song state. The Grand Wizard's 9-colored vortex also spun rapidly, injecting a huge amount of magic power. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Dragon Queen's silver hair fluttered in the wind. In this magma world that only had fire and blood, a tornado gradually rose. With the blessing of the blacksmith divine title and the input of the power of faith, the dragon flame magic power turned into blacksmith dragon flame. Boom 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 boom, extremely bright red flames joined the tornado and dyed the wall of storm a crystal-like bright red. The wind helped the flames, making the flames stronger. Dragon Queen was in the center of the tornado. The flaming storm pierced through the sky and ground, crushing the magma flames and rune chains that surged over and then sucking them into the tornado. Burn, annihilate, and turn them into soul and single runes. Yes, this was the red dragon's soul space. The flames and rune chains that surged over were filled with her soul power. The red dragon's soul had a weak, fire song divinity. Like the sheep egg soul in Benny's Sea of Consciousness, it could increase the quality and magic power of Danny's 9-colored vortex. Within a day, she began to upgrade for the second time. Regardless of whether it was the sheep egg Balerion or the red dragon Balerion, they both became great supplements for Danny. Danny seemed to be fated to meet Balerion Qingxiang. Why is your soul so strange? Not only can it resist the demigod dragon flame blessed by a fire song, but it's also extraordinarily tough and almost undamaged. The great wizard's meditation technique wouldn't have such an effect. The red dragon only thought that her soul was lost normally in the battle of souls. She didn't realize that Danny was absorbing her soul. That was why she lost her composure the first time, because of Danny's second soul's indestructible characteristic. It was just as unbelievable as when Danny found out that the three-eyed crow's soul was indestructible back in the apple orchard in the northern region. Yes, theoretically speaking, there should be some damage in a battle of souls. Even if Danny had the upper hand, her vitality should be greatly depleted and she should be panting. It was impossible for her to be so calm. It seemed like her soul was still strengthening. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Instead of worrying about my soul's characteristics, why don't you worry about yourself? Your soul is weakening, Danny said strangely. Indeed, the red dragon's originally solid body was gradually becoming illusory. It was as if she had turned from a solid body into an illusion. The horn didn't have a master, so the red dragon could only use her own power to deal with Danny. However, she had given her magical power and divine power to the sheep egg, so she only had soul power left. In other words, she had to rely on her soul power to maintain such a huge battle. However, the red dragon's tone was very indifferent. I'm not even afraid of death, so what if my soul is destroyed? It seems like you won't surrender. Danny sighed and suddenly expanded the range of the fire tornado. Rumble ka la la la, large amounts of rune chains collapsed and were crushed and burned into single runes, which were collected by the Dragon Queen. Soon, the runes disappeared, and the space that was as hot as a steel furnace returned to its previous dark red and cold state. The solid red dragon turned into a translucent crystal state, and at least half of her soul power was lost. Danny floated in front of the red dragon, and the fire tornado around her disappeared. She stared at the other party's crystal red vertical pupils with a complicated expression and asked, "You're already dead, and you've tried your best to resist. Why don't you surrender to me? I won't force you to tell me Sheep Egg's secret, so why don't you reveal some of Valeglia's secret techniques? No, if you learn the secret techniques, you'll only hurt Sheep Egg. This betrayal of Sheep Egg is 10,000 times worse than death." The red dragon's voice was weak, but her tone was firm. Then, there's no other way. Danny was prepared to destroy the flower. An old female dragon was also an old flower. However, just as she was about to summon another fire tornado, a sudden change occurred. In the real world, the light from the horn in her hand had completely disappeared, and the runes carved on the horn cracked one by one. In the end, the horn made from the dragon horn turned into fine sand and drifted with the wind. In the spiritual space, a ray of light shot from the void and shone on this dark red and cold space. Caw caw caw. Cracks appeared on the dark red soul wall that projected white light. In an instant, the cracks on the wall were like a spider web. The red dragon sighed and said, "Danny Leezy, you're too careless." Danny could feel that she was quickly distancing herself from the red dragon. They were no longer in the same spiritual space. The red dragon flapped her wings freely and soared above the 9 heavens. Her figure gradually became blurry, and her voice faintly sounded, "I used the horn's runic array to deal with you, but you destroyed it all. Have you forgotten that it was those runes that bound me to the horn? Destroying the runic array is equivalent to freeing me. You have to know that I'm Sheep Egg's soulmate, and our souls are one. After talking with you for so long, I also noticed that you have many secrets. I'm sorry, I really like you and your dragon, but for Sheep Egg. Goodbye." The red dragon's figure became more and more blurry. She seemed to want to cross time and space and immediately return to a certain place. "You're already in such a state, and you can still communicate with it." Danny was surprised. The red dragon was shocked. The other party was not flustered and exasperated, but instead was calm and composed. "It's time for me to go." The red dragon flapped her wings and disappeared. She entered a starry night world. She was like a shooting star. She followed a suction force and streaked across the sky, falling into, "Hee, where can you go?" Danny said with a smile. "What?" The shooting star was attracted by an invisible force. The red dragon's face was distorted. She looked at Danny, who was standing on the white dragon's back with her hands behind her back, and shouted in fear and confusion, "How can this be? How is this possible? This is a dragon spirit. You can break my dragon spirit. Even a true god can't do that. Hiss, you're the second one." Little White had a pitiful look in her eyes. She sent a spiritual wave to the old senior. "The second one." The red dragon was confused. She was indeed the second one. The last unlucky person was Valamir. Danny had a green prophet meditation technique that was even more perfect than the three-eyed crow, but she could not sneak into other people's souls silently like he could. However, she also had a part of the Green Prophet's special ability Soul Fusion. After she absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from Valamir's soul, she could follow the weirwood and cross the mountains, rivers, and forests to track the shapeshifters who were about to take over the wild wolves. She had also absorbed the spiritual essence transformed from the red dragon's soul. Naturally, she could follow the wind to track the red dragon who was about to use his dragon spirit. In an instant, her field of vision increased. She went past the yellow road, past the crooked willow tree, past the cornfield, past the forest, and above the sea, she caught up with the red dragon. Hiss, you have nowhere to run. Surrender. Blackie said. Well, Dahe and Little White, one in the front and one in the back, wrapped the red dragon in the middle. Kill me. The red dragon closed her eyes and sighed. Okay. Danny did not hesitate. She first used a soul attack to knock the red dragon dizzy. Then, she used a tornado of wind and fire to trap the red dragon. Chapter 522. Awoo, the red dragon wailed. Like pork in a meat grinder, her scales were scraped off layer by layer. Her flesh and skin turned into specks of light and disappeared. Because she was a soul, her old skin peeled off and new skin grew. The cruel process repeated over and over again. It looked extremely tragic. Hiss, Blackie turned away, unable to bear to watch. Little White simply closed her eyes. After a while, when the red dragon's soul was only a quarter left and her body was as thin as a phantom, the storm dissipated and Little White made way. Danny sighed and said, You said before that when you see me, Little White, and Blackie, you think of you and Sheep Egg. Seeing you now makes me, Blackie, and Little White feel the same, uncomfortable. Sigh, go. The next time we meet, we'll fight to the death. The red dragon looked at them silently with a complicated gaze. The two dragons disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. In the real world, the moment Danny returned to her body, the red dragon also completed its dragon spirit. Smoke Sea. The seawater was boiling and bubbles were bubbling. The surface of the sea was filled with thick steam that smelled of sulfur. There was a volcano in the sea, flickering with dark red light under the surface. In the lava lake under the volcano, there was a collapsed temple. In the temple, Balerian's statue trembled slightly. Ah, child, your horn was destroyed. Damn it, how did you get hurt like this? This was the anxious shout of a young man. Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Danny Rise is very strong, to be able to block your dragon spirit and mine. I guess she has mastered the Green Prophet's secret art. This was the red dragon's tired sigh. I swear I will kill that bitch to avenge you. Perhaps, after devouring her, I will be able to go one step further and become a true fire god. A true god's power is limitless. It won't be difficult to revive you. Then, I can fulfill my promise back then, Anne. The young man's voice was filled with hatred and endless love. Mireen, the top garden of the Golden Pagoda. The afternoon sun was scorching, but Danny seemed to not feel it. She stood on the thick wall and closed her eyes to sense carefully. She really is hiding in the Smoke Sea. After a while, she opened her eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in her cold gaze. Sheep Egg, you have entered the countdown to death. What the red dragon didn't know was that Dragon Queen had secretly used spirit bestowment when she used the wind and fire tornado to strip her of her soul power. This time, Danny did not absorb it herself, but gave it to the red dragon. The red dragon was in great pain from having its soul torn apart. It did not notice that its soul had increased, the total number was decreasing. Danny stripped the red dragon's soul and turned it into a large amount of spiritual substance, which naturally contained a rich amount of A-type spiritual substance. Spirit bestowment could format the red dragon's type A will. The green prophet's second ring soul could fake the formatted type A will. Although it appeared to be formatted and devoid of any personal imprint that could be absorbed by any living being, it actually carried the faint imprint of the Dragon Queen. It was a very, very weak imprint. Sheep Egg could not detect it, but it was barely enough to locate the red dragon's position. Well, he was far from being able to carry out Danny's whispers. It was absolutely true that Danny was moved by the red dragon's loyalty and sacrifice to Sheep Egg. But being moved was one thing. Life had to go on. Being moved this time could not remove the hostility between her and Sheep Egg. Just like how Danny admired Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, but still arranged for him to have a miserable ending. Danny was very magnanimous and approachable to unimportant people. She almost did not have the airs of a queen, so much so that Aegon always believed that she was the most amiable aunt and the closest person to him in the world. Danny had a certain amount of sympathy for ordinary people and would help them as much as she could. For example, rescuing Hajin, or the 50 million gold royals purchase plan. However, towards those who were hostile towards her and had the ability to harm her, Danny could be absolutely ruthless. For example, faceless Jiakuans teach you to become a dead ghost meditation technique, and at this very moment, so what if they defeated the Allied army's attack this time? Whether or not they could kill Jenny was another matter. Even if they could, Jenny was the same as Benny, just one of Balerian's tens of millions of souls. Even if they killed her, there would be tens of thousands of others. Was Danny going to be entangled with Balerian for tens of thousands of years until the end of the world? Impossible. But she did not even know the location of Balerian's main body. Even if she wanted to use 5,000 Iron Men to attack him, it was impossible. Until the red dragon appeared. It had been dead for thousands of years, but it could still communicate with Sheep Egg's dragon spirit. This was the first time Danny knew that the dragon spirit's effect was so strong, and she deeply understood what it meant. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as she left a locator in the red dragon's soul, Sheep Egg, who had merged with the red dragon's soul, would have nowhere to run. Now, her guess was confirmed. She really could sense the location of Sheep Egg's main body. At the bottom of the Smoke Sea. New Guys. As an ordinary house of the Allied Army's headquarters. Graz Dan, Prince Ristig, Casalo, New Guys Zanetti, and the other Allied Army generals and representatives gathered in the conference room. They did not talk. There was silence in the room, but no one spoke either. Everyone was doing their own thing. The Snake Lizard Island Pirate King was chewing on a sour grass leaf. Zanetti was smoking a pipe with his eyes narrowed. Chui Gu was holding a glass of red wine with a dazed look in her eyes. Grazadin was reading a paper book from Slave Base seriously. Some were drinking tea, some were taking a nap, only Zero was the most anxious, as if there was a burning coal under his butt. He fidgeted and looked around. At this moment, he stood up again and walked to the window to look at the crow's nest in the distance. Unfortunately, he did not see the raven he expected. He stomped his feet and said, "It's been almost 2 days, the raven should be here." Zero raised his head. Immediately, someone who was also extremely anxious spoke up, "What do you think? Is it possible that the Wildfire General intercepted our raven? The pterosaur is faster than the raven. That bastard comes to New Guys every day, maybe he just happened to bump into it. The possibility is very low." The scholars of the Westeros have verified that the raven is psychic and has very high intelligence. They think that the raven is the bird with the strongest survival ability and will automatically avoid danger, Chuegu said, shaking his head. Sigh, I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 weeks. Before, I was worried about the Wildfire General's bombing, and these 2 days, I'm anxious to know about Sir Benny's sneak attack. God bless, let a raven bring me the news of Mirene's recovery. Let me sleep in peace. Zero put his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. The representative of Ko Chang Island had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Me too. I'm always worried that the wildfire general will throw a kerosene bomb on my roof. I heard that General Jamie and his family of 7 in the south of the city all died in the bombing." Yes, after burning down the visible wooden buildings at the docks, Tyrion began to burn down the noble district in the south of the city, specifically looking for the luxurious houses. He even had a map of New Guys with the locations of the noble families and high-ranking officers. In the past few days, Tyrion had also achieved the achievement of holy shit, killing hundreds of nobles and allied generals. The deformed magic monkey with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak even became the nightmare of this city, turning into the green demon in the old nanny story of New Guys. Its status was almost equivalent to the deviant ghost in the old nanny story of the northern region. Bravo seems to be afraid of the mystic dragon. Using the reason of signing a contract with the Dragon Queen, he refused to accept the mission of assassinating Aegon for Faceless One. Since that's the case, why don't we use the money we saved to buy the life of the Green Demon? Someone suggested. Yes. Perlo, the current mayor of Tauros, immediately nodded. Now that I see green armor and green cloak, I have a psychological trauma. Spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins to clear my mind is completely worth it. Zero gritted his teeth and said. Soon, the plan to assassinate the imp was unanimously approved. Tyrion and Aegon were once again facing difficulties together. Half an hour later, Zero, who was bored, stood up and went to the window to observe the crow's nest with his binoculars. He jumped 3 feet high, waved his hands and shouted, "There's a messenger crow. I saw a raven fly into the crow's nest." "It can't be wrong, Matt Harris sent a letter." After saying that, without waiting for a response, he immediately ran out of the meeting room and ran straight to the crow's nest. After a full 15 minutes, Zero still hadn't returned. The excitement and anticipation in the hearts of the allied generals turned into nervousness and uneasiness. "Why are you taking so long?" Chui Gu frowned and asked dryly. The sunlight shone through the frosted glass, casting a shadow on the square face of the Kaiyuan war god. For some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that he was dreaming of Kaiyuan. "It's over, the Black Wings brought black news, the sneak attack failed." "Whoa whoa." Zero's sobs came from outside the door. Then, 2 soldiers carried a stretcher into the meeting room. Zero was lying on the stretcher, wiping his tears. "My lords, Commander Zero was too excited and accidentally fell from the stone steps of the crow's nest and sprained his ankle," the soldier reported. No one paid attention to the soldier. They all stared at the letter in Zero's hand with fear in their eyes. "What do you mean?" "Tears of joy." Chui Gu twisted his neck and asked softly. "Whoa whoa, it's over, it's all over, we've fallen into a trap. How can that woman be so cunning? Why didn't I notice it at Quars?" Zero cried. The room was filled with cries. War God Graz Dan stepped forward, grabbed the letter from Zero's hand, and read it quickly. After a while, he handed the letter to Zanetti, who was looking at him, and staggered to the window. He looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed. As expected, no matter how many schemes, it's better to fight steadily and surely. "This is all my fault, I didn't follow the principle of build a strong stronghold and fight a foolish battle. If I took risks, I would have fallen into a dangerous situation." How cunning! She painted the black dragons green and disguised them as winged dragons. How can she be so cunning? Zanetti cried after reading the letter. "What do we do now? We've lost another 30 dragons, and we don't know how many that woman has captured. New Guys is in danger, the representative of Ko Chang Island said fearfully. What else can we do? Ask Matteris to send the Winged Dragon Knights over. The Winged Dragon Knights will cooperate with the second and third fleets. We'll use the dragon-slaying crossbows to make up for the Winged Dragon's inability to spit dragon flames, and the Winged Dragon Knights to make up for the fleet's weakness in aerial combat. We're not weak. If we fight openly, we'll at least be on par. War God Graz Dan regained his composure and said with determination. Then, the war god said with a serious expression, High Priest Jenny suspects that we have too many people on our side and leaked the plan to attack Myrene. What do you think? It's possible. Chuegu nodded in agreement. Chapter 523. Chuegu looked at his colleague suspiciously and was the first to stand up. The Dragon Queen might have guessed that the Winged Dragon Knights would attack the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. But she couldn't have known our specific targets. Myrene, Taiyuan, Astapor. It's all possible. She shouldn't have known the exact path of the Winged Dragon Knights. Look at the way she assassinated Commander Bennett. How could all of this be a coincidence? There's a traitor among us. Prince Reese said firmly. The meeting room was silent. They looked at each other with suspicion and vigilance. The harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the meeting had become oppressive and awkward. The war god glanced at Chuegu and said in a low voice, I believe all of you are not spies of the Mother of Dragons. There are too many people who know about the ambush plan. The most likely possibility is that the information was leaked from the low-ranking officers. Yes, we are all targets of the Mother of Dragons revolution. Only idiots would be spies for her, Senator Volantis said. Yes, the others are fine, but how could the Mother of Dragons let us go? Even Chuegu seemed to be convinced and nodded. That makes sense. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. The spy might be real, but it had nothing to do with the representatives. The meeting room was filled with a lively and sincere atmosphere again. Zanetti shook the letter in his hand and said, Priest Jenny wants us to send a messenger with a high enough status to Astapor to ask about the possibility of redeeming the prisoners. It would be best if we could redeem the captured Winged Dragon Knights. Winged dragons are easy to get, but riders are hard to find. It takes months to train a knight. The elephant soldiers and cavalry are already preparing to leave Materis and conquer Myrene. Time is tight and we can't afford to delay. Who's going? It's useless, no one. The Dragon Queen is a smart person. Releasing the prisoners and then going to the battlefield to make things difficult for herself. Chuegu shook his head. We can try. Redeeming noble prisoners is a Westeros custom. Besides, even if she wins every battle, some of her subordinates might be captured by us. We can only return if we come, Grazadon said. I'll go. She and I have a past that is hard to miss. Even if the negotiation fails, there won't be any danger. Zero volunteered on the stretcher. You have a past with the demon Mother of Dragons. The representative of Ko Chang Island widened his eyes in surprise. It was a wonderful time. Zero's eyes were blurred as he said with an intoxicated expression, that year, under the guidance of fate, I only brought 2 followers and traversed 1,000 miles of red purgatory. A dragon that only searched for miracles. In the ruins of a place called White Cloud City, I met her and saved her along with her centaurs. I brought camels for them, and camels with them to carry water and food. After that, we went south together. During the day, she was like a little bird with a strong thirst for knowledge, chirping around me to ask about the local customs of the world. Fortunately, I was experienced and knowledgeable, so I was able to answer every one of her tricky questions. At night, we sat around the fire, looking at the stars and the moon, and discussing fantastical stories. For example, the legend of the megalosaurus that came from the explosion of the moon. When we arrived at Queers, I lived with her for several months. We drank the world's most expensive wine, tasted the world's most delicious food, and used the world's most gorgeous satin to sew her beautiful clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she always wanted to return to King's Landing and I didn't want to leave my hometown to deal with the cunning Westeros, we would have married long ago. Sigh, the past is like smoke. When I look back, we are strangers. Before we parted, she made me a golden jacket. I wore it to see her. No matter what she looks like now, I will miss her when I see her. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their outlook on life was about to collapse. This bald man with a nose studded with jewels had such a glorious history. Was there any justice? Was there any law? They were 10 times more handsome and 10 times richer than him. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Marry the Dragon Queen. What a shocking and splendid achievement it would have been for all eternity. You're not bluffing, are you? The Pirate King smacked his lips and asked suspiciously. Hee, who doesn't know about this in Queers? Zero sneered proudly. Chuegu looked at him enviously and said, if it were me, I would give up everything to, cough cough, to correct this world-class mistake and teach her to follow the right path. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, would have sacrificed myself back then, Zero said regretfully. The Kai Yuan battle god lowered his head and sized himself up. He was tall and sturdy, and his physique was robust. He then touched his face. It was angular and square. Then he thought about his family's wealth and status. It was better than Zero's. Sigh. The war god sighed. After the meeting, the war god secretly found Zero and said, Chuegu is suspicious. He might be the Dragon Queen's spy. Zero was shocked. What? Didn't you say? To calm everyone down and not alert the enemy, I could only say that. Grazidan waved his hand and said seriously. Why? Chuegu is Prince Rhys, a slave owner. Zero was confused. The war god shook his head and said, I don't know why, but my guess is not baseless. First, Chuegu announced that there was a spy in the meeting. It's very likely that he's a thief pretending to be a thief. Secondly, Garth Hyder is Linny's brother, which means he's Chui Ji's brother-in-law. Gods, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. Zero slapped his forehead and said, Chui Ji's wife died in Rhys's Passion Garden. She was burned to death by the Dragon Queen. Then, he officially married Linny's Hyder. Garth was Daenerys's White Knight and Linny's second brother. Now, Linny's is in New Gith. She probably knows about our plan. Sigh, I was too careless. I shouldn't have discussed such a secret in front of so many people. Yes, Linny's was promoted from lover to wife of Prince Chuegu. The last time she passed by Rhys, Dany accidentally landed in Chui Ji's Tower of Babel. In order to survive, Linny's told the Dragon Queen almost everything she knew about the location of the steel weapons. At that time, she played a trick and borrowed Dany's knife to kill Chui Ji's first wife. Dragon Queen burned down several high-class passion gardens, burning dozens of princes and dozens of nobles who participated in the mass movement. Chui Ji's wife was in one of the passion gardens. Don't doubt, the lives of the nobles in Rhys were simple and filled with the most primitive interests. Sigh, the relationships between Westeros nobles are too complicated. It's hard to guard against them. Zero sighed. Glaston said in a low voice, Chui Ji's way of promotion is also very strange. It seems to have something to do with the Dragon Queen. What do you mean? Zero was surprised. Chui Ji's bloodline isn't noble. He doesn't have the right to be Rhys's representative. However, almost all the princes above him died in the hands of the Dragon Queen. Moreover, when the Dragon Queen arrived in Rhys, the first place she went to was Chui Ji's Tower of Babel, I'll arrange for people to keep an eye on Chuegu and his wife. When you go to Astapor, you can also secretly test Danny and Liz. With your wisdom and charm, you should be able to do it, right? Of course. Zero agreed without hesitation. Astapor, the steel mill in the south of the city. Beside the forging furnace, Tobu shouted loudly. A group of blacksmith apprentices quickly added charcoal to the 6 furnace openings and stirred the drum with all their might. Fresh air flowed through the iron pipes and whistled into the furnace. In the middle of the furnace, an orange flame rose 7 to 8 meters high, like a spear that pierced the sky. The heat was like a tsunami that didn't stop. It spread in all directions, causing everyone's cheeks to turn red and their bodies to sweat. It's about time. Tobu licked his dry lips and looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. The furnace was built in a spacious courtyard. The forging furnace was hexagonal and made of red bricks. The sides were 1.5 meters long and 2 meters high. On each side, there was a large window filled with charcoal and a mouthpiece connected to the blower. On one side, there was also a smelting room made of natural graphite and a steel sword was placed inside. Generally speaking, 6 ordinary furnaces were put together to heat the smelting room in the center. According to Tobu's incantation, a number of living people should be thrown into the fire opening in the center of the furnace. Then, the incantation should be chanted to sacrifice the black goat and use the black goat's divine power to smelt the steel. But Danny vehemently rejected the idea of blood sacrifice. She spent a lot of effort and finally got the position of a blacksmith for Big Black. Now it was time to test the results. Big Black ignored the high temperature of the furnace bricks and directly laid on top of it. Its mouth was aimed at the fire opening in the center. The blacksmith returned to his position. The power of faith and magic combined to form the blacksmith's divine power. Boom! The bright glazed red dragon flame was like a water column that flowed through the fire opening into the smelting room. Danny stepped forward. The heat wave blew her soft silver hair over her shoulders. She kept chanting the incantation to smelt the steel, but the magic in her body did not decrease. But Big Black's divine power began to be consumed rapidly. Like a trickle, it flowed into the steel sword in the forging room. Well, the smelting incantation invented by the Call people did not consume their own magic. Blacksmith Tobu had no magic at all. The incantation only borrowed and guided the power of the evil god. And the steel sword seemed to have become a deep pool, greedily absorbing every drop of divine power. The blacksmith works hard day and night, arranging everything in order, the hammer bellows, the furnace fires, creating a world for the little children. Danny began to loudly sing the Song of the 7 Gods, Blacksmith chapter, and the divine power in the steel sword began to boil. The song without any magic power ignited a pot of hot oil. Singing the song of the blacksmith can smelt steel. Tyrion's mouth twitched. He glanced at Tobu, who had a dignified face, and said, "If this really works, the Black Goat of Call will have to resign. Blacksmiths don't need any sacrifices." Tobu turned his head and said lightly, "The Black Goat of Call has existed since the time of Valeglia, and will continue to exist. Sigh, my aunt is good at everything, but she's too pious." Thinking of her rejection of his marriage and her threat that if he dared to have impure thoughts, she would build a virgin residence and lock him in, Aegon could not help but sigh. "Your Highness, you should learn from Her Majesty the Queen. Pious belief in the 7 gods is the best way to become a great knight," Clinton said seriously. "That's right. Believing in the 7 gods is better than blaspheming the 7 gods. Prince, even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like the Queen." Tyrion laughed. "No matter how pious, the 7 gods have no power. What's the use?" Tobu shook his head. "You mean, it failed?" Ymont frowned and asked. Most likely, suddenly, an apprentice exclaimed and interrupted him. It melted, the steel sword melted. Chapter 524. What, melted? The slap in the face came so fast that the blacksmith master was caught off guard. However, compared to losing face, Tobu was more concerned about whether the blacksmith of the 7 gods could really smelt steel. Resisting the scorching heat, he came to the red brick furnace, put his face close to the entrance of the smelting room, looked inside, and sure enough, amidst the blazing red flames, the smoky black long sword that had been placed horizontally on the sword rack melted into a liquid that flickered with the light of milky white runes. It fell into the sword-shaped groove that was made of graphite. Black goat above, aren't the 7 gods 7 pieces of wood? And they didn't even use blood sacrifice. Tobu didn't care about the dragon queen next to him and cried out his inner shock. He always knew that the 7 gods were equal to 7 pieces of wood, but Dragon Queen was so devout, and there were so many devout knights around her, he didn't dare to say it in his heart. Is it the dragon flame? Soon he thought again. The 7 gods must be 7 pieces of wood, everyone knows that. Maybe, it's because of the demigod Black Dragon, ha ha ha, it's done. Dragon Queen laughed out loud and said, building 5,000 steel army, there's nothing in the world that can make me afraid anymore. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Tobu said with joy and asked curiously, if I also sing the song of the 7 gods, can I trigger the blacksmith's divine power? You don't believe in the 7 gods, singing is useless. Danny waved her hand. Tyrion heard this, raised his hand and shouted from 4 or 5 meters away, I believe in the 7 gods, is singing useful? You? Only the most devout of the 7 gods can get the blacksmith's response, you're too far away. Danny raised her chin slightly, her face was proud, and her tone was disdainful. So that's how it is. Clinton, Ymont, Aegon and other honest people were thoughtful and believed St. Danny's nonsense. In their hearts, Dragon Queen founded the 7 Gods Church in Slave Bay, and even developed the church to the distant land, she definitely deserves the word saint. Tyrion did not mind. He only asked with a smile, is the Big Sparrow considered a saint? Barely. St. Danny said reluctantly. Big Sparrow's 250 was too shocking. Even St. Danny, whose piety was almost zero, could not deny the other party's faith. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he asked meaningfully, if he learns your newly modified incantation, can he reforge tile steel? Just barely. St. Danny was still reluctant. In theory, Blacksmith Blackie could respond to the prayers of its believers and transmit its divine power to the Big Sparrow through space. Just like the priest of the Black Goat, even though he was far away in Volantis, he could still borrow the divine power of the evil god Kohler. But there was a cost problem here. At this time, Big Black only consumed 1% of his power to smelt the steel, and it consumed 10% of his power to pass it to the Big Sparrow in the Westeros. However, he could only harvest 1,000th of the power of faith from the prayer of the Big Sparrow. It was such a loss. 1,000th was quite a lot. After all, the forging process only took half a day. Half a day of prayer contributed 1,000th. It was not little. In this world where magic was thin, it was completely worthy of the 250 piety of the Big Sparrow. Is this true? Danny answered reluctantly, but it shocked Tyrion. He used to be a muggle, but after becoming a wildfire general, whether it was out of professional needs or to save his life, he had to take out the energy to study the knowledge of the Megalosaurus and study magic knowledge. Therefore, Tyrion deeply understood one thing, the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Except for providing spiritual comfort to their believers, they would never respond to their believers with power. He understood this, but he still believed in the 7 gods, and his faith was even higher than that of Aegon. Because he, like Dany, saw the essence of the 7 gods. The 7 gods were the 7 virtues of human beings, the 7 different growth cycles of human life, and the 7 identities. He believed in the 7 gods, not the 7 wooden piles, but the 7 spirits represented by the wooden piles. In this way, his faith increased. Of course, could it be that you are so rebellious that you also think the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood? Dragon Queen narrowed her eyes, and only 2 cold, blade-like rays of light shot out from them. Are they not 7 pieces of wood? Although he complained in his heart, Tyrion quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I believe in the 7 gods, and I'm a paladin." Then, Dany was surprised to find that a line of faith extended from Tyrion's forehead and connected directly to Dahe. The little devil was praying to the blacksmith. Moreover, his piety increased by 0. 2. Does this guy have the potential to become an archbishop? Then, something even more shocking happened. Ymont, Aegon, Clinton, and even the blacksmith apprentices nearby all produced a line of faith and connected directly to Dahe. Moreover, their piety increased more or less. What happened? Dany was a little confused. Actually, this was normal. After anyone witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, their faith would increase. Everyone here knew that recasting tile steel required the power of the gods and required a sacrifice to the evil god. However, Dragon Queen only sang a blacksmith's song, and the blacksmith showed his spirit. As for Dahe's dragon flame, everyone also knew that the black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, otherwise, the queen who was extremely eager for tile steel armor would not have waited until now. The black dragon could not smelt tile steel before, but now he could. What was more? The blacksmith's song. If this was not a miracle, then what was it? Maybe I should give some benefits to the big sparrow. After all, he is now working for Dahe, the kind of 007. After understanding, Dany touched her chin and thought. Well, 007, from the early morning until the early morning of the next day, without rest, 7 days a week, no holidays. Nephew Aegon, you don't have a tile steel sword yet, right? Today, Aunt will give you a sword. Tell me, what color and style do you want, and let Tobu forge it for you. In a good mood, the Dragon Queen began to feed her nephew sweets. Ah! Who knew that Aegon would actually be embarrassed, his eyes flashing, "Thank you, but I have a sword." Tile steel sword. Dany looked at the mixed steel sword at Aegon's waist with a puzzled expression. Black fire. Aegon whispered. What? Dany did not think of that and was a little puzzled. Old Ymont's expression changed. He pulled Aegon's sleeve and said excitedly, 7 gods above, you mean the Targaryen clan's sword, black fire? Aegon glanced at Dany's aunt, seeing her calm expression, he sighed in relief. There was a hint of pride on his face. He nodded and said, yes, the black fire that Aegon used back then. Receiving Aegon's confirmation, Ymont's pupils shrank, and he became a little suspicious. Black fire was originally the symbol of the Targaryen royalty and could only be worn by the king. However, the mediocre King Aegon was too retarded. He did not give the black fire to his legitimate son, but instead gave it to his illegitimate son, Daemon Vaishui. Based on Daemon Black Fire's bloodline, both parents were Targaryens, and ability, he had the ability to inherit the black fire. At worst, he could just return the sword after death. However, Daemon started the Black Fire Rebellion and tried to usurp the Iron Throne as an illegitimate son. After the first Black Fire Rebellion was ended by the Blood Crow Blinden, the clan's sword Black Fire was not taken back by the Iron Throne. Instead, it fell into the hands of Daemon's son. 30 years ago, during the Battle of the 9 Copperplate Kings, Barristan killed the last Black Fire and the Black Fire Rebellion was completely ended. However, the black fire sword was never seen again. Now, it had suddenly appeared in Aegon's hands. "Where did you get the black fire?" Ymond asked. "Tyrion gave it to me," Aegon said. "Me?" Tyrion pointed blankly at his blackened nostrils. "In the box that Illyrio asked you to bring to Prince Aegon, there is a steel sword, black fire," Clinton explained. Tyrion's cheeks twitched a few times. He looked at Aegon, then at the Dragon Queen, and slowly said, "Illyrio said that it was a gift for the prince, ginger candies. He said that Prince Aegon likes them the most." "You like ginger candies?" Dany asked with a strange expression. "I liked them when I was young," Aegon said. Dany did not ask about the origin of the black fire. She turned to Tobu and said, "Use the steel in the furnace to help me forge a few dragon bone daggers. In a few days, Little White should go to the Red Wasteland." There was still a set of dragon bones there. "Your Majesty, I don't have a steel sword either." "Why don't?" Tyrion said with a smile. You are a crossbow killer. A hand crossbow is enough." "Speaking of crossbows." Tyrion rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I have an idea. Can we create a long-armed crossbow that can be pulled by the Megalosaurus? For example, when the Megalosaurus flaps its wings up and down in flight, we can tie 2 buckles to its wing bones and fasten them to the crossbow. Every time the Megalosaurus flaps its wings, it will reload the crossbow. In this way, the Dragon Knights will be able to continuously shoot arrows." Dany said with a strange expression, "You can try using your Tessa." That night, Dany held a large banquet in Astapor. The success of the reforging of steel was only one of the reasons. The great success of the Battle of Tolos, the bombing of New Gith, and the death of the Marine Wyvern were all reasons to celebrate. In this banquet, Aegon took out the black fire sword that he had kept for a long time for the first time. Since his aunt was going to give him a steel sword, he was no longer worried about his aunt snatching the Targaryen sword. Dany really did not have much interest in black fire at this time. It was just an ordinary steel sword without the slightest bit of magic. When she melted Ghetto's steel statue, even the Unsullied brothers guarding the gate could each have one. But the other person looked at the ruby dragon head sword on Aegon's waist and felt very uncomfortable. After the banquet, Dany returned to her bedroom and was lying on the table writing the Dragon Slayer runes. Ymond came to the door and said bluntly, "Dany, there is a problem with Aegon's identity." Dany did not even raise her head. She was only thinking about the combination of runes. The runes in the Dragon Binder's horn allowed her to create the soul-shocking ability, Soul Strike. She was looking forward to what the Dragon Binder's horn, as the strongest dragon horn in Valeglia, could do for her. That day in Tolos, when Benny blew the horn, he shocked more than 100,000 people in the city. Even through the thick ground, the 3 shapeshifters in the sewers were scared out of their wits. Aegon might not be Lajazi. Varys lied to us. Ymond said with a sour expression. With that sword. Dany still did not have much of a reaction. She lowered her head and continued with her work. Sigh, this is a matter of the Targaryen bloodline. Can you be a little more serious? Old Ymond saw this and was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Dany finally put down her pen and sighed, "All right, you say it, I'll listen." I listen in one ear and out the other. My mind continued to think about the combination of runes. A few days ago, she had asked Morona to keep an eye out for Jake Colasar's whereabouts. She planned to secretly bring her cheap son back. Before he came of age and gave birth to a bunch of grandchildren for Dany, he was not safe. He could not reveal his identity. It was too dangerous. Aegon's huge shield had blocked it. So... Chapter 525. Danny did not have much affection for that cheap son of hers, but he was already 3 years old. If she did not bring him back to educate him, he would start to remember things. If in the future he were to say, giving birth is not as good as raising, then wouldn't his mother, Danny, die of disgust? Thus, in a few months or half a year, Danny would have to bring that unlucky child back. Now that she had a knowledgeable old family member who was absolutely loyal to the Targaryen family, she could leave the child to him to educate. She could rest assured and save effort. However, Danny did not intend to reveal Leg's true identity. Yes, other than Ymont, no one else would know that Leg was her son. Thus, she needed Aegon, who everyone knew was the Dragon Queen's closest relative, to be little Leg's target. Just like 16 years ago, second brother Way and Danny Rise had been Aegon's target. Every dog has its day. Today, it was Aegon's home. Since he was already a target, it did not matter if his identity was real or fake. Before Ymont Blackfire's line of male heirs, Blackfire had always been under their control. After the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings, the Iron Throne did not find the Blackfire sword on the battlefield. Decades later, your father and grandfather sent people to the other side of the Narrow Sea to search for Blackfire, but they found nothing. Why did Blackfire suddenly fall into Illyrio's hands now? Why did he give it to Aegon? Connecting this to the Golden Order's attitude towards Aegon and you is completely different from Viserys. The backbone of the Golden Order are all descendants of the nobles who were loyal to Demon Blackfire and were exiled during the Blackfire Rebellion. It is normal for them to reject Viserys, because you are red dragons and they are black dragons. If Aegon is also a black dragon, then everything makes sense. Because he's a black dragon, there are too many generations between you and him. Therefore, when I compared his genes with yours, there's only a small overlap. He's even inferior to me. Danny shrugged, not minding the old man's serious attitude. She only said indifferently, everything is just a guess. Maybe Illyrio really did buy the Blackfire sword by coincidence, just like how he bought the 3 dragon eggs and gave them to me by coincidence. Old Ymont frowned and thought for a while before suggesting, why don't you capture Illyrio and bring him to Astapor and hand him over to the whip of Dugu for interrogation? What if I wronged him? Danny's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that this old man, who was over 100 years old, could still be so ruthless? Previously, he had always had the image of a soft, nice guy. So be it. Confusing the Targaryen bloodline is a serious matter. It cannot be tolerated. Ymont said sternly. That young man, Aegon, is not bad. If he knew that we were interrogating Illyrio, he would be bitterly disappointed. Whether it's true or not, he would be disheartened. Anyway, we have already confirmed that he has the bloodline of a true dragon, even if it's very weak. At most, we will be more careful in the future, Danny said. Ymont widened his eyes and looked at the Dragon Queen in disbelief. After a while, he sighed helplessly. Danny, you are too open-minded. It's good that you have the bearing of a bright moon, but, forget it. You are already tired from dealing with the Alliance army. I will help you keep an eye on Aegon. The next morning, God's Grace Cathedral. Sunlight shone through the 7 tall stained glass walls, leaving mottled shadows on the 7 statues riding black dragons. Dragon Queen was dressed in a pure white robe, her expression solemn and holy. Under the witness of the 7 gods, I bestow upon you the seal of the holy knights. She extended her white index finger and dipped it in the holy water from the golden bowl. The water was infused with the blacksmith's power of faith. She left a wet mark between the eyebrows of Clinton, Eris, Garth, Jorah Mormont, Layla, and John Bolton who were kneeling in front of her. Then, she retreated to the side and let these newly promoted holy knights swear an oath to the 7 gods. I swear to treat the weak well. I swear to be ashamed of my ignorance, to be ashamed of my ease, to be ashamed of my extravagance. First, they sang the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the knight's declaration that they had sworn to Danny before. After that, the knight sang the Song of the 7 Gods and Son of the 7 Virtues in unison. The Song of the 7 Gods was a holy song that had been passed down in the church for thousands of years. It was a habit to sing this song at every large-scale prayer event. Son of the 7 Virtues was newly composed by the Dragon Queen. Danny wrote the lyrics, and the People's Literature and Art Troupe under her command arranged the music. They also modified some of the lyrics to make it more catchy. The general meaning was that the 7 gods had 7 virtues, and the believers adhered to the 7 virtues was the greatest devotion to the 7 gods. Those who could practice the 7 virtues were the son of the 7 virtues, and the son of the 7 virtues was the son of the 7 gods. Son of the 7 virtues opposed blind faith to a certain extent, and weakened the sanctified faith of the people towards the 7 gods, making the faith more rational. Such faith was harder to shake and purer. At the end of the day, Danny was a monarch. In the mind of a rational monarch, a good church should only help the country to educate the people, and not participate in politics, fight for power, and fight for the right of kings and gods. This is a holy night. There's nothing special about it. At the side of the hall, the little devil smacked his lips and said, "Isn't all knighthood like this? What else do you want to see?" Aegon said, "No, it's different this time." Tyrion shook his head and explained, "A holy knight is the advancement of a glorious knight, and can control the power of the holy light, and have the right to choose a pterrasor partner. I don't know what the power of the holy light is. But at least this means that a holy knight has the qualifications to become a pterrasor knight. The problem is that to become a pterrasor knight, one must use blood witchcraft, and brand the seal of a contract between the pterrasor and the knight. Witchcraft is witchcraft, it's either singing or gaw." Tyrion, who was talking non-stop, looked as if he had been punched. He stared at Clinton with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, stunned. He saw that the knight's forehead, which had a few wrinkles carved by time, was suddenly enveloped by a ray of light, as white as milkshake, and as bright as the rosy clouds after the rain. As holy as the light of heaven, as divine as the gaze of the gods, as beautiful as the light of hope of a young girl. That ray of light, even 10,000 words of praise would not be enough to describe it. It descended from the void, and was only as thick as the rim of a wine glass. It was branded at the place where the Dragon Queen's finger had pointed. It was so obvious in this spacious, bright, and gorgeous palace that it was definitely not an illusion, and it was definitely not a hole in the dome that allowed light to leak out. 7 gods above, what is that? Ymont muttered in shock. The light of the 7 gods, that is the light of the 7 gods. Tyrion replied subconsciously. This guy really knew the essence of it with just one sentence. This was the light of the 7 gods, the divine art bestowed by the blacksmith to his believers. In a fantasy world, it was extremely normal for priests to master the divine art of the gods, but this world was very unfriendly to supernatural powers. The most typical example was the priests of the Red God. They knew how to use LoVLore's divine art, but most of the time, they did not know that they could use it. For example, Soros of Myr. Because the Mad King Eris was obsessed with fire, the supreme priest of Myr sent him to King's Landing to preach. He was naturally a qualified priest, and knew most of the LoVLore's divine arts of the Red God Church. But after coming to King's Landing for more than 10 years, he had never succeeded once. Even the flaming sword that he used to participate in the tournament had to be bought from an alchemist to burn on the sword with wildfire. He had completely embarrassed the priests of the Red God Church. It was no wonder that he had not accomplished anything after more than 10 years, and had not built a Red God temple in King's Landing. When he first revived Count Barry Donderian, Soros did not know that he would succeed. He only used the divine art out of habit. At this time, the divine art had become a ritual for burying the dead. However, our killer responded to him and revived Dandelion. At that time, Soros was dumbfounded. Even the powerful Red God Church did not have a systematic, 100% effective, divine art, and the 7 gods had never done any miracles the traces of the existence of the gods. Now, Tyrion and the others saw the arrival of the 7 gods, a blacksmith, and there was absolutely no trace of a miracle. Blackie had bestowed the seal of contract to the holy knights in the form of a divine art. The knights knelt on one knee and looked up at the statue of the blacksmith god. Gradually, they entered a strange state of tranquility and peace. They could not hear the sounds of the outside world, and they could not see anything else. They only felt that they were surrounded by a pure white light, and there were angels singing hymns in their ears. Then, they sang along. This was actually the state that Big Sparrow and Saint Bailey had been striving for, to communicate with the 7 gods. As the song gradually reached its climax, their faith became more and more devout. Buzz 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 buzz, in the holy church, the void trembled slightly, and beams of milky white holy light fell on the knights' foreheads. The holy light was thick and thin, and some were solid and some were illusory like smoke. This was determined by the knights' faith in the 7 gods. The so-called holy light falling from the sky was only the line of faith that connected them to Blackie materialized. A miracle. The 7 gods have appeared. Old Yamant was so excited that his whole body trembled. The first beam of holy light shocked Tyrion, but the forest of holy light made him regain his sanity. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen is playing tricks on us? He muttered softly. The holy light falling from the sky did not last long. After the song, Son of the 7 Virtues, was sung, the holy light suddenly disappeared between the paladin's eyebrows, and the knights immediately woke up from the mysterious state. I feel like there's something more in my head, Clinton said. Earlier, I seemed to have seen the 7 gods. There was a feeling of perfection and great peace in my heart, Garth said. Leaving the sacred and solemn holy church, on the way back to the Great Pyramid, the knights began to speak freely. Those beams of light just now, what were they? Tyrion went straight to Saint Danny. The 7 gods responded to the prayers of the paladins and sent down holy light to grant the paladins divine spells, Danny said. Are you sure, the 7 gods? Tyrion's mouth twitched. It's up to you to believe it or not. Only a fool would believe you. Grumbling in his heart, the dwarf continued to ask, what kind of divine spells are there? Danny glanced at the group of people who were quietly eavesdropping, raised her voice slightly, and said, currently, there is only one divine spell, the dragon taming technique, which can tame any pterosaur. The more devout a paladin is to the 7 gods, the higher the success rate of taming a pterosaur. Any? You said any. Tyrion's pupils contracted, and he said in disbelief. A pterosaur that already has a paladin as a companion will not work. If there was no Dragon Queen's blood magic, the paladins could also tame the pterosaur by themselves, then, this ability was too terrifying, how could it be real? Are you kidding? Can it take away the dragon of the Marteris pterosaur knight? Tyrion forced a smile. As long as you are devout enough to the 7 gods, you can, Danny said seriously. Tyrion had to believe it. That night, among the paladins, Garth Hyder, who was the most devout to the 7 gods, successfully tamed a shadow dragon. Chapter 526. 3 days after the Murine dragon battle, Danny ended the bombing of New Guys. This was because Raven saw Jenny's letter to the New Guys Alliance. For the time being, they were unable to attack Slaver's Bay, but they could send pterosaurs to New Guys to cooperate with dragon-slaying crossbows to ambush General Wildfire's bombing team. Before New Guys received the letter, Danny withdrew General Wildfire and summoned all the pterosaurs and reserve dragon knights to Astapor. Since the Alliance was temporarily unable to attack Slaver's Bay, she could take advantage of this break in the war to form her own pterosaur knights. Danny captured a total of 7 swamp dragons and 8 shadow dragons. Tyrion, as the leader, chose a swamp dragon as his partner, leaving 14 dragons. In other words, she needed at least 14 pterosaur knights. Considering the possibility of capturing more pterosaurs in the future, she also needed reserve pterosaur knights. Thus, the paladin who accepted the paladin seal appeared. At this time, the paladin seal only had one function: to tame the pterosaurs, relying on the paladin's faith to the 7 gods, but it required a minimum faith level. In terms of data, only believers with a faith level higher than 2.0 could use Blackie's power to contract the pterosaur. If the faith level was lower than 2.0, the line of faith would not be able to withstand the seal of contract sent by Blackie. It was like a road with a 30-ton iron sign at the intersection. This was to tell you that the total weight of the vehicle could not exceed 30 tons, or the road would be in danger of collapsing. The seal of contract required a path, line of faith, with a minimum faith level of 2.0. Taming the pterosaur not only required a contract rune, but also a driving force, divine power, to drive the rune of the seal of contract. For example, it required 100 points of faith. Transferring divine power did not have high requirements for the channel, faith level, but Danny did not want to make ends meet. Everyone knew that a losing business would not last long. According to the rules she set, the paladin needed to pray to the 7 gods and provide 150 points of faith for Blackie, then Blackie would transfer 100 points of divine power to help him perform divine spells. The remaining 50 points of faith belonged to Blackie's profits. For example, Garth Hyder was born in the Old Town and was particularly devout to the 7 gods. He had a faith level of 25, far exceeding the minimum of 2.0. He could provide the faith pool of the 7 gods with devotion *10 is equal to 250 points of faith power in a day. He only needed to pray for half a day to gather 150 points of faith power and exchange it for 100 points of divine power from Blackie. Thus, he obtained the Holy Knight's seal in the morning at the Great Cathedral and tamed a pterosaur that night. Clinton originally only had a piety of 1.6. As such, he had long volunteered to become a pterosaur knight to help Dragon Queen search for a pterosaur nest in the Sosrath continent. Danny still made him fast and pray for half a month in the Great Holy Church, reading the 7 Stars Bible and the corresponding scriptures, compiled by Dragon Queen. It was only in the past 2 days that he barely passed the minimum requirement of 2.0. His piety was 2.0, and he prayed for a day 2.0 times 10 is equal to 20 points of the power of faith. He had to continue praying for at least a week, or the Dragon Queen would open a back door for him. Dahe would suffer a loss and sell it at a discount of 20 yuan. Jorah Mormont was more embarrassed. He used to believe in the old gods, but after converting to the 7 gods, his piety was only 0.3. He was considered a shallow believer, and the Dragon Queen couldn't even open a back door for her white knight. That night, Garth Hyder chose a shadow dragon. The next afternoon, Eris Sitiga, who had a piety of 18, successfully contracted a swamp dragon. During this period, there was a small episode. Eris had intended to choose the old dragon that belonged to Benny. It was 50 meters long, several times larger than Blackie, and had a load of more than 2 tons. Blackie had become the god of blacksmiths, but the maximum load was only 1,500 kilograms, not even enough for a ton. Even if the pterosaur had no magic power, its physical strength was not as strong as the Megalosaurus, and it could only fly at a height of about 2,000 meters. But if 2 tons of boulders fell, as long as it hit the target, it could also flatten an ordinary castle. Therefore, Aegon took a fancy to the mottled green old swamp dragon. Aegon had been guarding the old dragon during the day, and when he saw the big crab come over, he quickly said, "Sir Eris, you can choose another pterosaur. I've reserved this old dragon." "Your Highness, you don't want Blackie anymore." Eris held back his anger and said sarcastically. In fact, Garth was also prepared to choose the old dragon that day, but he was stopped by Aegon. "I need a spare tire, and this old pterosaur is my spare tire," Aegon said confidently. He also knew that this would offend people, so he smiled and persuaded the big crab, "Sir, you should choose the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon's speed is almost as fast as the Megalosaurus. It also has the ability to fly silently and has night vision, that is, the infrared vision that my aunt said." Eris still chose a swamp dragon. Well, the imitation Blackie that was painted black. It was big in size and strong in strength. Even if it was only 30 meters now, it would grow to 50 meters in the future. It had potential. Garth and Eris succeeded in taming the dragons one after another, which stimulated the remaining paladins even more. They almost didn't eat, drink, or rest. They just stayed in the dragon's nest, sat opposite the pterosaur, and silently prayed to the 7 gods. They were imitating the fasting prayers that were most commonly used by archbishops such as Saint Baylor and Great Sparrow. Another day passed, and Quentin Martell jumped 3 feet high and said ecstatically, "I can feel it. The mark of the paladin in my mind has been activated. I can choose a pterosaur." Everyone around him cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. Even Quentin's little friends, Blondie and the bald man, had some ideas. "Quentin, do you think I can become a paladin? I also believe in the 7 gods." Blondie's eyes were full of desire. "I'll help you ask the Dragon Queen." "Sure, as long as you formally swear allegiance to me." Just like that, the 2 borrowed allies from Dorne became Dany's registered paladin followers. However, Dany didn't continue to let the paladins torment themselves in the dragon's nest. John, Lara, and the other paladins with official positions had to end their vacation and return to work. For example, John Bolton had just returned from Raza with 5,000 families of shepherds. He was building a city and farming in the White Dragon River area. How could he be allowed to stay in Astapor for long? Moreover, the prayers didn't need to be performed in the dragon's nest. They could activate the mark at home and then come to the dragon's nest to choose a pterosaur. After arranging for the pterosaurs to send the paladins away, the White Knight Cora and the centaur Kue Luo went to find Dany, who was training in seclusion. Well, she had been familiarizing herself with the magic power that had increased tenfold after absorbing the essence of Benny and 3/4 of the old red dragon. Benny had doubled her magic power, and the rest came from the demigod red dragon. Even the 9-colored vortex had some changes. She felt that she was almost at the threshold of the demigod. "Your Majesty, how long will it take for me to activate the mark?" Cora asked anxiously. "Calixi, I don't believe in the 7 gods at all, but I also want to become a pterosaur paladin. And you're blood of my blood. They didn't receive your summons, but they all sent me letters to ask you," Kue Luo said. This. Dany didn't know what to say. She had learned the way to contract the pterosaurs from Balerion. There were 2 ways, bloodline and faith. Either the bloodline was similar to Balerion's, or the faith was Balerion's. If it was both, the effect would be best. If it was Dany, it would be the same. Either they were related to Dany by blood, like Tyrion, or they relied on the thread of faith to believe in Blackie. When Dany became a demigod, she would also become a demigod. "I'll tell you a little trick. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone." Dany pulled the 2 into the study, closed the door, and whispered, "We'll keep it a secret." The 2 perked up and patted their chests. "Blackie is a demigod, and also the guardian of the 7 gods. You know that, right? Danny asked. What does this have to do with believing in the 7 gods? Cora was confused. Believing in Blackie can also gain the favor of the 7 gods. Why? Kuei-luo was confused. The 7 gods are equivalent to Call, and Blackie is Ko under Call. Just like I'm Calixi, Kuei-luo, you're Ko. You have hundreds of cars under your command. Don't your cars pledge loyalty to me? Danny said. In the past, what she said would have been wrong. If Danny was alive, Kuei-luo would pledge loyalty to her, but his cars would only pledge loyalty to her. When she died, Kuei-luo and his cars would definitely break away from the Khalasar. They might even kill her descendants to prevent future troubles, just like what Pinocchio and Jocko of Drogo Khalasar did 3 years ago. But after several years of Danny's reforms, her Khalasar was already different from the other Khalasars of the Great Grass Sea. Even if she died, her Ko and Kars would firmly support her descendants to become the new Khal. This was the law and justice of the Centaurs, recorded on the first page of the Centaur Code. The Centaur Code appeared even earlier than the Code of Slavers Bay, and the rules in the code were already known to all. It could be said that Danny's original dream of building her golden family was almost half realized. When she conquered the Dothraki Sea, she would be Genghis Khan. I see. I believe in Blackie, which means I'm contributing the power of faith to the 7 gods at the same time. Kuei-luo suddenly understood. Call also evolved from Ko. Perhaps one day, the Great Black Ko could replace the 7 gods' Call and become the Great Black Call. When the centaurs left happily, White Knight said, Your Majesty, I watched Blackie grow up. I can't believe in him. The centaurs always believed that Blackie was the steed of the world in the prophecy. In the Centaur Code, Blackie was also sanctified. Weddings and funerals had to be carried out under Blackie's witness. If they couldn't find Blackie, they used Blackie's wooden carvings instead. Do you still remember the day when Danny had just arrived at Slaves Bay and arranged the centaur's wedding on the ship? Who was the one who wrote the marriage contract for the old centaur Afundi? It was Blackie. Who were the centaurs bowing to when they got married? It was Blackie and the Holy Mother Mountain, the holy land of the centaurs. From then on, Blackie was the centaurs' god in name only. Therefore, it was very easy to make the centaurs believe in Blackie. In fact, there were centaurs who believed in Blackie and Danny for a long time. However, Blackie had no doctrine and no church to serve it, so it couldn't gather faith. It wasn't like the 7 Gods Church, which had a scripture like the 7 Gods scripture that explained the doctrine of the 7 gods. But Korra was different. He never believed in Blackie. He couldn't use this back door. Yes, the key to activating the Holy Knight's mark was to establish a faith channel with Blackie. It didn't matter whether he believed in the 7 gods or Blackie. The 7 gods were Blackie. But the old gods weren't Blackie. Alright, there's one last way. You only need to study the doctrine of a blacksmith and pray to blacksmith. If it doesn't work, then there's no other way. Danny said helplessly. Why blacksmith? I prefer warriors. Korra was confused. Blacksmith is quite free recently and has the mood to respond to a non-devout believer like you. Danny said with a straight face. Chapter 527. In order to help the centaurs get in through the back door, Danny had to let Big Black form a unified image among the centaurs. For example, the Holy Mother of the 7 gods represented benevolence, and no one would confuse her with the wisdom of the old woman. In the past, Danny did not think of developing a religion among the centaurs. Some centaurs worshipped Big Black when they got married, and treated him as the god of marriage. Some centaurs gave birth to babies, and Big Black bestowed the name, Danny's dragon spirit, handwritten by Big Black, and thought that he was in charge of fertility. Some centaurs did not see Big Black, but they had a wooden sculpture of Big Black, carved by themselves, and prayed to Big Black every day before they went out to graze. Thus, Big Black became the god of livestock. There were 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people's hearts, and 1,000 Big Black in 1,000 centaurs' hearts. This way, it was impossible to form a religion, so there were centaurs who worshipped Big Black. Even though Big Black had been a demigod for a long time, he had never received any faith from the centaurs. Danny focused on training her newly increased magic, and started to gather a Fanti, Solomon, Danny's tribe's old blacksmith, and a group of old centaurs to ask about the centaur Commissar's customs and ancient legends. Especially a Fanti, that old fart had followed 12 cars, and was very knowledgeable and experienced. Danny also consulted some old centaur women. They were equivalent to the tribe's Dosh Kalen, equivalent to the priests, and knew about the horse god stories and teachings. Yep, centaurs also had their own beliefs. They believed in the horse god. Even the horse god had the attribute of the death god, and centaurs believed that the horse god was in charge of the Night Kingdom, a dark grassland that would never end. After the dead centaurs and their war horses were cremated, they would ride their war horses into the night grass sea. For example, when Danny had just transmigrated, she had cremated Khal Drogo and his 3 Blood Alliance guards, and the centaurs would search for the star that represented Drogo's ascension into the Night Kingdom. In the House of Black and White in Bravos, there was also a bronze and iron statue of the horse god. This represented that the death attribute of the horse god was recognized by the Faceless One, and it was a side of the god of 1,000 faces. At the same time, it also represented that the Faceless One could bring the gift of death to any centaur. Previously, Danny had never thought of usurping the priesthood of the horse god, not because she believed in the horse god. She even suspected that the horse god was just like the 7 gods, a wooden stake. This was mainly because the horse god's teachings were very evil, similar to the ancient path of the Inami, which encouraged plundering, slaughter, destruction, and strengthening. To put it simply, the Timines burning, killing, and looting were practicing the ancient path and pleasing the Inami. The centaurs burning, killing, and looting were also practicing the ancient path and pleasing the horse god. Danny would not be interested in such a trashy priesthood even if it was given to her for free. Which mother wouldn't want her son to be a good person? But in order to repay her loyal centaurs, Danny decided to change the teachings of the horse god. She didn't even know how many times she had changed the 7 holy scriptures, so why would she care about the Pegasus Bible? Well, originally the centaurs didn't even have a written language, and the teachings of the horse god were only passed down orally. The Pegasus Bible was completely created by Calixi. She asked the old centaurs to get the materials. This time, Danny didn't even use the gimmick of the hand of the horse god or the son of the horse god. She directly said, the Pegasus is the horse god, Big Black is the Pegasus, so Big Black is the horse god. Big Black originally had the title of the horse that rides the world. He could also fly, so what was he if not the Pegasus? Even if there was a horse god, could he be as awesome as the Pegasus? Even the horse god couldn't refute Calixi's words. To say something rebellious, Calixi was really looking forward to the horse god standing up to oppose her. Her dragon babies were still crying piteously for food. The horse god was nothing, they would still eat him. The Pegasus Bible didn't completely remove the teachings of killing and war. It only changed it to, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them no matter how far away they are, and the enmity of 10 generations can be avenged. The courage and viciousness must be preserved. Horses eat grass, but centaurs never eat grass. According to Danny's teachings, the Battle of Kohor should continue. The 3,000 Unsullied dared to use the centaurs to make a name for themselves, so the centaurs should first destroy Kor, then slaughter Astapor. If one generation couldn't do it, then they should work hard, learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses, improve themselves. 2 generations, 3 generations, 10 generations, 100 generations, 1,000 generations, 10,000 generations. In the new Pegasus Bible, other than inheriting the authority of the horse god to manage the Night Kingdom, the Pegasus Big Black also added a new divinity of neighborhood comediante. Marriage, funerals, having children, praying. Big Black could do it all. It was equivalent to the kitchen god in the ancient legends of the Celestial Dynasty. The Pegasus Bible caused a huge commotion among the centaurs, but it didn't attract the attention of the free people in Slave Bay. However, some of the smarter ones immediately noticed that something was wrong. For example, Tyrion. Why could he activate the Holy Night Seal even if he believed in Big Black? Alright, the Dragon Queen called it the Pegasus Scar. What was the relationship between the Pegasus Scar and the Holy Night Seal? What was the reason for the pterosaur to be contracted? What was the relationship between Big Black and the 7 gods? He was terrified when he thought about it. Then, the dwarf secretly found old Ymont and told him these questions. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ymont was puzzled. Sigh, I refuse to go to the rainforest because the old dragon knows the way, and the queen doesn't like me very much recently, the dwarf said helplessly. What's wrong with me having a strong desire to live? Will you only be satisfied when I'm an idiot and jump into the pit? The dwarf was also resentful. Oh right, don't say I thought of it. I'm afraid I know too much and will be silenced by the queen, he added immediately. No, you're thinking too much. Dany won't kill you, Ymont said with certainty. Tyrion complained in annoyance. Yes, she won't kill me directly, but will give me missions that can kill people. I've only rested for 2 days, and she wants me to bomb queers again. It's more than 2,000 kilometers, and I'll have to fly for a day and a night without sleep. Even if I don't die of exhaustion, I'll be caught and bitten to death by the faster shadow dragons. Ymont comforted him gently. You should understand her, this is all to defeat the Alliance. We have few pterosaurs, and the enemy has many. We can only light fires everywhere and let them disperse their forces to reduce the pressure of the marine bombing later. To Ymont's question, Dany answered without hesitation, it's simple, I created the runes, but contracting the pterosaur requires divine power. Just like how the Khal Black Goat's divine power can reforge steel, the divine power of Balerion, Lalo, and the 7 gods can do the same. Blackie is a demigod, so of course it has divine power. Ymont suddenly understood. Tyrion was skeptical, but because of his lack of supernatural knowledge, he could not find a loophole in the Dragon Queen's words. Well, he did not have time to think about it. Without any psychological burden, Ymont gave up Tyrion. Knowing that all these problems came from the dwarf, the Dragon Queen arranged a new mission for him that day, go to New York Town and plunder the passing ships. Well, Mataris's army needed supplies, and after Tolos recovered, the ships entered the Bay of Sorrows again. The Maiden of Liberty Strait was 200 kilometers wide, and it was almost impossible for Dany to completely block it. Just like in World War I and World War II, Germany could not completely block the sea route between England and America. Maiden of Liberty Island was in Dany's hands, and New York Town at the south and Southam Town at the north had crossbow arrays. Even if the enemy had pterosaurs escorting them, Tyrion could still hide in the safe zone before he was surrounded. Similarly, Dany had to arrange for pterosaur knights to go to New York and Southam to prevent the enemy's pterosaurs from bombing. The days passed in this stalemate. Dany had the geographical advantage, and the Alliance had the support of the entire world. The two sides had not officially started the final battle, but they had already started a protracted war. One day, Danny's realm stabilized. Just as she was about to gather a group of strategists to discuss how to transport the 100-ton steel statue to Slave Bay, Marvin contacted her. The distance was too far, and with Marvin's magic power, he could not contact Danny. It was like when someone was in university, and her family called, but she did not pick up the phone when she received the notification. She would go to a public phone booth and use the phone card she bought in school, $25 for a $50 card, to call back. She would not feel the pinch even if she talked for half an hour. Marvin was a poor demon. Danny's magic power had skyrocketed, so she had always been the one to call back. However, when he saw Danny this time, the bullneck doctor was shocked. The Dragon Queen's projection was 10 times clearer than before. "You're near Dragonstone Island?" Marvin asked in surprise. "No, I'm at Slave Bay. I've made some progress recently, and my magic power has increased by 10 times. Danny waved her hand nonchalantly. Marvin's short and stocky body began to sway. "Did my 30 years of hard work go to waste?" "What's the matter?" Danny asked. Marvin came back to his senses and looked at the Queen's projection in shock again. He said dryly, "The hole in the magic network has been dug. It's 210 meters deep. All right, I'll find some time to sneak over." Sneak? Marvin was confused. "Sigh, the Alliance does have pterosaurs. They've already ambushed me twice. If they know that I left Slave Bay on a black dragon, there will definitely be a third time." Danny sighed. There would not be a third ambush in the near future. Materis only had 10 pterosaurs left, and with the Dragon Slayer crossbows, they could barely defend the airspace of New Gis. Unfortunately, Danny did not know. Even the representatives of New Gis did not know that Jenny was in a hurry to find Benny II. If she could not find a direct descendant of the 3 families, she could only do it herself. Baristan sent a letter. "He wants you to contact him again when you have time," Marvin said. "Okay." Danny nodded. Samuel arrived at Dragonstone Island on Laurel Wind yesterday afternoon. He brought a barbarian girl, a raven, and a baby. There were no deviant ghosts. Marvin continued. "That fatty is useless." Danny pursed her lips and asked, "Since the deviant ghosts are gone, why didn't he return to the Great Wall?" "I don't know either." Marvin shook his head. "Why don't we call him over and ask him in person?" "Forget it. Let him stay for a few more days. I'll talk to him in person when I arrive at Dragonstone Island." Danny waved her hand and asked, "By the way, what has Big Sparrow been up to recently?" Marvin heard this and his expression became strange. "He's fasting and praying. I heard that the old woman promised him that she would teach him divine arts after completing the revision of the 7 Gods doctrine." "Your Majesty, do you think he's gone crazy?" "He's been fasting for more than half a month, but he just stopped once." Recently, the nobles and commoners of King's Landing are discussing this matter. There are even gambling houses betting that Big Sparrow will follow in St. Bailey's footsteps within a week. Danny was stunned. She had been so busy stabilizing her realm that she had forgotten about this matter. No, she had to immediately respond to the pious Holy Son. She could not let him die so early. But what divine arts should she bestow upon him? Chapter 528. Big Black, your holy son has been hungry for half a month. He's just a skeleton, and you didn't even remind me. After ending the communication with Marvin, Danny and the big black dragon spirit entered the statue of the blacksmith in the great cathedral of Baylor with the help of Wind Song. Then she felt heartache. The big sparrow was haggard, his old face was as white as a ghost, and his whole body was as thin as a stick of wood. This was the holy son whose piety was as high as 250. It shouldn't be like this. It was easy for Danny to pull the big sparrow into the pool of faith again along the line of faith that had almost become a door. In the pool of faith of the 7 gods, she could transform into the most sacred 7 gods in the big sparrow's heart. However, she usually only changed between an old woman, a young girl, and the Holy Mother. She didn't disguise herself as the blacksmith, the Holy Father, the stranger, or the warrior. This time, she transformed into the loving Holy Mother and looked at the crying Holy Son with pity, completely out of sincerity. "Oh, Holy Mother of Mercy, I finally see you again." The big sparrow was also reaching his limit. "Child, I've been watching you. You're very good. You're fully qualified to receive the sacred mark." Holy Mother Danny said kindly. "Sacred mark?" The big sparrow was shocked. The real show was here. He stopped crying. The great guardian of light is very devout. Through him, I can pass on divine spells to the believers in this world. The sacred mark is a mark. The sacred mark can receive my divine power, and you and Danny Rise are the only 2 holy sons who have received the sacred mark. What? Danny Rise is also a holy son? The big sparrow was shocked. She founded the Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay. She developed the church to the barbarian land. Her piety to the 7 gods is second only to you. Good, second only to me. Big Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief. His first place was finally saved. However, he had to work harder in the future. He couldn't let Saint Danny surpass the Holy Sparrow. The big sparrow immediately became full of fighting spirit. He was like a field that had 10 trucks of jinkula, full of desire for high yield. Wang, a beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped the big sparrow. Ah, a warm power poured into his body from the top of his head, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. "Child, you are too thin and weak. I will bestow upon you the power of a blacksmith." The last voice of the Holy Mother came to her ears, and the big sparrow woke up in a trance. Just like the last time, he was lying on the floor with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had fallen asleep. No, when he clenched his fist, it was as if he had the strength to kill a tiger. He opened his palm, and a flame as pure and holy as snow suddenly rose. He closed his eyes, and countless mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the knowledge of blacksmithing. He had become a blacksmith. "Archbishop, are you done praying?" When the big sparrow walked out of the gate of the holy hall, a group of sparrows immediately surrounded it. The one-armed hero, Russell, heaved a sigh of relief. The Archbishop did not have to follow in St. Bailey's footsteps. "My lord, do you want to go back to the backyard and rest for a while?" "I'll get milk and bread for you," he said. "No, give me a hammer first," the big sparrow said. "What do you want the hammer for?" Russell asked cautiously. "I want to forge. The Holy Mother gave me the power of blacksmithing. I cannot let her down," the big sparrow said seriously. Russell and the other children of war looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The Archbishop had followed in St. Bailey's footsteps and had a mental problem. The Holy Mother gave him the power of blacksmithing. Wasn't that the wrong thing to say? Even if you want a hammer and forge, it should be the blacksmith who gives you the power of blacksmithing. But an afternoon later, the sparrows were shocked. Another day later, everyone in King's Landing was shocked. Red Castle, Queen Dowager's bedroom. After the spring rain. Cersei's cheeks were flushed with satisfaction. Her voice was faint as she spoke to Yuluen, who looked tired. "Did you hear?" The big sparrow wielded a 50-pound hammer and swung it like the wind. He even spat fire from his mouth and forged a low-grade scrap iron into a steel longsword. The quality was even better than Master Blacksmith Tobu's famed sword, Sunpiercer. When the two swords clashed, Sunpiercer's blade had a crack the size of a bean. Nonsense. The big sparrow is so thin. How can he lift a 50-pound hammer? Yulun didn't even open his eyes. The big sparrow claimed that he was blessed by the Holy Mother and obtained the power of blacksmithing, Circe said strangely. That old man is incoherent. Yulun mocked. Circe broke free from Yulun's arms and said worriedly, "You don't know the big sparrow. He is very cunning. He will never go crazy. Also, he sent someone to inform Uncle Kevin to end Marjorie's church trial in half a month. Then, he will immediately hold a trial for me. He will be the one representing the church in the duel." What? Yulun suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He said in disbelief, "The big sparrow will represent the church in the trial. With his body, any golden-robed man would be able to chop off his head with a single sword, right? I really hope that he is crazy." After months of adjustment in the Holy Cathedral dungeon, Circe was traumatized by the big sparrow. Even if the big sparrow looked crazy at this time, she was still careful, afraid that he was planning a new conspiracy against her. For the first time, Dani only felt that it was a very strange converter that could convert the non-elemental power of faith into divine power with special functions. The power of faith was like electricity, and the clergy was like electrical appliances. Different clergy were like different electrical appliances, converting electricity into various practical functions. For example, electric fans, rice cookers, televisions, refrigerators, etc. When she was stabilizing her realm, Dani also systematically studied the fundamental principles of the clergy. It was very magical, but also very scientific. The clergy was condensed by believers and came from believers. It would not surpass the believers. Dani read in the classical Xianxia novels in her previous life. There was something called a divine talisman. After obtaining it, one could become the corresponding god and master the knowledge related to the divine profession. For example, if one obtained the divine talisman of the earth, one would become the god of the earth and know the skill of growing all things out of thin air. If one obtained the divine talisman of the river, one would become the god of the river and immediately understand the ability to control the river and control the clouds and rain. The clergy was somewhat similar to the talisman. Blackie was a dragon, but after obtaining the blacksmith talisman, he had a lot of knowledge of blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, masons, and many other craftsmen. But unlike the extraordinary talisman, the clergy's knowledge was not extraordinary at all. It was very low level. It was the accumulation of countless believers' knowledge over countless years. To put it bluntly, whatever skills the believers of the seven gods had, the clergy had the corresponding knowledge. The upper limit of its knowledge was the believers, and it could not exceed the believers. After Blackie obtained the blacksmith clergy, the knowledge of blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on, all came from the believers of the blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on. This was very awkward. Blackie, the god of blacksmiths, was not even as good as Korhor's blacksmith master Tobu. Tobu could reforge steel, but the blacksmith could not, and it was Dani who taught him. Because the believers of the seven gods in Westeros did not know this skill. But the blacksmith of the seven gods also had extraordinary skills. His forging skills were very skillful, and it was equivalent to the accumulation of countless blacksmith believers' experience over countless years. So, if Dani and the big black dragon were to obtain the blacksmith clergy, she could immediately become the strongest blacksmith in the world. If it was another world, Dani might be able to show off in front of the people with the blacksmith clergy's forging skills and show off as a young person. She could look down on the blacksmith master and forge a 9th-grade spiritual weapon in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Dani still remembered that there were many such scenes in a novel, and she was very excited when she read it. But in this world, Dragon Queen's acting skills were already at the maximum level. She could transform into a blacksmith, sweat like rain, and forge a fine steel sword that could cut iron like mud. She could indeed be terrifying and shock the world, but it was all negative effects. Ha ha ha, Dragon Queen was indeed the daughter of the Mad King. Now that her mad blood had acted up, she actually ran off to become a blacksmith. Her enemies would laugh at her like this, but they would not marvel at the queen's exquisite skills. However, blacksmithing was one of the 7 gods after all, and the big sparrow liked this divine skill very much. It represented a miracle. During the reign of Saint Bailey, an illiterate stonemason who did not know how to pray, because of his exquisite craftsmanship, was regarded as a blacksmith's mortal body by Saint Bailey. He was finally appointed as the archbishop. Compared with that stonemason, the big sparrow's divine skill was tens of thousands of times stronger. After personally forging a fine steel double-handed sword, the big sparrow's devotion to the 7 gods entered a new level. It was still 250 faith, but the power of faith provided had increased by 10 times. The power of faith provided by each believer's daily prayers equals devotion * coefficient. The coefficient of ordinary believers was about 10.0, and the big sparrow's coefficient was also 10.0 before. At this time, his coefficient of faith suddenly soared to 100.0, and Danny was not sure what realm it was. Because the coefficient and devotion were very high, the big sparrow contributed 25,000 points of faith to Dahe a day. After deducting 50% of the profit, Dahe should also give him 16,666 points of divine power. God had mercy. Clinton had fasted and prayed for almost a week for the 100 points of divine power to contract the pterosaur. If the big sparrow were to contract the pterosaur, maybe it would only take a look. Clinton was to the big sparrow, just like Pogba was to the Dragon Queen in terms of fire witchcraft. From this, it could be seen how 666 the big sparrow was at this time. However, although Danny knew that the big sparrow was very 666 now, she could not imagine that the guy dared to compete with the Demon Mountain. But she did not have time and energy to care about the Holy Sun now. On the night that she gave him the forging divine skill, Danny received a messenger crow from Zingis, requesting a truce for a few days. Her old friend Zero was going to Astapor to discuss the redemption of the prisoners of war. Danny immediately found that this gave her 2 opportunities, a chance to leave Slave Bay, and a chance to plant spies. She wrote a letter that night and sent it to Zingis the next afternoon. After a serious discussion with the ministers for a day, I have decided to accept the request of the Alliance Army for negotiation, but the messenger must be Zero. Moreover, Zero could not take the pterosaur directly to Astapor. He could fly to New York town first, then take the fast boat arranged by White Knight Garth and go to Astapor by sea. The airspace of Slave Bay was not allowed to enter. Then that night, Danny took Cora and Clinton to Little Green and Dahe, respectively, and rushed to the Little Rhone River more than 3,000 kilometers away. Good-oh. Obviously, Danny's goal was the steel Sphinx statue at the entrance of Good-oh. She planned to melt it in 1 day and bring a ton of steel back to Astapor in 2 days. Chapter 529. The rise of the Dragon Queen led to the rapid decline of the world sea trade, and her 60 million gold royals project made the food market more prosperous than ever before. As a result, farmers began to appear on both sides of the Little Lorne River. They sowed wheat and soybean seeds on the land previously used for cotton, castor, and hemp. After the reclaimed farmland was planted, the manor owner also organized the farmers to burn the mountains and reclaim new farmland. It could be said that Slavers Bay was making a big leap in agricultural production, while Ursus was making a small leap in the Lorne River basin. Denzel of the Undulls was also one of the pioneers. He even left his home and was arranged by his master to work at the Little Lorne River 500 kilometers away. Because of his good farming skills and rich experience, his master needed his skills to reclaim the newly purchased wasteland. Before the age of 15, Denzel was a shepherd boy at the harvest hall. He raised and plowed cattle for Count Aston. The harvest hall's territory was very suitable for farming. It was the granary of the Stormlands. The emblem of the House of Selmy, 3 golden wheat ears, said it all, so Denzel was trained as a farmer for as long as he could remember. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be driving the cattle to plow the Count's land and plant the last wave of winter wheat before the winter snow came. But although he was an expert at driving cattle, he did not like this profession. The young man wanted to drive a ship and sail thousands of miles to the Jade Sea, to Iban, to the Barren Land, to see the different sceneries of different parts of the world. When he was 15 years old, after completing his contract with Count Aston, he did not follow his dead father's last wish to marry a farmer's daughter. Instead, he settled down as a good farmer and continued to work for Count Selmy. He went to King's Landing and was hired by a Pentos merchant as a sailor on the Flying Pentos. For the first 2 years, he sailed to Bravos, Seagull Town, White Harbor, Old Town, Mill, and other cities that he had never been to before. He was very happy. But everything changed 2 years ago. The Dragon Queen seized Slaver's Bay, and the trade on the Summer Sea collapsed by half. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Queen's actions caused a terrible economic crisis in the world. As trade between the East and the West decreased, the number of goods sold and purchased by the cities along the narrow sea was greatly reduced. The Flying Pentosian was just an offshore flat-bottomed cargo ship, equivalent to a carriage driver on the sea. Without goods from the East, the number of Western specialties that were sent to the East decreased. The coachman became idle and Denzel lost his job. Coincidentally, he met a girl he liked, so he settled down in Pentos. He wanted to buy a house. If he did not have a house, the girl's parents would not be willing to marry their daughter to him. Unfortunately, the housing prices here were too high. Buying a 60-square-meter house outside the city would cost him 30 years of his salary. Of course, he didn't have 30 years' worth of salary, so he could only get a loan from the Bank of Pentos. If the free people of Pentos wanted to buy a house or live, they had to take a loan. Then, Denzel discovered something terrifying. The income he and his wife earned from their labor was often less than what they needed for food and clothing. In order to fill their stomachs, they had to borrow again. As such, his debt would continue to grow day by day, and he would never be able to recover. Later on, he met a fellow villager, a bachelor in economics from the old town, and only then did he understand what was going on. After losing the war with Bravos, Pentos almost became a semi-colony of Bravos. Of course, a semi-colony had to sign an unequal treaty. In addition to the military restrictions, no more than 20 warships, no mercenaries, no contracts with freelance mercenaries, and no military force beyond the number of city guards. The city was also not allowed to maintain slavery. But the ruler of the city needed slaves. Slaves were the cheapest, the most obedient, and the most valuable. So, the ruler of the city thought of a way to turn the free people into slaves, deliberately raising the price of living goods, lowering the free people's wages, and forcing them to borrow money from the governor of trade who ruled the city. If they owed their master, they had to work for their master. These free people were called free slaves. This was the setting in the original book. Martin was mirroring America. Apart from the name, they were essentially no different from slaves. Denzel became a free slave of one of the governors of trade, Illyrio. Long before Dragon Queen's 60 million gold royals grain purchase plan, Illyrio began to expand the scale of grain farming, and then bought land on a large scale and hired farmers to cultivate the wasteland. At this time, from Pentos to the Little Lorne River, there were Illyrio's estates because there was Valeglia Avenue. Transportation was very convenient. After being a free slave for 2 years, Denzel found that there was nothing to be afraid of, because his life now was no different from when he was a free Westeros. He continued to farm for his boss, and his boss paid him a living wage. It was the same everywhere. In this case, he lived with a clear conscience like the thousands of free slaves in the city. During this time, even if there was news of the Dragon Queen, liberator of slaves, shackle breaker, Misha the slave, and other titles, it did not move him too much. He was not a slave. How could the Dragon Queen liberate him? Perhaps, he would only hear her story in his life, and would not have anything to do with it. Until this day, around 8:00 in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, the temperature was neither hot nor cold, and the northwest wind was warm like a lover's hand. Denzel was wearing a gray linen shirt and shorts, and his bare feet were bare. His exposed skin was as tanned as an old cow's. He was propping up an old black buffalo that was shiny with oil, and turning over the wet and soft black soil. His wife and mother-in-law were holding a green gourd ladle filled with soybeans, and following behind the snow-white plow, counting the beans. Whoosh! The sky suddenly darkened, as if a large dark cloud was covering it, and there was the sound of air turbulence. Moo! The big buffalo, which was steadier than an old dog, suddenly stopped, its hind legs went weak, and it collapsed into the mud. Before Denzel could be angry, he heard his wife yell at the top of her lungs, "Dragon, dragon." Denzel was shocked, and looked up. Sure enough, he saw two megalosaurus, one black and one green, cutting through the blue sky like two sharp knives. Their speed was too fast, and they left behind two clear traces of flight among the white clouds. Dragon, this is a megalosaurus, a Targaryen, a Targaryen. Dragon Queen, the one sitting on it must be Queen Dany Rise, the queen of the Undols, Loiner, and Forerunners, the protector of the entire realm. For some reason, Denzel suddenly felt a surge of passion, and he lost his composure as he shouted at his wife and mother-in-law. It was as if he wanted to tell them, "Did you see that? That's the queen of the Undols, and I'm also an Undol, a former Westeros." His mother-in-law did not think highly of her son-in-law just because he was separated by thousands of miles from the Dragon Queen. She only kept urging him. "No matter who is on the dragon, it has nothing to do with you or us. Hurry up and pull the old cow up, there are still 7 or 8 acres of land waiting for us to work on." His mother-in-law was wrong, the Dragon Queen's arrival this time had really crossed paths with them. After only 15 minutes, the black dragon flew back. Then, they were shocked. It was just as the street bards said, the Dragon Queen's black dragon could speak. Farmers employed by Governor Illyrio Mopatis immediately lead the cows and horses along the Voleglia stone path to the mouth of the river. Farmers not employed by Illyrio, if you are willing to earn a gold radiance coin, you can also go. The Megalosaurus's voice rumbled like thunder, and it could be heard clearly from miles away. Denzel was still in a daze, unsure if he should listen to the Megalosaurus's words. He saw the manor's steward drenched in sweat as he galloped on the fields on a mule, shouting, "Immediately head to the west. Men, women, old, and young, all of you. If you don't get there in half an hour, your wages will be deducted." What else could Denzel do? He could only quickly remove the plow from the old cow's back, then lead the cow and jog to the west with his wife and mother-in-law. Along the way, they met many farmers, stewards, and even mercenaries who were riding horses and herding cows. Yes, a small mercenary group that guarded the manor. There were more than 100 people in the group. "Why are we going to the west?" his wife asked as she tugged at his arm with her large, calloused hand. "Perhaps we have to cross the river and go to Ghetto on the other side," Denzel said uncertainly. He could not understand. Other than a statue of a dragon's body in waist-high weeds, there was not even a ferry. The two sides of the river were connected by a stone bridge. But he was wrong again. They did not cross the river. Instead, they stopped near the statue of the female Dragon King. "Look, there's a knight." His wife pointed at a knight in full armor in the middle of the crowd. Denzel's body trembled. A white leather helmet with rainbow feathers, an exquisite white glaze armor inlaid in front of his chest, and a wide, milky white cloak that shone as white as snow and as bright as a young girl's hope. Wasn't this the legendary White Knight? He was excited again. His previous master, Count Selmy of the Harvest Hall, and his granduncle, Baristan, was the legendary White Knight known as the model of Westeros Knights. After that, he found out the identity of the White Knight from the steward, Jorah Mormont. Coincidentally, he also knew this person. It was because the reputation of the Count of Bear Island, the man whose wife ran away with another man, was too resounding, and everyone knew him. Not only did the steward of the Illyrio family's manor come, but everyone in the nearby manors also came with men, ropes, and carriages. It was said that the Dragon Queen rode on a dragon and visited every manor nearby. The terrifying Wings of Death and Great Guardian of Light roared, "Listen to me, I am the Great Guardian of Light. Otherwise, the Wings of Death will descend." What else could the stewards do? Denzel looked left and right. There was only Sir Mormont and a weathered middle-aged knight called Sir Clinton. There was only a green dragon in the sky. There was no sign of the Black Dragon or the Dragon Queen. However, he did not have time to let his imagination run wild. 300 to 400 people came one after another. The group was split into two. The White Knight led a group of people to the manor to get bricks and build a forge, on Valeglia Avenue. Sir Clinton instructed people to move the Sphinx statue with a woman's head and the body of a megalosaurus. A few thick hemp ropes were tied around the statue. The ropes passed through the pulleys on the giant wooden frame in front of it and split into 40 to 50 strands, each of which was pulled by an old bull. There were also people who placed gravel, coarse sand, and bricks between the statue and the stone path. After doing all this, Sir Clinton pushed a cart of iron balls the size of a child's fist. They were smooth, as if they were one. In front of the statue, he placed an iron ball a palm's width apart. There was a total of 30 to 40 iron balls. Chapter 530. Denzel was not stupid. He immediately understood what Sir Clinton was trying to do. As the farmer urged the cattle to pull the rope, the head of the Sphinx gradually rose. There was a tripod in front of it that was supported by sturdy oak. The pulley at the top of the tripod was higher than the center of gravity of the Sphinx. As the rope pulled, it was equivalent to exerting an upward force on the statue. With that, the bottom of the Sphinx rose and moved forward a distance of a palm's width with great difficulty. It pressed down on the iron ball that was laid down earlier. The iron ball broke the stone bricks that were laid down below and almost sank into the gravel pit. Then, the pulley on the tripod was lowered slightly so that the angle of the pulling force did not change. With that, the statue moved forward another half a step. As the statue left the pit, it gradually pressed down on the iron balls. The pulling speed became faster and faster. After passing through the iron balls, the statue took out the iron ball that was pressed into the gravel pit and placed it in front of it. Before noon, the Sphinx moved 7 to 8 meters and leaped onto the stone path of Valeglia. At that moment, Denzel finally saw the Dragon Queen. She descended from the sky on a black dragon. Her appearance. She was wearing a helmet and iron armor, so he could not see her clearly. What caught his attention was that the black dragon was carrying a bundle of more than 10 iron blowers. As he was an Undul and his ancestral home was the Stormlands, Denzel became a small leader under Sir Clinton. He commanded the cattle to pull the statue. With that, he could see the Dragon Queen up close. Although Denzel did not know why she was wearing a helmet, of course, she was afraid of death and was afraid that someone in the crowd would shoot her with a crossbow. He could see through the gap in the helmet that she was a very beautiful lady. She had big, violet eyes, fair, lustrous skin, a delicate little chin, and silvery hair that reflected the sun's rays. Without a doubt, she was a Targaryen. Everyone knew that Targaryens had purple eyes and silver hair. They were extraordinarily beautiful. However, what caught Denzel's attention the most was not the queen's appearance, but she actually knew magic. Denzel saw with his own eyes that the Dragon Queen used flames to melt the dragon crystal, he heard from her, and some strange magic materials. She then branded some words, magic runes, that he could not understand on the cleaned black stone path. After that, he moved the Sphinx statue to the top of the scribbles. With the statue as the center, he built a 2-story castle with windows the size of 8 buckets. The statue was placed in a castle made of red bricks and bluestone strips. Then, 8 2-meter-tall castles were built along the windows of the castle. Now he understood that the small castle was connected to the blower, which was actually a furnace. A large amount of charcoal was loaded into 8 stoves and lit at around 2 in the afternoon. During this time, many caravans between Pentos and Norfoss passed by. They were very surprised and wanted to stop and watch, but all of them chose to leave after the black dragon roared, "Get lost or die." The fire burned, and the newly built furnace began to emit a hot, wet smell of lime. The lime used to build the walls was dried by the fire, and there were even cracks in some places. Under normal circumstances, it should be slowly dried in the shade, but the high temperature would cause uneven heating, and the walls would crack. However, the Dragon Queen only dug out a lump of lime to cover the crack and continued to burn it. Denzel understood the queen's thoughts. She only wanted to melt the iron statue this time, and did not really plan to build a steel-making furnace on the main road. Why doesn't the queen use the dragon to burn the Sphinx statue, just like how Black Death Balerion melted the iron sword to build the Iron Throne? He could not help but ask his fellow countrymen. Yes, Sir Clinton also claimed to be from the Land of Storms, so he was somewhat close to him. However, when Denzel asked him if he was from the Clinton family of Vulture's Nest Castle, he shook his head and did not say a word. At this moment, the Clinton of Vulture's Nest Castle was related to John Clinton, but they were not of the same bloodline. It still being heated, the Dragon Queen glanced at him and said, "Oh, 7 gods, the Dragon Queen actually spoke to him." Denzel was so excited that his black face flushed red. His head was boiling, his eyes were dizzy, and he was at a loss. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen only said one sentence before she turned her head back and continued to stare at the huge, blazing furnace. As carts of charcoal were transported over from the nearby manor, and as the people operating the blower changed batch after batch, the furnace began to emit waves of heat into the surroundings. Everyone began to retreat. When the sky gradually turned a shade of yellow, the Dragon Queen chanted an incantation. The flames at the top of the furnace in the castle shrunk, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. However, the speed of adding charcoal did not slow down at all. Denzel did not understand magic. Naturally, he did not know that after the temperature of the statue stopped rising, the Dragon Queen used her fire control spell to transform the dissipating flames into the shape of a huge bell, enveloping the statue within. As such, the steel statue's temperature continued to rise, and the outside world could not feel much heat. Before the sky darkened, the Megalosaurus finally began to breathe fire. The black and green dragons seemed to be in a relay race. One after another, they continuously poured dragon flame into the furnace at the top of the castle. The dragon flame and charcoal burned together for a full 3 hours. The vast, dark wilderness was gradually bathed in a dazzling starry sky. During dinner, Denzel was given 3 sausages, 2 eggs, a loaf of bread, and a big bowl of beef, oatmeal, and carrot soup. He ate happily, only to realize that the Dragon Queen and her 2 knights did not eat or drink. At midnight, Denzel was lying on the stone path, dozing off. Suddenly, a sense of fear surged in his heart. It was as if a ferocious tiger had snuck up beside him and was about to bite his neck. He woke up with a start. The sleeping people around him seemed to have felt the same way, and a series of shouts rang out. With just a glance, Denzel could sense the source of the change, the black dragon. During the day, he instinctively felt that he was as majestic and domineering as a god. At this moment, he seemed to have truly become a god. His appearance did not change. He was still as ferocious and terrifying, but his entire body was emitting a holy aura that made people want to worship him. No, something else had changed. Dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame had turned into an extremely bright glazed red. If colors could have life, the glazed red would have come alive at this moment. The green dragons retreated to the side. Only the black dragon continued to spit out dragon flame that resembled a glazed red water column. Another quarter of an hour passed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk very suddenly, the castle-sized brick furnace shook a few times, as if something inside had exploded. Almost at the same time, at the bottom of the Rhone River, a huge wave rose out of nowhere. Before the two knights could ask in surprise, Denzel was stunned to see the Dragon Queen cursing in exasperation. "Goddamn Valeglia, if you want to show off, then show off until the end. Don't you feel ashamed to use a fake to fool the world for thousands of years?" At this moment, the Dragon Queen did not know the true meaning of the steel statue, nor did she know what she had done. She also could not hear the resentful roars of beasts coming from the Rhone River dozens of kilometers away. Some ancient existence had broken free from the seal of Valeglia. Fake. Her two knights' expressions changed abruptly. Steel skin, scrap iron core. The steel inside has long melted. When the fixed steel skin is broken, it will suddenly explode like a broken soup dumpling, and juice will splatter everywhere. The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her iron boots on the stone path. When the Dragon Queen smashed the brick that was in contact with the stone path, a thin layer of tiles near the edge of the stone path, bright red molten iron that radiated a white light, immediately flowed out and flowed directly into the sand pit beside the stone path. The stone path was a palm's height above the ground, and the sand pit that was dug in advance caught the flowing molten iron. Well, the Dragon Queen had arranged for people to shovel away the top layer of soil and lay a thick layer of mold sand. The molten iron sizzled in the sand pit. Even though the sand pit had been baked for a period of time by the Dragon Queen's dragon flames, there was still a large amount of smoke rising from the ground around it. The smell of burning filled the air, and the heat wave spread without restraint. Everyone's faces were red and hot from the molten iron, but the Dragon Queen continued to sigh as if nothing had happened. She muttered, "Too much, too much. With so much molten iron, how many tons of steel can there be left?" The size and depth of the sand pit were calculated in advance. A small pit was the size of a bucket, compacted with a standard mold and dried the water. It could hold about 500 pounds of iron. Steel was also iron, and its density was exactly the same as iron. Small pits were connected to small pits. The first small pit was filled, and the molten iron that flowed down would flow along the thumb-sized notch above the pit wall to the next small pit. The principle was the same as the ice cube box in the refrigerator. Since it was molten iron that was flowing, the Dragon Queen personally jumped into the pit and blocked some of the drainage notch with ceramic stoppers. Well, the small pit originally had 4 walls, and the overflowing molten iron could flow in all directions. Now, under the deliberate control of the Dragon Queen, the molten iron only flowed to the sides, leaving the position near the faucet for the steel. Out of the reserved 20 by 20 pits, 250 of them were filled with ordinary molten iron, 71 of them were filled with steel, and 25 of them were empty. In other words, the Sphinx statue was about 80 tons, of which 62. 5 tons of ordinary steel and 18 tons of steel. Ordinary steel was a mixture of grayish-white and grayish-black, while steel was a smoky black that reflected a strange luster. The two could be clearly distinguished. "It's not bad." Looking at the smoky black iron bucket that was pulled out by the hanging rope like a radish, the Dragon Queen finally smiled. Well, when the Dragon Queen flew over from Slaver's Bay, she also brought 200 fine steel chains that were as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. A chain was placed in two adjacent pits on the left and right. When the molten iron solidified, it was equivalent to fixing a big iron ball at both ends of the chain. A single iron ball weighed 500 kilograms, and only Blackie could carry it. From midnight to the darkest 3 hours before dawn, Blackie carried 34 iron balls and left everyone's sight. When it returned, it was empty-handed. Needless to say, everyone knew that the steel was too heavy, and the Megalosaurus could not carry it all at once, so the black dragon hid it somewhere nearby. Denzel's heart skipped a beat. To transport 34 iron balls in just 3 hours, it would take about 5 to 6 minutes for a round trip. In other words, the steel was no more than 3 minutes of flying distance for the black dragon. And the black dragon was carrying half a ton of iron ingots. Could it fly 400 kilometers in an hour? 3 minutes, no more than 20 kilometers. He did not know how much steel was worth in the market, but a dozen tons of steel could definitely be exchanged for a city. It was truly priceless. Denzel's eyes flashed, and then he saw that many people's eyes were flashing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear. He quietly approached Clinton. "Sir, it's best if you let the Queen take the steel away as soon as possible." Clinton's expression was blank, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Denzel sighed and did not say anything else. But before dawn, his kindness was reciprocated. Sure enough, the Dragon Queen kept her word. Every farmer received 1 or 2 gold coins, overtime pay for the night. Denzel received 18 gold royals. They were not gold radiance coins, but Westeros gold royals that were worth 3 gold radiance coins. Clinton gave him all the gold royals he had. Only one was enough for him to pay off his loan to Illyrio, and he still had some left. The remaining gold royals could buy a large manor with hundreds of acres of fertile land. Denzel finally embarked on the path of glory of a certain male protagonist, a reversal of fortune. Chapter 531. Dorf was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay, and a messenger crow could only travel 600 to 700 kilometers a day. After all, a crow was a bird. It needed food and rest, and could not fly 24 hours a day. Therefore, even if someone sent a letter to Matt Harris, it would take at least 4 days for the Alliance to receive news that the Dragon Queen had appeared in Dorf. Dany did not even stay in Dorf for 24 hours. Before dawn, she flew away on the Black Dragon. Well, Clinton and Yora could not ride Little Green. They came on Big Black, but the two did not leave Dorf. Even Denzel, the farmer, could estimate that the range of the steel was not more than 20 kilometers. How could Dany not consider this point? It was 18 tons of steel. It was heavier than all the steel weapons in the world combined. Priceless was not enough to describe its preciousness. Needless to say, in the next few months, there would be a large number of treasure hunters centered around the furnace where Dany smelted the Sphinx. Rivers, banks, swamps, bushes, and so on would be the places they would search. However, Dany played a little trick. She did throw the steel in the hills 10 kilometers away. But in front of everyone, she rode Little Green and carried a piece of steel, while Clinton and Mormont rode Big Black and carried 2 pieces of steel. They flew southeast to Slaver's Bay. But after entering the darkness of night, they immediately took a detour and headed north to a hidden col 10 kilometers away. Danny rode the black dragon and left empty-handed. Mormont, Yora, and Little Green stayed behind. When night fell again, the two of them would break the chains and let Little Green carry the pieces away piece by piece to the upper Rhone River further north and throw them into the center of the river. That location was more than 20 kilometers away from the furnace, or even 50 kilometers. No one would think that Big Black could fly 50 kilometers in 3 minutes. Those treasure hunters who could not find the steel would only think that the Dragon Queen had dug a deep hole and buried them. Then they would continue to dig deeper and deeper holes. Leaving Clinton and Yora to transfer the iron ingots, Danny flew west to Dragonstone Island, which was thousands of kilometers away. They took off before dawn, and when the sun rose from the east, Dragonstone Island appeared in their line of sight. Without wasting any more time with Old Crab and the others, Danny headed straight for Aegon's garden. With the cooperation of Marvin and the others, she began to construct the mana well at the bottom of the lava. For the 250-meter deep pit, Danny had prepared 3 sets of 1850-meter-long magic pumping sticks. The opening connecting the magma layer of the volcano was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, while the magic wand was only as thick as a wrist. Danny had designed it to connect the 3 magic wands in parallel. Even if there was a problem with one of them, the other 2 would act as backup channels. The 650-meter-long magic pipes were all melted and connected, making a total length of 300 meters. Excluding the 260 meters underground, the 40 meters above ground would be used to build the Sky Tower. The Tower of Babel had not been completed yet, and Danny had only completed 5/6 of the project. She had been busy from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Finally, Danny had finished carving the last rune. In the basement of the rock layer, 10 meters above ground, Danny placed a colorless magic crystal the size of a human head in the center of the stone platform. The dark purple dragon crystal stone platform was half a meter high, and the bottom was connected to the magic pipes. It was equivalent to a socket for the magic network. Can the magic network be activated without building a tower? Old Crab was puzzled. Yes, but the effect is not as good. According to Valeglia's theory, the higher the altitude of the crystal ball, the better the signal reception. I'm only testing whether the legendary magic network can be activated, Danny said excitedly. At this time, the 210-meter deep pit had not been filled, and the group stood on the wooden floor of the suspended fish beam. After completing the construction of the magic network, Danny was finally in the mood to observe the surroundings. "Where's Samuel?" she asked, puzzled. "He went to King's Landing to meet Randall Tarley. Randall is now the Regent's Minister of Justice and is in charge of the 3,000 golden robes in King's Landing. He has a high position. Sam plans to persuade Father to let the Iron Throne believe in the matter of the other ghosts," Marvin explained. Danny frowned and said, "I told him a few days ago to wait at Dragonstone Island. I'm very busy and have to leave tonight. I can't delay the war at Slaver's Bay for him. Maybe he can come back before tonight." "King's Landing is not far from Dragonstone Island," Marvin said awkwardly. This was his mistake. He thought that the Dragon Queen said to wait a few days, which was at least a week, so he agreed to Sam's request to go to King's Landing to meet Father. "Forget it. Since the magic network has been built, we can communicate through the magic network from now on." After saying that, Danny covered the crystal ball with her hand. The transparent crystal absorbed Danny's magic and was instantly dyed red, like a ball of thick red ink spreading in clear water. This was the manifestation of the great wizard's magic that Danny had injected. ******* circles of flame-shaped runes lit up on the surface of the purplish-black magic network from top to bottom. Looking down from the weirwood platform, one could clearly see the runes in the dark well spreading down into the magma. ****Boom. **** The volcano was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Its body shook a few times, and the whole of Dragonstone Island shook a few times. "Ah, the volcano is going to explode?" the old crab asked with a pale face. "Don't be afraid, the volcano is just being activated." Danny was worried, and she was shocked by the magic network's ability to draw magic. However, on the surface, she looked like a calm old dog that had everything under control. Hum 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 the sound of strings being plucked at a high frequency came from the bottom of the well. The purplish-black energy network was dyed red from bottom to top, as if it was a straw that was sucking up the blood of the earth. Whoosh in an instant, the vast sea of magma and fire magic entered the magic crystal ball at the top. The whole of Aegon Garden and more than half of Dragonstone Island's castle were dyed a magnificent red, a red that was alive. In the world of ice and fire, the sea of magic in the void also set off a small magic tide. At this moment, Danny felt that her power could crush the earth with one hand and blow the clouds above her head with one breath. Too powerful. Human power is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is limitless. The skyrocketing fire wizard power dyed Danny's purple eyes blood red. The fire wizard Pogba's wizard power was like a mosquito, Kashi's wizard power was like a cat, and Danny before the dragon battle in Meereen was like a hunting dog. After the battle in Meereen, the wizard power in her body was like a fierce tiger. However, compared to the wizard power that was being drawn from the magma, Danny was like a shark in the sea. No matter how big a shark was, it was not even an ant when compared to the vast and boundless sea. Valeglia's magic network was so overpowered. Danny finally understood why the people of Valeglia could build a super-magical civilization. The foundation of any civilization's development was energy, and the magic network provided the people of Valeglia with endless energy. The old crab used his sleeves to cover his face, blocking the magical power that was unrestrainedly spreading around him. He wailed, "Your Majesty, please retract your powers." Buzz, Danny's mind moved, and the red light that had spread across half of the island instantly disappeared. The crystal ball in her hands gradually turned from light red to pink, and then from pink to bright red. Then it turned orange red, deep red, dark red, and the color continued to deepen. Suddenly, it turned from red to light blue, and finally stabilized at a light azure blue. Danny sensed in surprise that the light blue magical power was still fire wizard power, but its energy level had increased by one level. She could not help but recall the dream she had in the Immortal Palace 400 years ago. She had seen the great wizard holding a large dark blue magic ball. It was obvious that the other party's magic energy level was higher than hers, and the total amount was far greater than this small magic ball. "It's so beautiful. I can almost see the entire world in the crystal ball." Marvin approached the stone platform, looking mesmerized. "It's all so dangerous. Didn't you feel it?" "The entire Dragonstone Island was shaking just now," the old crab said worriedly. "Don't worry, it's just the earth fire within 10 kilometers. It's a normal phenomenon," Danny said nonchalantly. 10 kilometers. Bronn exclaimed in shock. Recalling the history of Valyria that he had read in the library of Dragonstone Island, he could not help but tremble in fear. That is to say, if a catastrophe like the one in Valyria occurs, it will affect a radius of 10 kilometers? "At least 10 kilometers, Danny said calmly. "At least 10 kilometers. Bronn's face contorted. Was he going to live on a giant barrel of gunpowder from now on? It was too dangerous here. He wanted to leave the island. Danny saw through his thoughts and said unhappily, "Do you think it's that easy for a catastrophe to happen?" Valeglia was extravagant and wasteful. 14 fire peaks, and it took them 6,000 years to suffer retribution. If we are careful and frugal, we can at least last 600,000 years. According to the power valve I set, the fire wizard power extracted is only half of the hot spring. In an emergency, other than me, the others can only overclock it by 500%, which is 2.5 times the consumption of the hot spring. Valeglia's people used the magic network to change the world, but Danny only used it for communication. Think about the proportion of a normal household's energy consumption and mobile phone charging. It was almost negligible. Oh, Your Majesty is wise. The old crab's worries were gone. After he relaxed, he habitually flattered. Your Majesty, please try and see what effect the magic ball has. Marvin's eyes were fervent as he pointed at the magic ball. What effect? Danny pressed her left hand on the magic ball, and her right hand formed a sword finger, and drew a line in the air. Rip, like the sound of silk tearing, 100-meter long, palm-wide line of fire broke through the 10-meter deep hole and landed on the stone wall, leaving a charred black mark. 7 gods above, this is really magic. It was Braun's first time seeing the magic of gathering fire in the air. His eyes widened in shock. Compared to you, the fire wizards in the Alchemist Guild are even worse than children, the knowledgeable old crab muttered in shock. Hearing him mention the fire wizards, Danny asked curiously, "What's the effect of the alchemists I asked you to recruit?" More than 20 fire wizards came. I placed them on Tidehead Island, and they can produce a few dozen pounds of wildfire every day. That's not enough. Danny frowned. Marvin did not care about the fire wizards and wildfire. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, other than fire wizard spells, how are the magic network's effects on other wizard spells?" Other wizard spells. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and activated the Green Prophet meditation technique with all her might, entering the state of wind song. Her soul seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, following a trace of Green Prophet magic power into the crystal ball. There was no obstruction at all. The fire wizard power was instantly infected by her spiritual power and turned into vast Green Prophet magic power. Swoosh! She was like a wind spirit. Her vision instantly expanded, and it was the same feeling she had when she entered the weirwood beyond the Great Wall. She merged with the sky, earth, trees, and boulders. She heard the music of nature. She was like a gust of wind, passing through the castle on Dragonstone Island. She saw the guards on duty, the servants at work, and the blacksmiths swinging their hammers. Then, she commanded the wind to blow toward the harbor. She saw the laurel wind, and her old acquaintance, Cthulhu. She tried, and the wind could even pass through the deck and the seawater. She saw 7 gods above. What did she see? In shock, Danny immediately exited the state of wind song. Huff! She panted with an unpleasant expression, her eyes flashing with shock and confusion. What's wrong? Marvin could not help but ask, seeing her strange expression. Go to the harbor immediately and surround the laurel wind. Danny snapped out of her daze and said sternly. Chapter 532. Almost 3 years ago, Dragon Queen opened the Megalosaurus Zoo in Zaro's mansion. The laurel wind happened to pass by Queers and learned that the Megalosaurus had reappeared. Captain Cthulhu Mo, as a dragon visitor, brought gifts and his daughter to visit Danny. In order to thank Cthulhu for bringing news of her homeland from the old town, Dragon Queen also asked Dahe to draw a dragon-worshipping portrait for him. After that, Cthulhu continued to sail around the Jade Sea, while Dragon Queen went to Astapor to start her own legendary journey. The next time they met was 3 months ago in Bravos. The laurel wind and the black dragon passed by the Titan statue almost at the same time. But that time, Dragon Queen's real body didn't come at all. Only Dahe went. Later, because of Dragon Queen's chaos in Bravos, many local merchants' ships were burned, and even they died in the chaos. The foreign merchants were also afraid of being implicated by the mystic dragon, so they escaped from the water city that night. This caused the entire city's trade to enter a cold winter in a short period of time. Cthulhu delayed for more than a month before he cleared out the Jade Sea specialties on the ship. Taking advantage of the fact that the merchants in Bravos started to sell their goods due to the disaster, he bought a batch of specialties from the north of Ursos at a low price. He planned to ship them to the old town in the Westeros to sell. Coincidentally, he met the night watchers from the Great Wall. When the night watchers were looking for a fast boat to the old town, they found the Laurel Wind. At that time, the night watchers wanted to use the Dragon Queen's dragon might to do things, so they wantonly announced that they were working for Dany. Cthulhu immediately accepted Sam and the others, and also promised to stop at Dragonstone Island for a few days when they passed by Blackwater Bay. The Black Captain also wanted to see the Dragon Queen again. Even if they waited at the docks for a few days, even Sam went to King's Landing, and his daughter Ko Jiao was very anxious. Cthulhu was still calm. He didn't plan to abandon the night watchers and go to the old town alone. Just this morning, in the captain's room, Cthulhu, who had just woken up, was carefully wiping the dust on the glass of the dragon-worshipping portrait. In any case, after this trip, we'll return to Tall Tree Town to wait for the long night and for the battle at Slave Bay to end. As long as I can see the Dragon Queen again, I don't mind wasting 10 days or half a month. Then he heard the noise of the sailors on deck. The Black Dragon is here. The Dragon Queen is here. The Megalosaurus is here. Death God. Shoo, do you want to die? Right now, the Black Dragon is clearly the great guardian of light. If you call him by the wrong name, you'll be caught in the air trying to guess riddles. Another sailor hurriedly covered his companion's mouth and said nervously. The sailor with rotten yellow teeth broke free from his companion's arm and shouted, "What do you know?" That's exactly what I want. I've read a lot of riddles and prepared for today. Seeing that his companion was at a loss, Rotten Yellow Teeth sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that every time the Bravo singer tells the story of the riddle of the Megalosaurus, the stupid pig named Hanks is the most important supporting role." The sailor Hanks from before was unknown, but now he's been sung by countless poets and plays. He's actually famous. At this moment, the expression on Rotten Yellow Teeth's big flat face was very complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but also confidence, nervousness, and anticipation. I'm smarter than him. Maybe I'll be able to guess the riddle and beat the Megalosaurus in terms of intelligence and become the main character of the legend. Ah! Jimmy, you're so smart. The sailors were shocked at first, then they sighed in admiration. The next moment, almost everyone put their hands to their mouths to synthesize a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Death Wing, Death Wing." They also wanted to ride on the Black Dragon's popularity and become part of the legend. Even if it was just a supporting role, it was fine. Unfortunately, Big Black was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen into the castle. How could it hear the calls from the dock? When Cthulhu rushed to the deck, he didn't even see Big Black's shadow. But he didn't regret it. After he brought Sam to Dragonstone Island, he purposely went to visit the castle as an old friend of the Dragon Queen. As long as he reported his name, he might not be able to directly bring him to see the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely pass on the message. As expected, when he went to the Dragon Mountain Castle to explain the situation, the guards immediately went to Aegon Garden to report to the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen really didn't forget about him. It was only because she was busy now and didn't have time to catch up with him. But tonight, there was a banquet to celebrate the completion of the Magic Network's initial construction. She sent an invitation to the father and daughter pair. When the sunset dyed the sea golden, the Dragon Queen rode on the Black Dragon and hurried to the dock with the guards. Cthulhu was in the captain's room having his daughter tidy up his beard and hair. Then, he was very surprised to hear the calls of Death Wing again. "Captain, the Dragon Queen is coming towards us." Without waiting for him to ask, the first mate hurriedly opened the door and came in to report. Kuhula was startled, then suddenly became angry and cursed. "Those bastards, they want to be famous so much that they've gone crazy. Aren't they afraid of offending the Dragon Queen? Even if they aren't afraid of death, I think it's embarrassing. Go, Kojia, make them shut up." It was too late. SSSS Big Black rushed before the old crab and the others and landed on the dock first. Death Wing. Under the strange gaze of the Dragon Queen, the group of sailors leaned against the side of the ship, their faces red as they shouted even louder. Danny didn't think that the sailors would want to ride on Big Black's popularity. She only thought that Death Wing was too famous and Big Black met a group of passionate fans. Until Kuhulu, wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, rushed out and fiercely kicked the sailors of the Midsummer Islands, then awkwardly smiled and apologized to the Queen. "Ha ha ha, you're very motivated." Thinking about what she was about to do, a sly look flashed in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen, but she didn't care and smiled. "I really do have a chance to become a legend. I wonder which brave sailor is willing to give it a try." "Me." Everyone was still shocked at how kind and generous the Dragon Queen was. Jimmy walked out of the crowd with his head held high and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, let's begin. Let Death Wing test me with the most difficult riddle. Even if I guess the riddle wrong and get thrown into the sea, I'm willing." "Are you sure?" Danny had a strange expression. "Of course." Thinking about how he was about to become a legend, Jimmy with a mouth full of yellow teeth grinned foolishly. "Okay." Danny nodded, "But I need at least 2 people, who." Before she finished, a group of sailors rushed to say, "Me, Your Majesty, I'm willing." Kuhula glared at the rowdy sailors, turned his head, rubbed his hands and smiled, "Your Majesty, I'm also willing. It's very dangerous." Danny hesitated. "I'm good at swimming, I'm not afraid," Kuhulu said confidently. He had reason to be confident. First, he was more knowledgeable than the other sailors, he had read more books, he had the best chance to guess the riddle of the Megalosaurus. Secondly, he had lived on the sea for decades, he was very good at swimming, even if he fell from 100 meters, he wouldn't drown. "Father, give this chance to me." Blackie was anxious. She also wanted to be a part of the legend. "How about this, let's talk about the riddle first, everyone can guess." Danny clapped her hands to make the sailors quiet down, she pointed at the deck and said, "Guess what's on the rudder?" Rudder." Everyone was confused. What kind of riddle is this? Although Kuhula didn't understand, he still said, "Seaweed. Recently I've felt that the rudder is a bit tight, maybe there's a bunch of seaweed." "Scallops." Ko Jia immediately followed up. Hearing the captain say that the rudder was tight, Jimmy's eyes lit up, he guessed, "Fishing net." "Tattered clothes." Another astute sailor said. Danny waved her hand and smiled, "If you want to know the answer, jump into the sea, use a fishing net to secretly wrap the rudder, then drag it ashore, the answer will be clear." This. Kuhula's expression changed. Dragon Queen was obviously hinting that there were no scallops or seaweed on the rudder, and it was impossible for there to be tattered clothes or fishing nets. That was a living thing that could escape, and it was very dangerous, so they needed a fishing net. They had to sneak over. "Jimmy, Jamie, Aiden, Tony, the 4 of you go down." Kuhulu, who felt that something was wrong, gave up the chance to become the main character of the legend without hesitation. At this time, Braun and Old Crab also led a group of guards over. Kuhula's expression tightened, he saw that the guards' weapons were purplish-black crystal short swords and spears. Those were dragon crystals. There were also bows, the arrowheads were also dragon crystals. This. Kuhula was at a loss at first, then his whole body shivered, cold sweat breaking out. Go to the stern and guard it, listen to my orders. Dragon Queen's expression was serious, she started to arrange the archers and spearmen. Before the 4 sailors entered the water, Dragon Queen selected the guards beforehand to board the small boats. 17 to 18 small boats, dozens of guards carrying nets, surrounded the Laurel Wind twice. That was not all, the Queen even let Old Crab's Crab Island fleet bring 10 longboats over, and set up 2 circles of fishing nets around the small boats. Now, even the 4 idiotic sailors who wanted to be famous felt that something was wrong. Dragon Queen being so serious, what did it mean? They did not know, but they were indeed scared. But now, it was not their turn to retreat. The 4 sailors carried the thicker fishing nets used by the Iban people to catch whales, slowly approaching the stern from 8 meters away, trying their best not to cause any splashes. Your Majesty, please try this. While they were waiting on the stern deck, Ko Jia deftly brought a chair for the Dragon Queen. Another sailor set up a small table beside the chair. The captain, who wore a colorful feather cape, acted like a chef. He brought over a white porcelain plate the size of a pot. Other than cleaned clams, oysters, mussels, there was also a plate of vinegar and a plate of reddish-brown sauce. I learned the technique of making spices from the head chef of the Barbarian Palace. I heard that Son of Heaven Bo Hao likes to make this sauce when eating fresh food. The existence lying on the rudder was too scary, Danny was not in the mood to eat. Kuhulu's face was full of flattery, and thinking that this was his ship, eating his food also meant building a friendly relationship with him. She opened a clam, dipped it in the sauce and vinegar, and stopped at her lips for a moment after confirming that Big Black did not feel any danger. She generously swallowed it in one bite. Not bad, the taste is great. Ow, so cold. Suddenly, Jimmy, who was already close to the side of the boat, howled. Gods, the sea suddenly froze, I saw it freeze. Jamie said in shock. Splash, the next moment, water splashed out from the rudder, as if a small shark had drilled out from the bottom of the boat. Danny, who quickly walked to the side of the boat, saw a cold light flash past. Crack! The fishing net was broken. Rotten Teeth Jimmy was cut in half by the sword. Ah, what monster! Everyone was terrified. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.